All right.
Okay.
Jaguars are trying to trade up to 3.
For a tackle, apparently.
Hey guys, you guys got to be quiet till we get the commercial.
It doesn't matter now, apparently.
Sorry.
Yep, I just got the notification.
If you guys can see us on YouTube, we are trying to stream live. Hopefully, I know there's a lot of bandwidth, all kinds of stuff going on right now with YouTube and Zoom. So let's see if we can get in. If you guys are listening to us, this is Blitzalytics live draft coverage. I've got Mr. Roy Kunchman, Ryan Hagan, Cody Manning, and Ashton Moore. Gentlemen, what's going on?
Guys, it's Christmas. It's Christmas morning. Let's unwrap these presents. But we got to shout out to our boy Rob, who hasn't feeling too well tonight. So,
yes. So if there's any technical difficulties, they're all my fault. We lost our mastermind, our genius. He is in the hospital right now. Shout out prayers to Mr. Rob, aka Robert Robinson, who is the evil genius behind all of this. And it looks like we actually are live, guys. We did it. I did it.
Yeah.
Hey. All right, so you guys were saying as you interrupted our intro music, I thank you for that, boys. It's actually official? It's officially official, huh?
I mean, don't get me started.
Okay, apparently it is officially official that Joe Burrow is going to be selected #1 overall. I'm just gonna take a wild guess because I haven't got to see the report. But the wild guess is that they have officially made the announcement. They haven't made the pick yet. We've got about 50 minutes until the draft starts and exactly 1 hour until Joe Burrow is a Bengal. But like Cody said a second ago, he's been a Bengal for about 3 months now. We've known this. We have our scouting report on him. I believe we put a AO grade. I think that was low, to be honest. I'm gonna call out some of our scouts tonight and say that was probably a little bit too low for where he should be when he had the greatest college football season possibly ever, but at the very least by a quarterback, even at the very least by any offensive player, I would say. 60 touchdowns from a quarterback is just amazing. Yes, he has Jamar Chase. Yes, he has Clyde Edwards-Helaire and Justin Jefferson. I mean, all three of those guys are all likely or potentially first-round picks. CEH could fall back a little bit, but I could see there's going to be at least 4, maybe 5 LSU starters going in the first round.
Yeah, the big riches down there in Louisiana, it ain't no wonder why they came away with a national championship.
Yeah, no joke. But I mean, it has everything to do with Burrow and then some. So I'm excited. But yeah, guys, we've got all kinds of stuff that we're going to be throwing your guys' way. We're going to be coming up with, we got Cody Manning on the Twitter feed, so he's going to be checking for any trade alerts. Hopefully we're going to be getting to those before you guys get them from ESPN, NFL Network, all that good stuff. We've got highlight reels, we've got player comps, we've got all kinds of stuff ready for you. We can go into it right now, gentlemen. You guys want to show these guys a little bit of preview of our big board?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go for it. So Blitzalytics big board looks a little something like this. So as you guys can see, Joe Burrow, Chase Young, Jeffrey Okudah, Isaiah Simmons, Derek Brown, Jedrick Wills, Jerry Jeudy, Javon Kinlaw, CeeDee Lamb. We got Tua coming in at number 10. I know a lot of us were a little bit higher on Tua when things initially started, but it's really hard to be able to grade him when you have the injury history, and we really do not have. It's all speculation as to if he is past his medicals or not. Coming in at number 11, we got Mekhi Becton. The report was last week that he just failed a drug test. I believe it was for marijuana, but there was quite a few diluted tests that we are hearing about as well from some other prospects. Tristan Wirfs comes in at number 12. Andrew Thomas comes in at number 13. There is much wide speculation now that due to the shortened NFL offseason, that Andrew Thomas, who has probably the lowest ceiling out of all of these guys, but has the highest floor, is likely going to be the safe pick and the first one off the board, or that is the rumor that is going around right now. In terms of if one of you guys doesn't have headphones on, that might help. You might need to throw some headphones on.
Yeah, I was about to say something in the chat.
Is it echoing?
Somebody's got an echo. Yeah.
Damn it, Ashton.
Me.
Damn you guys. You guys are killing us. You have to know. We've told you this. Uh,
But
Henry
hey, let's
Ruggs.
just start into it. I mean, what like you went through what the top 10?
Yeah, we got to 13.
I mean, let's just start a good, healthy debate. Which player in the top 10 falls?
Tua.
There's debate that Isaiah Simmons could because they don't know where to play him. Derek Brown could because of the position value, and then you got Tua with the injuries. What's everybody's take?
I'm gonna go off the map here a little bit. I'm saying Jerry Judy's gonna be the one dropping. I think you're gonna see Henry Ruggs be the first or second off the board, and CD Lamb there as well. Excuse me. That I think those two guys are gonna wind up going before Judy here.
Is it the knee injury concerns? What's bringing him down for you? Because I've been hearing that trickle in as well, and I'm just kind of confused where that's originating from.
I think it is somewhat the knee, but I just think the explosiveness factor with the Ruggs is going to make him go off the board first. He can do a lot more things. And CD Lamb, I think there's just a couple teams that maybe value his skill set, being it's a little different than Judy, a little higher, being he's a better like above the rim type player than Judy, because once he's in traffic, he does tend to struggle a little bit more than what Lamb does, even though he has more fluidity than what Lamb has.
Okay. But, I mean, I agree. I think every team, every receiver is going to be dependent on the scheme that they go with. I mean, they obviously all have their strengths, with Ruggs being his explosion and Judy being his route running and CD just being mostly overall a badass. Which team do you feel is going to be the first one to go for it then? I mean, I know you see a lot of people trying to trade up into, looks like right around 10 to get that first wide receiver, but who do you think it's going to be?
To me, I think somebody's going to trade up with Cleveland. I think Cleveland's going to be the spot they drop down. Either them or Arizona. If they don't have their particular guy they want, they maybe drop down a little bit. I think Denver's going to be the one to come up, being they have extra picks, especially at that extra third rounder from my Steelers, that they can throw out there and maybe even be comfortable throwing a 2 out there. I think they're going to need that infusion of Ruggs opposite of Cortland Sutton. And that explosiveness with Drew Lock throwing the ball down the field is just a perfect fit. And I think the next one you'll see go off the board is Lamb to Las Vegas. Almost said Oakland there, Jack. To Las Vegas. Almost.
You know what's funny going to that really quick is I told Jack he was going to call it Oakland every time. And last night when I was typing up my mock, I typed Oakland. And I laughed to myself. I go, God damn it, I'm glad Jack doesn't see this.
It's
But,
just meant to
I've
be.
only made that mistake one time so
our
far,
boy-
and I wasn't even on air.
And I'll try to make sure I'll be the guy that I know I'm doing a lot of things right now for us, but I'm going to try to monitor our questions here. Rob, our boy, I hope you're feeling healthy, Rob. He asks.
What's up, dude?
Roy kind of hinted at this. I'll give my take really quick after I put the question out there, and you guys can run with it. But who makes the first trade of the night? In my mock, I put Arizona because they could trade back with somebody like Tampa Bay. They have a connection with Arians. But I am pretty strong about the Jaguars being a team that trades that back instead of up to 3 with Detroit, just because there is a relationship with Thomas Dimitroff and David Caldwell in Jacksonville. They are really good friends. So I think that might be the first trade we see. But you guys can run away with this question if you got any other different thoughts.
I think we're getting a trade in the top 5. I think we're going to have one of the craziest trade drafts in history, just with everything that's going on. I mean, we have we have these GMs, these guys with the final say by themselves at their computer making the decisions. Jerry Jones is making his own decision tonight. I don't think people understand how wild this is going to be. Like, it's going to be fascinating, and I think we're going to see an abundance of movement. And I'm super pumped about it. And I think I'm just going to go say Detroit's going to trade down because I think they like Derek Brown, and I think they could get him at that 5 point.
You stole the words. You stole the words out of my mouth. In my mock, I think the trade that's going to happen is Miami and Detroit. They're going to flop up 3 to 5, and I think it's going to be for a tackle. I think they want to go up and get their choice out of the 4. And I think Giants right now are keyed in on Jedrick Wills. That's who they really want, being that Joe Judge has some relations down with Nick Saban. and he's really fond of their offensive linemen down there from his time with New England. And I think they know that it won't make it past the Giants. Wills won't. So I think they're going to go up, get their pick of the litter there with Detroit. They're going to secure Jedrick Wills, and then you'll see the Giants, back them up with another tackle. Their second choice, who I think might be their first choice, is Andrew Thomas. I think those are going to be 3-4, and then Detroit comes back through with your guy you just mentioned, Derek Brown.
He's a stud, man. He's a stud. Yeah, I think he'd fill a huge hole for him.
I think it's going to be hard for him, though, to select Brown over Okudah. But after Snacks Harrison left, that's going to be a tough decision. I could see him going either way, and they're going to be happy either way. It's just, I think, being Patricia's background as a defensive line coach, he's going to maybe tend to go more in that position group than maybe the defensive secondary.
If one of these teams is willing to come up for a quarterback, you can't not take the pick because you're just collecting picks and you're still getting the exact same player, most likely. You're going to get Okudah, and if you're slightly edge Okudah over Brown, but you gain a third-round pick or even a second-round pick, or you swapping a third for a second, and you're basically just moving up in the draft and taking another solid starter on your team, you have to do that. You have to pull the trigger. I think the Lions are definitely going to be the first team off the board. But that is if. I mean, we could have been listening to smoke screens, and I feel like there's been more smoke screens this year than there ever has before because really what information have we got? We know this from talking to guys like Nagy and Russ and all these other scouts that we've been around. How are people getting their information? Well, it's by taking these scouts out and getting them liquored up and getting them loose-lipped to get any information out of them. And that hasn't happened this year. Like, the best they're getting is text messages and phone calls. And, Matt maybe be getting from Stick to Football, might be getting a little bit more insider knowledge because he's got some pretty good ties in there. But a lot of these media guys, all the smoke that we heard, all the rumors that we heard all came from The Athletic this last week. Like 4 of the 5 big rumors and big headlines all came from the exact same group of people. Do you really think that exact same group of people has that many insiders with that many different teams? I highly doubt it.
So we have a guest that wants to join the podcast. Marcus.
Mr. Marcus Grant.
Yeah.
From NFL Network, Fantasy Football Live, good friend of Blitzalytics. Marcus, can you hear us?
Yeah, I got you guys. How you doing?
Doing good, man.
Good, man.
Like kids at Christmas.
It's like here's the thing. I like the first day of the draft mostly because I get to a point. I don't know if you guys are the same. Like I can't read any more mock drafts. I can't hear any more takes. I can't deal like the last 24 to 48 hours of the draft. It's like it is the grown-up sports version of being in middle school and your best friend passes a note to somebody you like. Like it's like I'm waiting for somebody to just have like a handwritten note that says, "Will you trade with me?" Check one box.
All right, Marcus. So we're gonna shift gears real quick. We've been talking about trades and scenarios and what's gonna happen first. But seeing as how we have you on and you are the premier fantasy expert. What are some picks, some potential fits that you think could have major fantasy impacts? Is Burrow going to Cincinnati going to have impact on guys like John Ross and AJ Green and Joe Mixon? Is Jerry Jeudy possibly going to the Jets or the Niners? Like, what is your best fit for a fantasy perspective?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think when you talk about the quarterbacks, you're looking more probably dynasty than an immediate, redrafts, traditional league sort of thing. I think, Joe Burrow definitely helps. You mentioned John Ross, Tyler Boyd, those guys in Cincinnati around him. But I think the upside is more in year 2 and 3 and beyond that. Same with Tua wherever he lands, which I still think Tua goes to Miami. I think that they've been throwing out more misdirection than a David Copperfield show recently, and I still think they're going to go with Tua when it's all said and done. What I'm really interested in is that run picks 11 through 13, where you've got the Jets, the Raiders, and the 49ers all sitting there, and all 3 of those teams could be very interested in wide receivers. And I know that in a lot of mocks, you've seen some combination of Lamb, Jeudy, and Ruggs going there. And who knows, that we may see some trades that can throw this whole thing out of whack. But I'm very curious what those three teams are going to do there. The other one that I'm very interested in is what are the Eagles going to do? I mean, they're another team that's very much in the market for a wide receiver. I know I've seen Justin Jefferson mocked there in a lot of places. And I think, if he lands there, he very well could be the rookie wide receiver that makes the biggest immediate splash. I think those other three guys are probably the ones with the higher ceilings, the longer upside. But I think, if Justin Jefferson potentially goes to Philadelphia, he's the guy that, in 2020, hopefully there's a football season, is the guy who jumps out and can immediately be an impact player.
So I got a question for you, Marcus. Thanks for jumping on too, by the way. You're awesome. Yeah. You're always one of our favorite guests here, Blitz. Who is your guy you're going to pound the table for this year out of anybody, not even just day one? Who's the one guy you see, offense or defense? I know you're the biggest fantasy expert out there, but who's the guy that you're going to pound the table for? Maybe one or two that you just have affinity for and you want to see what their career arc's going to be.
I mean, if I'm talking intellectually, then it's probably Jonathan Taylor. And I know we go round and round on the long-term value of running backs, but rookie running backs are more likely to make an immediate impact than rookie wide receivers. And I think Jonathan Taylor, with what he did during his time at Wisconsin, I mean, the guy was an absolute beast with just monster numbers. I think it was 12 games with 200 or more rushing yards, just to kind of speak to it. Especially in his first year, I wouldn't be worried so much about the heavy workload he had in Madison. I just want to know what he can do. I'd love to see him end up in a place maybe like a Tampa Bay that could use a running back. So something like that I think would be a really great fit for him. So he's the guy that I'm really, really most interested in checking out. If we're talking just strictly with my heart, I got to go with my Trojan guy, Michael Pittman, who's probably a day two guy, but a wide receiver who isn't maybe necessarily great at any one thing, but I think is very good at a lot of different things. Obviously has that NFL pedigree with his father having played in the league for a number of years. And I think, you look at what Pittman did last year, having to play with three different quarterbacks in a USC offense that could never really find itself, that had to deal with a lot of injuries at the quarterback position. And I think to produce still the way he did and be as consistent as he was, I think speaks to what he can be at the next level. So, I always cheer for my Trojan guys, and I think Michael Pittman's a guy who, especially as a day two pick, can be a nice option for somebody.
You got one of my biggest sleepers, and I'd love to see him on my Pittsburgh Steelers, having Big Ben throwing him deep balls all the time.
Yeah, him and Juju. Put him and Juju together again.
I want to see that regrouping of the Trojans out in Pittsburgh. So let's make it happen. Hey, I got another question for you, Marcus. Okay, if you're a talent evaluator, you're a head coach, where are you playing Chase Claypool, tight end or wide receiver?
Probably at tight end. Because I feel like when you get to guys who have that sort of dilemma, then I think you're sort of better off playing them at the tight end spot where the matchups potentially are a little bit better. I think if you start lining guys like that up at wide receiver and they're ended up on these faster cornerbacks, I think it just doesn't work out for them. I think the first one that comes to mind to me is Devin Funchess, who, when he was at Michigan, went back and forth between being a wide receiver and a tight end, and the Panthers originally drafted him hoping he could sort of be a big wide receiver. I remember they tried to pair him with Kelvin Benjamin because the logic was Cam Newton a lot of times misses high, so why not get him two big wide receivers that can go up and get the football? And it never really worked out with either one of those guys. And so I think, trying to take, and I think what Claypool is listed as a wide receiver right now, but I think if you're dealing with that dilemma, why not try to line him up as a tight end, see if you can get some better mismatches, maybe with some linebackers or some corners that don't cover quite as well inside, and see if he can do some work there.
So as it sits right now, do you have a favorite prospect? Do you have a guy you're pounding the table for to go inside the first round in the top 10, top 15?
I think we've seen a lot of guys. I think the guy that I'm most interested in, I know that running backs probably won't come off the board, so we won't see Jonathan Taylor tonight or anything like that. But I would be very interested in seeing if the Chiefs at the very end of the first round would maybe take a swing at DeAndre Swift. And I think putting him in that backfield along with Patrick Mahomes, look, what we saw from Mahomes in the playoffs, he started running the football a little bit more. He was effective using his legs, and I'm curious whether or not he's going to engage that part of his game a little bit more going forward. And if so, having Swift back there, who's a 3-down back who can do a little bit of everything, and you're running RPOs. Look, this offense was already nearly unstoppable. Now you get a guy who can be a 3-down threat at running back, and you don't have to worry about this, Damian Williams. Now they've got DeAndre Washington, all this muddled in the backfield. I think it takes them from being nearly unstoppable to maybe completely unstoppable.
Yeah, see, I said he's nowhere near my top running back in this list, but if you paired him in an RPO offense with either the Baltimore Ravens or the Kansas City Chiefs, I think that could have the biggest impact in year one and take those guys, either of those teams, and move them that far up into Super Bowl contenders, if not Super Bowl favorites.
I got a quick question for you, Marcus. I know I know you're a 49ers fan, and with the Niners not having a pick until the 5th round after tonight's 2 picks, are you hoping they trade back at all? Or are you maybe hoping they sit tight at maybe like 13 and get a Judy, a Ruggs, or a CeeDee Lamb?
No, I actually wouldn't be surprised, and I wouldn't be upset if they thought they could trade out, maybe bundle some picks, get something else to do on day 2 and 3. Because, look, it would be great if somehow one of those wide receivers is still there at 13 and they're able to get one. But like we've talked, I mean, there are going to be quality wide receivers available in day 2, right? So maybe they can package some picks, even if they hold on to 31, but they put 13 together with something else, get themselves a couple of picks in day 2, somewhere in the 2nd or 3rd round. I think that'd be a smart move for them. I mean, it's been a relatively short working relationship with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, but early on, the returns have been pretty good with what they've done in the draft. And so I think for a lot of 49er fans, we have some faith and some confidence that the brain trust here can put together a solid plan. Look, they went from 4-12 a couple years ago to the Super Bowl to being 15 minutes away from winning a Super Bowl title. So I think that's earned them some street cred with a lot of folks that are 49er fans.
Do you have a player? Do you think that could edge them? Do you think of Jerry Jeudy or CeeDee Lamb? I know once they traded for DeForest Buckner, you were almost kind of, most of us, or me, a lot of the Niners fans I know, were kind of hoping for Kinlaw to just fill right back in and maintain that dominant defensive front 7. I think there's been rumors, but I think they've been all smokescreen that D Ford's on the trade block and Quan Alexander, when they kind of were the driving force, not necessarily just those two, but that front 7 was the driving force of the entire team. I don't see why they would get rid of them. But I know a majority of the Niners fans I know from back in the Bay Area have been, clamoring for Kinlaw. Is there a Jerry Jeudy or a CeeDee Lamb or a Henry Ruggs that you think could take them over the top even more so than just replacing Buckner with another solid D lineman?
I mean, I think the argument for taking a wide receiver there is to see if that pushes Jimmy Garoppolo kind of over the top, right? Because I think that's been part of the offseason conversation. Obviously, the talk that the Niners might pursue Tom Brady, and there have been reports that they actually did sort of look into that. Obviously, it didn't happen, but I think that sort of speaks to the uncertainty they feel about having Garoppolo at quarterback. So I think the argument for getting, if CeeDee Lamb, for instance, is there at 13, the argument for taking him is that this maybe helps propel Garoppolo to even bigger heights. But I think Kinlaw is not a bad way to go. I mean, when the Niners began this rebuild, they did it very heavily on the defensive side of the football. So that's how you ended up with a defensive line, for instance, that had, Nick Bosa and Armstead and Buckner and all these guys, because they really spent a lot of draft capital there. And so I wouldn't be surprised if they go with Kinlaw, if they maybe work out something to move D Ford. I don't know if that happens. And again, there have been rumors, and again, this is all smokescreen season right now, right? But there's something wrong with Kinlaw's medicals, and maybe this knocks him down. So maybe if you're the 49ers, you think, I don't know if that gets him to 31. I'd be surprised. But I think they have a real dilemma. I think they have a real thing to think about. And I think it's also maybe gives them some leverage to try to swing a deal if there is a team, for instance, like the Broncos, looking to move up and try to get one of those wide receivers that might go ahead of them.
All right, Marcus. So you talked about DeAndre Swift. You talked about Jonathan Taylor. I'm going to ask you about my favorite running back in this class, Mr. Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Do you think we're going to see him have an impact like a Maurice Jones-Drew, that type of dual capability as the pass catching? Because it was so impressive this past year at LSU. I love his running style, even though he is only 5'7". I think he can really transition well to the NFL, even though he's not the biggest guy. I just really love his skill set. I wanted to see what your thoughts were on him, either in fantasy or real life.
Yeah, no, I mean, I love him in real life, and I think you're right. He's kind of a do-it-all guy. I thought Graham Barfield made a big statement, and I don't think he's wrong, but when he called him maybe the best running back since Christian McCaffrey, and so that I think that speaks a lot to what his ability is. I would be interested to see if maybe the Falcons take a shot at him. Obviously, I know they've got Todd Gurley there, but they've got him on a 1-year deal. And I think that sort of suggests that they're maybe kicking the tires on Gurley, but not ready to make a long-term commitment there. They've moved on from Devontae Freeman, so I could see a situation where this year maybe they split a workload, and if the Falcons decide they want to maybe save some money down the road, they move on from Gurley. They put CEH in there as their main back. I think he'd be an interesting fit as a guy who can catch the football very effectively. Again, there are teams there. The Chiefs could use a back. The Buccaneers definitely a prime candidate to maybe take a running back somewhere. And so I think he's a guy that could find himself in a very favorable situation, which would make him a very intriguing fantasy prospect.
Yeah, you just made Jack grin ear to ear when you said Clyde Edwards-Helaire to the Bucks. So you're making his evening. All right, I got another question for you. Last year we seen Terry McLaurin kind of come out of nowhere, unless you were a scout and you kind of seen him coming through the Senior Bowl. Who do you think is this year's Terry McLaurin?
The name that immediately jumps to mind is Denzel Mims. Just because he has been – every year we always see sort of those late risers, right? Those guys that as we get closer to the draft start getting their name brought up a whole lot more. And I think Denzel Mims has sort of been the king of that, to the point that, I've even seen his name kind of pop up late first round in a lot of mocks. Somebody, I wish I remember who it was mentioned on Twitter, just the thought of maybe the Ravens taking a swing at getting Denzel Mims. In fact, there was, I think, a story that the Ravens were in and tried to get DeAndre Hopkins. He gets traded to Arizona. So now there's certainly a legitimate possibility that the Ravens are looking at a wide receiver. The idea of pairing Mims along with Hollywood Brown, having Mark Andrews at tight end and Lamar Jackson running the show back there, suddenly they become very, very intriguing. And I think in that situation, I think Denzel Mims is a guy that becomes very interesting for a lot of fantasy drafters.
All right, if we could take 2 steps back from the draft right now with Rob Gronkowski going to my Tampa Bay Buccaneers, which I didn't believe it to be true up until the second it happened. We've got our guy Pat Pryor here, who is completely anti Gronk going there, and it believes that he's not going to do much of anything, which I think most of us will disagree with. But what do you think his fantasy stock is? And then the same thing goes for what do you think Tom Brady's going to be able to do? And I know he's been kind of, bottom of the barrel in terms of fantasy quarterbacks. I know he graded extremely high in both our player grades and our MVP metric and analytics this year. But, from a fantasy standpoint, it's been a while since he's had a great fantasy season. Do you think Tom Brady can bounce back and have a top 5 season with guys like Chris Godwin, Mike Evans, Cameron Brate, O.J. Howard if he's still on the team? There's rumors he's being shopped. Jason Light just said it's not true. Who knows what it really is? And then you add Gronkowski to it. Hopefully we get a line to be able to one more piece to the offensive line to be able to protect them. But do you think Tom Brady can have a resurgence as a quarterback at his age? And then do you think Gronk can also do the same?
I don't think he's top 5. I have Tom Brady coming in somewhere between 10 and 12 at quarterback. So that makes him a fringe QB1 in a lot of leagues. He is the new – I always have what I call the patron saint of the church of wait on a quarterback, right? And for years it was a guy – it's been different guys. I mean, Matthew Stafford has been in that group for a while. Phillip Rivers was there for a while. Guys like that you could get in the 9th or 10th round, and you knew that more often than not they were going to give you quality fantasy weeks. And I think that's sort of what Tom Brady is now. I don't think he's going to have to throw the football as much this year as he did last year in Tampa, or in New England, rather. Part of it is because he's got receivers now that are a lot better after the catch than the receivers he had there with the Patriots. So I think that will certainly help. I think also part of the reason Jameis was so effective as a fantasy quarterback was because he kept throwing interceptions, which I know sounds weird, but it put him in a situation where he had to throw the football more. And so that's how he ended up with all those passing yards. and all those other touchdowns. Brady's going to be more efficient, which means he's not going to have to be in hurry-up mode. He's not going to have to play hero ball to try to come from behind. And so that will sort of depress his fantasy numbers overall a little bit. Similarly with Gronk, I think he's a fringe kind of tight end one. He's probably, I'd say somewhere between 8 and 10 amongst tight ends when the season is all said and done. Part of it is that the tight end position really is sort of shallow, and so it doesn't necessarily take a lot. Look, Jason Witten last year was the tight end 11, and like you look at him, he objectively was not great in any phase of the game in any way, shape, or form. And so I think Gronk will give you decent numbers. I wouldn't be surprised if he can get you around 700 receiving yards, if he can maybe put up 5 to 7 touchdowns, which it's not the Rob Gronkowski that we became used to seeing all those years in New England. But I think it's still a productive performance, and I still think it's good enough to make him a top 10 tight end. I wouldn't go crazy drafting him. You're not going to get 2010 or 2011 type Gronk numbers, but I think you can still get some solid production out of it.
Does this hurt everybody? I mean, minus Brady, obviously, it probably helps him having more weapons, but having to do less is more when you have that many weapons on your team. But is this going to take from Mike Evans now that he doesn't have a Jameis Winston having to throw 50 times a game? And then same thing with Godwin. Are we expecting a regression from the entire team just because there's going to be more people, more targets to throw around to, less balls for these guys to catch?
I think it impacts Evans more than it does Godwin. I think Godwin sort of is, in a lot of ways, maybe the new Julian Edelman, in the sense that he's that guy that, he'll do a lot of his work out of the slot potentially, and we know Brady will like to look there. Plus, Godwin's still so good after the catch that I think it doesn't hurt him quite as much. I do think Evans loses out by not having a quarterback who's going to throw those YOLO balls, just toss it up and let him go get it. That was part of what made the Jameis Mike Evans connection so special, is that when everything broke down, Jameis was just going to go DGAF and just throw it up and hope that Mike Evans came down with it. That's not going to happen, and I think having Gronk there hurts Evans even more, because Gronk he's going to gobble up a few of those end zone targets that Evans would have gotten otherwise. I don't think he falls apart. I still think Mike Evans is, maybe a top 10, certainly top 15 fantasy wide receiver. But I do think that you're going to see his numbers come down a little bit, just because the offense is going to be different, and there are, as you mentioned, more mouths to feed now for that Tampa Bay passing game.
So if we have a magic 8-ball and we're shaking it and we're looking out into the future, which of the 4 quarterbacks here that have been discussed in the first round are you going to be the best fantasy quarterback 3 years from now? You got Tua, you got Burrow, you got Jordan Love, and then you got Justin Herbert.
You know what? I'm still going to lean with Tua. I think when he's healthy, I think when everything's right, I think that mobility is going to be there for him. The thing that sort of worries me about Joe Burrow, obviously last year was amazing at LSU, and there's no disputing that. I do still have questions that it was 1 year of production. The fact that you look at last year versus the year before, and it is so starkly different. It just does make me wonder a little bit. It makes me a little bit nervous about that. I still think it makes sense for the Bengals to take him at number 1. But I do think Tua has maybe the greater upside when he's healthy and has everything around him. Plus, we have seen the Bengals for years, and they have just been kind of stuck in neutral when it comes to like building this roster and building this franchise. The Dolphins seem to have some momentum. So right now I will give them more the benefit of the doubt that they'll be able to put something around Tua than I would do that the Bengals will figure out how to build something around Joe Burrow.
What is your thoughts on Jordan Love then? Because we heard your talk about Tua a lot here. We heard you talk about Joe Burrow. I think Jordan Love has the highest upside out of any of these 4 quarterbacks in the first round discussion. And I'd be tempted to take him before Herbert or Tua, both.
See, to me, like Jordan Love he's Schrodinger's QB prospect, right? Either he's great or he's not great, and we're not really sure which one it is. And I think if you love his upside and you love his potential, I think then you take him and you hope that he kind of starts to hit those marks a little bit. I think if you are looking for somebody that can be, I think if you're willing to wait a year or two, right? If you're willing to see if he can develop a little bit into something, then I think you'd make that pick, right? A good friend of mine who is a Raiders fan he wants the Raiders to take Jordan Love, and he's willing to have Derek Carr sort of be the quarterback, the stopgap for the time being, and eventually transition things over to Love. But I think if you are the Dolphins necessarily, if you are the Chargers, I think it's a little bit more of a gamble right now because you want somebody that can come in and play relatively soon. And so I like his athletic ability. I like, when he is on, he's amazing to watch. But, that interception number concerns me because now he's going to be dealing with defenses that are going to be more confusing and secondaries that are even more athletic than, what he saw at Utah State. So I think the learning curve is going to be a little bit longer for Jordan Love. So while the ceiling might be higher, you may just have to exhibit a little bit more patience than you would with the other three quarterbacks.
I can get on board with that, but I'm right there with Roy. I think he's got the most upside, and especially if you're in a division with Patrick Mahomes, you need to be able to put up the same amount of points and numbers that Patrick Mahomes is, unless you have an elite defense, and even the best defense in the league weren't able to stop Patrick Mahomes, a la the Niners in the Super Bowl last year when it really came down to it. Seems like as soon as he gets punched in the mouth, there's nobody. Shut up, Ashton. I'm not done talking. As soon as he gets punched in the mouth, he's just going to take the game over and win, as our resident KC fan over here knows all about. So I do think that there is a potential. I think I mocked him all the way back to like the Green Bay Packers in terms of, they're definitely one of those teams that has no problem grooming a quarterback, but I don't think he lasts into that round just because of the potential and the upside. I would not be surprised if he goes mid-teens. I'm right there with Roy. I would definitely take him over Herbert, and I think his potential to get to be a boom prospect is as high as Tua's re-injury percentage or a ratio. So I would be very, very nervous to draft Tua because of the injuries. But if he does go to a place like the Chargers and he does have to get forced into it, he's in the best situation out of any of these guys.
Yeah, I'll say amen to the whole Chiefs praise real quick. So I appreciate the shout out. But real quick, Marcus, I just want to get your thoughts on what I think is the most fascinating aspect of this entire draft. And it's the fact of the whole virtual environment that we're dealing with here. And I can't stop thinking about how Jerry Jones is going to approach this draft, because apparently he's all alone, right? Like he's kind of secluding himself and he's going to be the one making the call. Whereas in the past few years, it seems that there's a little bit more influence. If you were to guess right now, do they stay at 15 and what position do they go necessarily?
I think they stay at 15. I keep hearing that they are not going to make a deal for Jamal Adams. I've read that in multiple places. I do still think they try to take a defensive back. We'll see who's there. Maybe if it's C.J. Henderson, I don't know if he'll still be there, but I think they try to do something to kind of to shore up the secondary a little bit. I'm kind of curious. It's funny. Since I've been working at the NFL, I don't know that there was a more let's say exciting, anxious 10 minutes than a few years ago when the Cowboys were on the clock and Johnny Manziel was still on the board.
Zach Martin.
I mean, like I was in the newsroom and I mean, you could such
feel
a buzz. There was such an electricity in the newsroom, right? We were just waiting. And look, I mean, obviously Martin was the smart pick.
Right.
Obviously that's obviously worked out very well. But like, I'm sort of sad that there's nothing like that, right? Like there's nothing like that for Jerry to just be there in the room by himself. Like Steven's not around to snatch the mouse away from him or unplug the computer at the last minute. Like we won't have that this year. So that sort of bums me out a little bit. I think that would have been fun.
I actually think we're going to see him turn in the card from that year, and we're going to get Johnny Manziel drafted again. He's still going to pull that one out of the annals of history here.
That's good. But real quick, humor me on this. I know you're a big Tua fan, but let's say he falls past the Dolphins. Let's say he falls past the Chargers. Let's say that they don't feel good about the fact that they didn't get their own doctor to put their hands on him and kind of assess where he is right now and if it's a safe investment that high. If he drops a little bit, I don't know what the next pocket is for that quarterback range, but does it start to churn up a little bit on the Cowboys end? Because, that's starting to pop up. I'm seeing Jerry Jones is trending right now, and that's kind of like a developing thing. Maybe.
I just – look, I say this as somebody who is a fan of Dak. Like, they seem to have a good thing with Dak right now. And I know maybe they're worried about having to pay him, but man, do you want to start over, right? Do you want to have to start over at the quarterback position when you've already paid Zeke, you're paying Amari Cooper, you've got some good young talent there. Do you want to close that window and restart and not have and maybe have to rebuild that offense again? So I think it's fun to mock, and we always want Jerry Jones to do the most big and outrageous thing, but I just don't know that happens.
Hey, if he's gonna do it any year, it's gonna be this one.
I'm just wondering if he understands how to work Zoom. He's getting pretty up there in age. Does he know how to work the computer still?
Yeah, he's Jerry Jones. He's got it.
They got him these really fancy Dixie cups, and they're letting somebody else click the mouse.
There it is.
So, Marcus, you're welcome to take off, boss. I know you have plenty of other places to be today.
I gotta bounce. I'm gonna grab some dinner and then get ready to lock in for this real thing here in a little bit.
Let's get it.
Hey, you're the man.
Thanks for coming on, Marcus.
All right, have fun tonight.
Thank you.
Later.
Marcus Grant from Fantasy Live on NFL Network,
awesome.
Gentlemen. Thank you again. Marcus is one of our favorites. Always a pleasure to talk to him and get a little fantasy. We'll get that in there while we can. Pretty excited, gentlemen. It's getting close. I'm getting antsy. The Bucks pick is it's only going to be about what? A couple hours away.
Yeah, I'm getting the tingles, and I got about like 5.5 hours left.
Got the hand sweat.
I don't got a pick tonight, so I'm just relaxing.
Oh yeah,
you and me both, Cody. You and me both. We can just sit back.
We might come back in though if a certain person falls. So
I'm sure we'll be selling. So come on through.
We can be here to soak up all the tears of Jack getting Austin Jackson.
Yes, that's the content I showed up for.
You can leave. You can leave that. So then how about we do that? We'll talk about some of our favorite prospects, some of our least favorite prospects. If you guys want to start it off, then I do not think Austin Jackson is a first round pick.
Josh Jackson?
Josh Jones, Josh Jackson, Austin Jackson, Jonah Jackson, Jonah Johnson. There's so many. Sorry. I'm not a fan. I'm just going to say that right now. For those of you guys that haven't heard any of our top 5 prospects or weren't on any of the last pods or heard us, I am not a fan of Austin Jackson. I do not think he goes anywhere inside the first round. I think that is all, again, been hoopla. I do see probably Josh Jones. Do you guys think that we're going to get 5, 6, maybe even 7 offensive tackles going in the first round? There's names like Ezra Cleveland. There's names like Austin Jackson. You got Josh Jones. I mean, you got quite a bit of people that could be going in the first round, and tackle is a position of need on a lot of teams this year.
Yeah, I think we might see 6, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see 7, especially late in that round. I know Tennessee was talking about Isaiah Wilson, but there's also talk about Tennessee dropping out of the first round altogether. So just a couple people. Josh Jones, I'm not a fan. Isaiah Wilson, unless you want a road grader at right tackle, he's going to need some time adjusting. If you want a day one starter for your right tackle,
we're losing you a little bit there, Roy. I will jump in, and I think he's going to be talking about one of our favorite prospects, Ben Barch. We lost you there for a minute, Roy. Were you talking about Barch?
Yeah.
Okay, I was going to take over, but you're back now. Go for it.
All right. Yep, I was setting you up. I'm setting you up. You can take it away, Jack. Mr. Ben Barch.
All right, Mr. Ben Barch from St. John's of all places. A lot of people had no idea who this guy was up until the Senior Bowl. And he handled the jump in level of competition extremely well. I was very impressed from his contact balance, his mirror ability. If you watch some of those offensive line D-line drills from the Senior Bowl, he handles each and every one of those guys, from Bradley Anai, Uche, a lot of those guys extremely, extremely well. He handled himself well in the game. I rewatched the film actually just last night as I was watching Matt Pert. And again, Ben Barch stands out every time you watch the film. He is a stud. And coming from a D2 school, he is a lot more polished than you'd think he is.
Yeah, he's somebody that's going to come in and contribute, I believe.
Yeah, it's going to be
at a
near
higher
day
level
one.
than Isaiah Wilson.
I know you guys love him, but I just don't see him going in the first.
I don't either. I think he's definitely going to be. It's going to be a mid day 2 pick
and play early.
Sorry, Roy, I'm not talking over. You've been bouncing in and out, so I'm just trying to keep up with you. But yeah, like Cody hit the nail on the head. Just because he came from St. John's, it does not. I mean, it's gonna knock him a little bit. The level of competition, just because he had a good week at the Senior Bowl, does not necessarily mean that he is going to go day one. Josh Jones has been somebody they've been talking about for quite some time, pretty much all year. Height, strength, speed, weight, mauler in the run game. Just needs to work on the pass protection quite a bit. And I think it's kind of the opposite for Barch. Barch has put on a ton of weight, started off as a tight end initially. But we should probably stick to day one, round one prospects. But he's somebody that I love, that a lot of our scouts are extremely high on. And I can't wait to see. I would say, at most you're going to get, I would say 6. I think Ezra Cleveland could sneak into the top of or the end of the first, and then I would likely say, just because of the upside, Jones could possibly do the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can set the over or under at 6.5. We already obviously know about the top 4, and I know you hate him, but I think Austin Jackson, based on what I've heard, is a lock to go in the first round at some point. Josh Jones, that's a wild card. I think he's my OT5 on my big board. So I definitely think he could go in the first round. And I like Isaiah Wilson and what he could offer as a right tackle. I don't necessarily agree with the round 1 buzz, but if anybody had a chance to see my mock draft, if a team like the Dolphins, for example, is going to draft Tua, and you have arguably the worst pair of bookend tackles in the NFL, you need to draft tackles. And it would almost make sense if they do draft one of these left tackles with one of their first 2 picks, and then they go get an Isaiah Wilson at number 26. So that's how I see him sliding into the first.
I think the interesting thing here for the draft is we're going to have a big run on tackles, but we might not see an interior offensive lineman go off the board in the first round. Really, there's really only Cesar Ruiz from Michigan that's getting some buzz. Outside of that, unless you're me and you're considering Wirf's a guard, you might not see an interior offensive lineman go off, in round 1 here today. So that's an interesting one. You might not see a position like tight end either go off the board, because we're talking about players we love and hate. I cannot stand Cole Kmet in the first round. If you're drafting on projection only, I loved what Ashton said the other day when we were on the podcast, that he is basically Anthony Fasano. He's a bumbling athlete in the open field, and I just, outside of size, I don't see the upside with him. Give me Chase Claypool over him and to put him at tight end rather than Cole Kmet.
Troutman, Albert O. I mean, they all have a higher ceiling, in my opinion. I mean, you kind of know what you get with Kmet, and I guess there's value in that into things. But yeah, I don't see why he ever gained any first round buzz. I guess, people run out of other things to talk about, so you got to bring some sort of mix into it. But as far as the tackles go, I just don't see it being that many, because at the end of the day, I just don't know if they're that quality of players. I mean, like Austin Jackson is getting a lot of buzz lately, yes, but I just don't see him being a surefire first round pick when you're talking about all the other surefire first round talents there is in this draft. I mean, there's just so many clumps of position groups, it seems, that tackle, at wide receiver, at running back. I mean, it's going to be really, really interesting. And when we're talking in just a true numbers game, I just don't see 7 tackles being the 32 best picks, essentially. So, yeah, we'll see. It's going to be fun. What time is it?
It is 7:58.
Gentlemen, you want to take a quick commercial break real quick for everybody to get tied up, grab one last drink, water break, anything like that?
Sounds good.
All right, we will be right back after a quick commercial break, and we will be back with the draft coverage live. Oh. Sorry, guys. One sec. And we are officially back now. I apologize, everybody. As we were saying, as our mics got cut, if we had our amazing Rob here, we'd be doing a little bit better. So I hope we can make this man proud. Okay, so our mics are back, as you can hear. Thanks. We're trying to maintain professionalism here. Again, we are down the most talented man in our company, and so shout outs and prayers to Mr. Rob wherever you are. Hope you're feeling all right, bud. But what we were saying is, if you do check out NFL.com, ESPN.com, they're doing a ton of money to help support and raise money for the COVID victims, which is the reason why we're in our office and our living room and our kitchens right now doing this. It's because basically we've all been here. We all know exactly what's going on, so there's no need to explain it to you guys that are watching via YouTube and whatever stream you're on. I just want to say thank you to all the first responders, everybody on the front lines, the nurses, even the restaurant workers who are having to put themselves out there. Anybody who's deemed an essential worker and is having to take risks. I just want to thank everybody. And if you do not mind, if you can, help raise a little bit of money for these victims and the people who are hurting the most. I know everybody's kind of hurting financially from this, but feel free to check them out. We'll make sure that we get them we'll get links posted into the description as well, or in the comment section. So anybody that's listening, if you guys don't mind throwing those in the comments, but we will try to do the same as well as on Twitter. But gentlemen, we are getting down to the wire. First pick is coming. Yes, we are definitely booing. Oh, it's too good. Yes, you gotta boo. Boo for the sake of helping the planet. Boo for the kids. Boo for the kids. Gotta do it for the kids. Alright. What's this Burrow pick gonna do for the Cincinnati Bengals? How many wins? I apologize, guys. I don't know what's going on with our systems. I think you guys are all back on. One thing got muted on our commercial, and it did it to the entire screen. We should be all back.
I don't know how to tell.
I'm seeing it. We're all back.
Okay.
Telling you guys it's good.
All right.
Go ahead, Cody. Talk about your Kyler Murray take.
All right. So for those, I guess they heard Jack's question, I would assume, right? About if he's going to translate.
Yes. How many ways does Burrow translate?
My take is like you can make the correct decision and it doesn't really translate to wins. Kyler Murray was obviously, I would even though you guys know I'm a Rosen guy, like it was the right decision to do. They got the better quarterback. He looked the part last year, but the Cardinals only won 5 games last year. Go back to my Colts. They drafted Peyton Manning. The Colts win 3-13. So I don't know if you could translate wins, but when you look at Burrow, when you do the history, when you dive into the type of character he is, I think he's a guy that can change the Bengals culture. Where we're talking about in 3 years, we're like, yeah, that's a good team because of his attitude.
I'd also have to argue a little bit that since have a little more talent on their roster than what Arizona did last year, so it might be a quicker turnaround. That they have like an AJ Green already in house. They have a better defense right now than Arizona had maybe last year. But I can see what you're saying. It's not just the quarterback that's going to completely, flip the, the wins and loss records.
Yeah, I think
I
Burrow is going to be somebody. He probably, I think he might have negotiated this. Honestly, I mean, there was talks about him pulling the Eli, and we weren't sure if he was going to or not. We do know, for those that you guys don't know, Marvin Lewis's coaching staff was literally having to scout during the offseason. This is a place they're the last franchise to not have an indoor practice facility. I mean, they're the only franchise that still relies on the NFL to do their marketing. They don't even have their own marketing team. It's the weakest franchise from a business standpoint, period, bar none. I think Burrow's telling them that he wants to go there. I think Zach Taylor, wanting to go there or, trying to change the culture, they had to have said something to the ownership and the general management about, you can't build a winning culture without having, some of these features. And I think an indoor facility, especially in Ohio, for Christ's sakes, like, you got to be able to do that. I mean, if there's an indoor facility at the Senior Bowl in Mobile, then there can be an indoor facility for an NFL team. I think Burrow is going to be that person that brings not only, the winning culture and that attitude, that Baker Mayfield attitude that we talk about where he's almost overhyped in terms of attitude and confidence, but Burrow brings that swag, and he's going to demand, perfection. He's going to demand that not only himself, his teammates are playing up to par, but that ownership is going to be delivering. I almost guarantee that with all these talks, there was probably, hey, if you come, we'll build a facility. If you come, we're going to do this. If you come, this is going to happen. This is going to change. Because if I was Burrow and I wasn't getting any of those answers, I would have pulled to Eli. As snobby and as much as I hated Eli for doing that, this really is the worst franchise. Regardless if they're not the worst, in terms of wins, this is the worst franchise in the NFL.
I mean, you got to look at it from an Ohio, like a Bengals fan standpoint, which they're likely going to be from Ohio. Like, the aspect of having a hometown boy coming home and doing it is very similar to how, like, Cleveland felt the significance of LeBron coming to Cleveland. Like, it was one of their own that raised them from the trenches and the shadows. Like, there's a lot of sentimental value with Bengals fans and Burrow. But I do appreciate your little segment of just shitting on the Bengal fun facts. Those are great. And I think when you're looking and from an aspect of is like what impact does Burrow really have coming with the first overall pick? I don't think, like you said, I don't think it can be measured in wins of this upcoming year. It's going to be more so what is the perspective of the Bengals in your mind? Like, how many more years until you think they're a playoff team? Like, does this open their window like 2 years down the road? Like, how much are you going to have to put around Burrow from a support standpoint until he's considered a consistent playoff quarterback, or the Bengals are considered consistent playoff contenders? I'm thinking, I mean, they're still 2-3 years away. I mean, I just think there's a lot more to do in the aspect of building around the rest of the roster, to where I was kind of surprised that it was so open shut in the sense of, like, we don't care what Miami's going to offer, we're still going Burrow. I think there's a definite price for Burrow, and they're getting pretty close if they can get this third pick. Like, if you can get the third, you can get the fifth and next year's first and something else. Like, why wouldn't you at least entertain that? Like, this, I mean, we're getting down to the nitty gritty now, and they're going to go with Burrow, but just from a value standpoint, I still think you're years away, even if you have Burrow. So why not just continue to build up on assets? And if you really need to, use those assets next year to go the home run after you have continued to build your team. That's just where I'm at with the Bengals.
I would argue that case, though. I think offensively, they're not that far off from being a damn good offense, especially if you could have somebody like a John Ross stay healthy for an entire year. That could change everything.
Yeah, you got AJ Green, Tyler Boyd, John Ross, even Alden Tate played well. They got Jonah Williams to be their blindside protector. They got some pieces there. It's just
all of those people have injury concerns. You just said, yes, if all of them play 16 games, for sure. But the projected
boo.
Dude,
that was on TV. Boo.
So you're booing me. I was like, oh, it deserves a boo. But yes, he deserves a boo. Give it to him.
No, I get your concern, Ash. I mean, but I'm also there too with Roy. Like, if they hit, they have a chance to be a good team, but we'll see. I think in 2 years, let's see where they're at.
It is official, though. The draft is now open.
Woohoo! They're on the clock. The Cincinnati
made it.
Bengals.
I wonder
made
how
it.
I wonder how long this pick's gonna take to get in. I wonder if it's actually gonna be quicker now.
Under what are we going? Under 5 minutes?
Under.
What?
Under? I would say under as well.
Well, under in the way of going to be from 5:01 to 10 or 4:59 to 0.
I'm saying with 1:39 left on the clock is when the pick is going to be submitted.
Oh, that's selfish.
They're listening one last time to Miami's pitch.
Oh wow, they have cartoon player or fans.
Yeah,
They're putting
it's
bags
like
on
the
their head.
EA Sports, the thing they put together.
Oh my gosh.
It's in the game.
Yeah, they need to generate fan interest, and how you do that is with that guy that's on the screen right now, who's a local kid,
That's so weird.
has extreme talent, all-star he was Mr. Ohio, if I remember right, in basketball.
Oh,
Um,
I like this though.
Yeah, you just go get the kid, and just going really quick, just kind of feed into it, because we all know Burrow's the pick. We've known it for months. As much as people want to play around like Miami could trade up with them, come on, be real. But going to our YouTube questions, Mr. Rob asked, with Burrow coming off the board, what do you think? Let's just say hypothetically, again, I'm also on the board that we've known the Redskins were going to draft Chase Young for the past 3 months. But what do you think would be the cost to move up to number 2? Like, throw teams out there, picks. If somebody wanted to come up to 2 to get maybe Young, like the Falcons were reportedly over this past couple days. Anybody got trade scenarios?
It would take a lot. It would. That's what it would. It would take a lot.
I actually like.
Is there a real team though that you would see coming up to a number 2 that needs a type of player like that right now?
I think if you can make a case for Jacksonville, to where they trade their I'm going to speak into life what Pat Pryor did in our mock, where they traded their pick here at number 9 and included Yannick Ngakoue to Washington. That way they already get an established pass rusher and the first round pick. I could see that happening. If Atlanta would do it, I think it would take a massive haul. I mean, it's going to take a trade in the likes like Julio Jones. Whenever they moved up, they gave up, I believe it was 2 firsts, a second. I mean, it would take a lot to move up from where they're at. Maybe even 3 first rounders just to go up and get Chase Young. And he's a dynamic presence. I could make a case for having 2 first rounders going for him. Not 3 though.
Well, you'd have to imagine that. I mean, what was it that they gave that this exact same franchise, is still kicking themselves in the ass for when they gave up all of those picks in that King's ransom for RG3? And why would they not entertain the idea of doing that? The whole difference is, they seen what happens when you collect all those picks, how fast you can turn your franchise around. Just Chase Young turned the Redskins around. I don't know about that, but he definitely adds another dimension to an already stout defensive line. They've already thrown a ton of picks at it. Might as well go with that exact same formula and blueprint that the 49ers have and add an elite edge rusher, arguably the greatest prospect, surefire prospect we've seen come out of the draft in a near decade. I mean, you're talking about Jonathan Allen, Daron Payne, Montez Sweat. You've got guys on that front 4 alone that could win you ball games, but I would still be thinking about a quarterback because I'm just not sold on Dwayne Haskins. I know that's not going to happen, but my God, I would at least be entertaining the idea of a quarterback. I think if they knew Tua was healthy, then they would really be considering elsewise. But then coming out and stating that that Kyle Allen is the guy. If they don't get a real offseason, shows that they're not in the market for a quarterback, especially after going and getting Kyle Allen.
Yeah, I think you would have seen a better chance of the Tua happening if it would have still been Bruce Allen. With their affinity for Alabama players, that would have definitely been, I think, another talking point. But with Ron Rivera, I think he has a lot more decision-making power than any of the coaches like Jay Gruden had before. Ron Rivera rebuilt that program down in Carolina, and why not go out and get your Julius Peppers for Washington and maybe try to flip the script like San Francisco did, where they had I believe it'll be the same amount of first-round picks on a defensive line now if they add Chase Young to that equation. So if it's usually you go with the going trend, and San Francisco went from 4-12 to 12-4 and into the Super Bowl mostly because of that defensive line.
Yeah. Guys, tell me it's not weird to just see people in empty houses.
I know.
It's just weird. I mean, I know we're
It's
sitting here
eerie.
doing the exact same thing, but I mean, usually I'm watching the draft with maybe myself or two other people. But to see Burrow and just his mom and dad, like, it's really weird.
Bro,
Yeah.
did you see the Tua feed? That stuff was like eerie. Like it's just them three on the couch and their three children right behind them. Like it's just very structured. And it's like this isn't a draft. Like there needs to be emotion. There needs to be like,
I'm just, I might be hating on Cincinnati now just because they're milking the damn clock. Like, come on, we've all.
yeah.
I told
We've
you,
already
minute
known
39.
about this.
This is why
I
people
mean,
hate the Bengals.
What happens if at the 9-minute mark somebody offers you there's always a price. How good is Burrow? Is he worth how many number one picks does the Dolphins have in the next 2 years?
3. 5.
If somebody offers you 5 first-round picks for Joe Burrow, do you not pull the trigger?
Joe Burrow's yours, and I'm taking Jordan Love at 5.
Yeah. Like, that's why. Why would you not take the extra 10 minutes? I get it. Me too. They should have pulled the trigger already. Because Miami's not going to do it. But just for the what if, you take the full time limit, right? You have to. I think this is going to be the long draft, boys. I hope you're ready. I don't know what you guys are sipping on, but I hope you're ready.
Hey, I could go all night. I don't know about the quality analysis by Colts trading in the back for Love.
Get out of here, Ashton.
I mean, this is good.
Be a professional.
Yeah.
Where's your Blitz gear?
I'm going to have to get. I mean, it's draft day.
It's draft day.
I'll get it.
Hey, you gotta throw the polo in. That's right, Cody. The polo.
I'll actually go grab that.
The pick is officially in.
I got the Bucks gear on. I got the lucky socks.
The pick is in. The pick is in. It has not been
on his
adjusted
couch
yet,
alone.
though. Has not been announced yet, but the pick is in. I did not see the time left. I think it was 3-something. So
he did have a hell of a Heisman speech, man. I don't understand how anybody could knock Burrow. I say we definitely undergraded him at only putting him at an 8 in terms of Blitzalytics scouting report and our weighted scouting metric. But this dude is a baller, and I think he is going to live up. There's no way he lives up to 60 touchdowns. But no. I think even if he gets to halfway mark in his, rookie career, and he's putting up 24, 25, and makes up to that 30 by that 5th year mark, this is going to be somebody that we're going to see for a long, long time in the NFL.
The thing I love about him is his swagger. Like, him sitting on the bench with the cigar in his mouth, coming out on senior day with Burrow, EAUX on the back, just because, it's Louisiana. That to me says a lot. It's going to make him a fan favorite immediately, even more than just being the first round pick. He gets it. He gets what it means to be a professional, to be in the platform he is, and just I want to see his career arc, because if everything can hit, he doesn't have the biggest arm, but his accuracy is some of the best I've seen from the college level in that one season. He improved since 2018, but it's going to be fun. Definitely going to be fun.
One of the first things when I got here out to Mississippi, moving from the West Coast, I met a former director from LSU, and he told a story that I think he passed the story on.
It's official.
We have our first pick. It is Joe Burrow, quarterback, LSU.
Shocking, absolutely shocking.
Joe Burrow, I mean, how can you go wrong with him? And what I was getting ready to say is that Joe Burrow interviewed LSU. LSU didn't interview Joe Burrow. LSU wanted to take him out and wine him and dine him and give him a nice steak dinner, seafood dinner, whatever you want to call it. And he said, no, I want to study your playbook. He was in there in LSU's locker room for 2 straight days learning the playbook, and they said by the end of the weekend, he had mastered it. He has Peyton Manning-like IQ, and that's one thing that you cannot get from a quarterback is the ability to read a defense. That's one thing that maybe, people are kind of concerned about now with Tua and why he might slide, not only the injury concerns, but the fact that he might have gone through his progressions, but was he really truly reading a defense? And can he do that at the next level after having only, a 13 score on the Wonderlic? I don't know what Burrow's score was, but I can only imagine it was quite higher than that.
You can see his football IQ is off the charts, though. Like his ability to manipulate, and don't undersell his athleticism either. This kid can tuck it and run. He can be a weapon in the RPO. He might not be Lamar Jackson, but it's enough to keep, defense is honest. And with that accuracy, it's just going to make him even more of a weapon. He's going to raise the accountability of those around him. He expects greatness. He expects people to prepare. And as you were saying with the franchise, I think that's something they need an injection of.
And everyone is talking about all of the touchdowns, how he had 60 touchdowns. He only had 6 interceptions the entire season. That's a 10-1 TD to inter ratio. That's pretty high. That is pretty high.
Yeah, it'd be one thing if he was just chucking the ball up and had those turnovers to go along with it. He has precision accuracy, and the best thing that I've seen from him was not only the athleticism, but if you really watch that first half against Alabama, they were torching that offensive line. He was running for his life the entire time, but he does it and still keeps his eyes downfield. Being able to have that vision to continuously look downfield and make plays, whether that's in the red zone or that's throwing those 60-yard dimes while he's running out of the pocket. I mean, he can read. He goes through progression 1, 2, and 3 while having somebody like an LSU or not an LSU, an Alabama defender on his ass, and that's the most impressive thing, and that's what you see countless times throughout this highlight reel is him being able to turn chicken shit into chicken soup and making it look like F2 Fay. I mean, it's just what he does.
Yeah,
and you guys are talking big high praise about his on-field performance, but you just talk about just in the locker room. I highly recommend, especially Bengals fans, go listen to the Move the Sticks 360 podcast, and they interview past players that played with him. And you should hear when they talk about the mat drill and what happened in that at Ohio State with Chase Young, and I forget the other Ohio State player that is a pretty recognizable name. But Joe Burrow puts on a performance in it, and usually quarterbacks don't get in this mat drill. And it's just and when he transferred to LSU, they talked about how he stood up in front of the team. He wanted to compete for the job. He didn't want to get handed the job. And everybody from LSU says he's that dude. And it's just the swag and the confidence that he carries can uplift other people's game in that locker room, which is huge, in my opinion.
So who do we have for a comp here, guys?
If we want to transition over to the comp, I believe we all comped him as Tony Romo. Athletic enough to be able to scramble, keeps eyes downfield, can make plays, has a good arm, but the accuracy, I think, is the most translatable stat and the most translatable trait in my eyes to Tony Romo. And I think he's a little bit more athletic than Tony Romo, but the deep ball accuracy and the extension of the plays is what brings us to comp him to that.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent comp. Like you said, he's not going to have the injury questions as a Romo, but when Romo was in his prime, he could cut apart a defense, and that's his accuracy was always amongst the best in the NFL. He had that functional athleticism where he could keep defenses honest, and he was a playmaker. He had playmakers around him, and he always put up quality numbers. So that's he's number 9. That's going to fit in real easily here.
By the way, the Washington Redskins do have their pick in.
Whew. They ain't wasting the time to get Chase Young off the board. They knew that wasn't coming.
Now watch we just get a massive curveball here, and they just take an offensive lineman. They trade Trent. No, they take an Andrew Thomas to then trade a Trent for a.
It actually has some warrant to it that they can get out and get a tackle like that to secure the left side of that offense. But Andrew Thomas or Chase Young, I think that's a moot point right now. I think we should know what's more valuable. Although it's an argument in front offices. Left tackle and pass rusher, always the second most important.
How many wins is Chase Young going to bring to the Redskins this year?
2.
What does this pick alone increase their draft, their overall projection?
I think for Chase Young himself, I think it allows the other pieces to fit in the right spots. You know, you have that bookend for the name's eluding me now. The Montez Sweat that they took last year, who's a physical freak himself. Now you're gonna have bookend pass rushers like that for a defense in the 4-3 like Rivera just loves to play with. And then you have a guy like Jonathan Allen and Daron Payne really pushing the pocket from inside. I think it'll easily make it at least 2 more wins. If as long as their offense can play up to par, if Alex Smith is healthy, if Kyle Allen, I'm not dependent on Dwayne Haskins, guys. I'm not a fan of him. They were able to keep Brandon Sheriff, but it's real interesting here. We might
And
be getting.
It does sound like Detroit is expected to hold on to number 3 and make their selection.
Wow.
Okay. We might have some breaking news there from Cody Manning. It looks like Mr. Number 1 edge rusher is on the phone right now, but we'll wait until the official announcement of the pick.
I love the pick. I mean, you can't go wrong there. I mean, you really can't. Like,
and one thing it's not talked about much is it shows here on the broadcast on the television that his home is in Washington, D.C. So 2 for 2, maybe hometown boys going back to their roots and being faces of a franchise for the next decade.
Yeah,
Potentially.
It makes too much sense. I mean, why would they not want to play at home? Again, we know Burrow maybe not wanting to play for that franchise, but why would you not want to, stay at home, play for your hometown team, get to be around your family, maybe not have to spend all that rookie cash right off the bat? They will probably anyways, but.
Yep. With the second pick, the Washington Redskins select Chase Young, defensive end, Ohio State.
Who makes the playoffs first, the Redskins or Bengals?
Ooh, my. That's a rough question, Ash. And I'd say
I'm
Redskins.
here for him.
I would say Bengals. I would say the Bengals because of the AFC, but the NFC sucks. And
that division sucks.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The NFC East sucks. And you're talking about Chase Young, Daron Payne, who's that kid?
Sweat.
Allen in the middle, Montez Sweat on the other side. Like, that's just as comparable to the San Francisco front 4 that they just had this past year. And they got some. If Reuben Foster can get healthy, Landon Collins. I'm with you guys. I'm not the biggest believer in Dwayne Haskins, but let's just hypothetically say he does take that step and is that quarterback this year. They go get a receiver. They got a quality, stable running backs. I mean, if they can convince Trent Williams to come back, I mean, it's very plausible that they can have a good team. But I understand the argument for the Bengals.
Well, I think the day Riverboat Ron became the coach of the Redskins, he became the best coach in that division. So the coaching staff alone is going to be the biggest thing. And finally, the fact that Riverboat Ron has control, not Dan Snyder. Ron Rivera has control of that franchise, and that's going to be the biggest thing. But you're talking about a true game wrecker. This isn't, This is Nick Bosa with freak athleticism. This isn't a Jadeveon Clowney type that may or may not hit. Chase Young is going to hit, and he is going to become a dominant force, and he's only going to open up things for the other first-round picks that they have on that offensive line.
Yeah, he's nasty.
But yeah, I mean, his ability to bend the edge, the length in his arms, the strength that he possesses. I mean, he literally is a freak specimen. He is the Predator. It's a perfect nickname for him. Not only because he looks it, it's because he acts it. I mean, he knows how to get after the quarterback. He has the hand technique, but he still even has room to grow. I would say that Bosa's technique last year coming out in terms of hand fighting was a little bit crisper, a little bit cleaner, but he has nowhere near the same athleticism that Young does.
Now, we got about 3 minutes until the Lions pick, and like I said, it sounds like they're going to stay. Who's the pick, boys? I'm going ahead and saying Okudah.
I'm saying Derek Brown.
Yeah.
I'm going to say Jeffrey.
Me and Roy are.
Before we get into there, let's go through our player comp for Chase Young. So we have Julius Peppers. Length, strength, bendability. I mean, what can you not love? Julius Peppers is a future Hall of Famer. Do you guys see the exact same scenario for Chase Young?
Yeah, I think he's going to have that trajectory if he stays healthy to be a Julius Peppers, where it's a 10, 12-year career and you're averaging, double digits a season. That type of athleticism, his advanced pass rushing technique to this point, and his effort, which a lot of people don't always talk about. He could have shut it down a lot, late in the season, especially after the suspension, because they knew basically they were going to be in the championship games. But he always played all 4 quarters at a high level. Like, he never shut it down like a Jadeveon Clowney. We know Clowney kind of at times did shut it down. He didn't play at the highest, effort-wise. This guy's just simply a stud, and I cannot wait to see him. For Washington, I'm glad for them. They're getting back on track and letting that franchise get back to relevance.
And the pick is in for the Detroit Lions.
Oh, I got it right here, boys. So we want to go ahead and jump the gun.
Go ahead.
And right now, I'm 3 for 3 in my mock draft. Jeff Okudah comes off the board.
Damn it.
Jeff Okudah, I'm right there with you. 3 for 3, gentlemen. 3 for 3. Not Derek Brown. You don't take a D tackle at 3. Come on now.
Hey, I thought they would trade. I
thought they would trade too, but I get it. Matt Patricia is a Belichick disciple, and we've seen the effect Stephon Gilmore just had after Defensive Player of the Year, award there. It's when you got a guy like that, especially when you ship Darius Slay out of the building, that's an easy guy to replace him with. There's Okudah. He's one of the cleanest secondary, corner prospects I've seen since Darrelle Revis came out.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, he is a surefire. I think he is the best thing we've seen since probably Jalen Ramsey in terms of surefire, top 5, plug and play, put him out there and don't have to worry about, a number 1 wide receiver. He is a shutdown, lockdown corner, and I think it was just smoke that, some people had C.J. Henderson over him.
Yeah, I totally agree. I did our top 5 on him. Just to butt in really quick before I post this, since they're just right now announcing it. But yeah, I mean, like I talked about in the video, man, he doesn't have much flaws. He is what he is. He's coming in with a high floor. He still has a great ceiling. He can come in and immediately fill that role that Darius Slay is leaving in his absence to Philadelphia.
We will throw this out there, guys. If anybody in the comment section would like to throw out questions for us to answer, feel free. Join the party. We'd love to get some input, some thoughts on any of these picks. Do we think that Gettleman is going to trade down?
I think he might.
Hey.
Let's let our resident
What's up, guys? Just joined.
Alexander is in the party.
How's it going, guys?
How you doing, Alex?
Pretty good.
What are you thinking? What are you feeling? Where's your mind? Who do you want?
Here's a Giants fan.
Look, all right, I'll tell you what I want to do. I want Jedrick Wills. He's my number 1 tackle. Not Jedrick Wills. I'll take Andrew Thomas. I'll take Mekhi Becton. I don't really care. Give us a tackle. Ideally, though, we trade down for one. I don't really want one at 4.
Right.
The value's not there. There's been so much talk about the Giants trading down. I've been told the Giants are a pretty open book when it comes to this stuff. So I'm hoping it's true, and I'm hoping we actually do see a trade. But we'll find out in 7 minutes. I don't know. I'm skeptical, but I'm hoping.
All right, we are getting a little too far ahead of ourselves. Mr. Alexander Amir decided he was going to join us from his illustrious celebrity Zoom party that he was a part of. And we're going to go into our player comp for Jeffrey Okudah. Mr. Roy Kunchman, Scouting Encyclopedia, Director of Scouting. Take it away.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's been a stud through and through. I actually lost my list here, Jack, so if you can throw it out there.
We have as Stephon Gilmore.
Yeah, like I was talking here a little bit earlier, you're going to see this guy be able to shut down the number 1 option on defenses. His ability to just absolutely run stride for stride with players in their routes. He can stick to their hip. He attacks the ball at its apex. Very similar to a Gilmore. Gilmore also is one of the best open field tacklers in the NFL as a corner. And Okudah, too, is not afraid to get down and dirty in the run support game.
Yeah, I mean, man coverage can just manhandle people. This is the perfect system. This is the exact same. I mean, Matt Patricia's trying to go get his Stephon Gilmore. So I think it's a perfect player comp. It's a perfect fit. What more can you want from a prospect?
Yeah.
Yeah, and in my player comp from our video, was Jalen Ramsey, just because with him coming in with a high floor, he has that type of capability where he can make that immediate impact and change the defense. So with a team like the Lions that basically, if they don't win this year, that staff and that scouting staff, the whole regime's gone. So a guy like him can come in there and be an immediate contributor, which doesn't surprise me that's their pick tonight.
Yeah, because you hit the nail on the head, Cody. They have offensive firepower. They just couldn't stop anybody last year. I mean, if Matt Stafford's healthy, Kenny Galladay, Marvin Jones, you have a healthy Kerryon Johnson. There's just some nice pieces on offense. They just could not stop anybody in the passing game. They had Darius Slay and not much else. They got rid of Quandre Diggs, and they got rid of Snacks Harrison now. Don't be surprised if they come back in the second round and grab an interior defensive lineman here, since they passed up on Brown. But you can't fault them at all for taking Okudah.
All right, if there is going to be a trade right here, do we think it's going to be the Chargers moving up to secure their quarterback, or is it moving up 2 spots and jumping, or do we think that it's going to stay put? Do you think they're going to move up 1 spot to secure it? What do you guys think it's going to cost if either of these teams decide to do that? I mean, if they do, it's got to be for a quarterback, right?
Yeah. I think so. I mean, there were talks of Atlanta moving up, but I just can't imagine them moving up this far now that Okudah's off the board. So I feel like it would have to be the Chargers, but I mean, it doesn't even feel like there's much interest there. I feel like teams just aren't really interested in moving up this high for anyone. Like, I feel like we're going to see most of the trades happen around the 10 spot when the Browns want to move back, maybe the Jaguars want to move back, and for offensive tackles that are falling over there. But so it looks like it's probably going to be a pick right now for the Giants.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Roy.
For the Giants, I mean, you can't – they're in an enviable spot. They get to have the pick out of the 4 tackles if they want. The only thing I would really caution, if Derek Brown would be the pick, I'm going to see Alexander lose his mind on camera here.
That's why he came on here. Content deliver.
Yeah, I know. I'm doing it for you guys. Let's hope this doesn't have to happen.
For us. Not for Blitz, for us. Okay.
No, I think I'm with Alexander. Here's the thing. Like, I think the Chargers are totally content with Tua or Herbert. Like, I really do. I really don't think they care who falls. They don't want to trade up much capital. But if there was a team to trade up, there's been, there's a lot of rumors with the Jaguars. So that's like the one spot I think could happen is Pat did in our mock draft, came up with again ahead of those 2 teams, just like Tua. Definitely plausible, especially with the rumors that are going around right now.
I like that pick, but I think one thing I want to point out about that is as soon as you heard Leonard Fournette talking about maybe getting, I think it was Cam Newton, immediately he was basically on the trade block. So that's not enough evidence to say that the Jags won't go after a QB, but I do think their organization may be convinced that Minshew could be it.
I mean, how can you not after seeing what he did last year? I get the, maybe apprehension with his size and skill set, but,
he's
that's
not the guy, though. Like, you don't go to him like as your franchise. Like, I think he has a good future of being the Ryan Fitzpatrick of this next generation.
You just took, I just wanted to say that.
He's always going to have a roster spot, but like, you can't depend on him to take you to the playoffs or like really. I mean, he's fun, so the fans are going to come watch him, and the team likes him because they like playing with him. But they're still going to have to address the quarterback position at some point. I just don't know what they're thinking philosophy-wise. Like, they're doing a fire sale on all their talent, so are they they're punting? So, like, are they trying to save off on that franchise quarterback till next year and build first? Like, it's going to be very interesting in this next hour to see how they go about it. But,
and with that. And with that, the New York Giants, their pick is in.
Yes, they are.
Ooh,
here we go.
Wills.
Round time.
I think it's Wills or Wirfs. Wills or Wirfs would be my guess. I'm calling Wills too. That's been my guess for a few weeks.
We need a graphic of Derek Brown for Alexander.
Stop it. Stop. Don't say that.
That's no spoiler yet. There is no trade, but we have yet to get the announcement, Alexander.
Oh, man.
Yeah, my stream's way behind, so you guys gotta tell me.
I am desperate to find this on before the TV does. I am desperate to find this information. I am.
Oh, he's refreshing. That's awesome.
I'm stressing. I don't think it's going to be Derek Brown. I think Joe Judge has enough influence.
Justin Herbert.
Justin Herbert.
You guys saw Jimmy Johnson said the Giants should take Herbert and auction him off?
I hated that.
Yeah.
You don't auction off a player.
Like, I was not high on Daniel Jones, and I still struggle to see Daniel Jones having like an illustrious career, but he impressed me last year with
I got news. I got news. This is from our boy Pat Leonard. They're taking Andrew Thomas.
Interesting. I'm fine with that. I mean, he's not my favorite tackle, but I'm fine with that. He's pretty solid. He's good.
Yeah, he's got a high floor.
Attaboy, Gettleman.
He'll play right now.
Let's get Thomas at left tackle instead of Wirfs at guard.
Yeah.
Or is he this year's Clelin Ferrell, where he just has a high ceiling and he just fails to deliver as a top 4 pick?
Has anyone else?
I just wanted to get it. I like Thomas a lot. I love Alexander.
I'm not worried. I'm okay with that pick.
Andrew Thomas, he does have the highest floor, possibly the lowest ceiling, but he is the best day one plug and play left tackle, not right tackle, left tackle in the game. His pass set is the best. He's stout, he's sturdy, he's got good knee bend. He's not too stiff. He's big. He's not, he's no Mekhi Becton in terms of size. He's no Jedrick Wills in terms of power, but he's just the most well-rounded left tackle prospect in this year's draft class. And he's somebody that you can trust day one, game one, second week of September. He's going to be able to protect Daniel Jones. And I do think this was probably the smartest pick that they could have made. Again, Jedrick Wills might have been a little, you could have argued for either or, but especially with a possibility of a shortened offseason, I think this was a great pick. I expected this entire time for him to fall because typically guys go on upside and you never draft a offensive lineman for year one production, but this year's a little bit different.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that's, like you said, I think that's why I didn't expect Thomas to be there for the Giants for the Giants to draft Thomas at 4, and also why I thought he would fall and possibly be the 3rd or 4th tackle selected. But the shortened offseason, I think, is probably scaring a lot of teams, and the Giants definitely pulled the trigger on that because of that, I think.
Yeah, the biggest word when you watch any of his tape is he's sturdy. He has that much experience. He might not wow you in a lot of plays, but he's not going to get your quarterback murdered. So that's what you want in a first-round pick. He's going to be there for the next decade. He's probably the safest pick out of all these 4, and you can't fault Joe Judge, a no-nonsense type of guy coming from the Belichick tree. He's going to prepare well. He's going to get in that playbook. He's going to be that day one starter at left tackle. Now they can either move on or move their left tackle to the right, who struggled last year, Nate Solder, and maybe address 2 needs with this at one time. It's just – you can't fault Judge at all with this pick. And I don't know, Jack, if you want to throw up the player comp here. But
yeah, so I was able to do the report on him this year. I graded him very high, and I had him as DeBrickashaw Ferguson. Again, he's not going to be the best tackle in the game at any given time, but he's going to be a solid plug-and-play guy that you can rely on, depend on, and he plays with a mean streak. He plays with tenacity like DeBrickashaw did. I just think that he is going to be a 10 to 15-year starter for the Giants.
Yeah, if we look later in the tackle class, I think the Giants might go double dip at the position for future right tackle too, because we don't really have anyone on our roster. Nate Solder's a tackle right now. Mike Remmer. I think Mike Remmer's left in free agency. I don't even know who our starting right tackle would have been.
They went out and signed Cam Fleming, who was the swing tackle for the Cowboys.
So Cam Fleming right now is our right tackle. If I'm the Giants, I'm looking at if Isaiah Wilson falls later, he's a perfect right tackle to develop for a couple of years from now. I would love to, double dip at the position later.
Why is Gettleman wearing a mask in his own house?
I don't know. I was just talking about that with someone.
He's being extra careful.
It's his own house.
He's being extra careful.
I'm sorry. He's trying to be a good example.
He's a guy that has a big bottle of Jergens on his right corner of his desk. So.
Hey, no talking smack about Gettleman. This guy was the one that gave us towels at the Senior Bowl.
He's the one doing the smacking.
Whenever it was raining out and Jack and Jason's butt was getting cold, Gettleman was the one that came through with towels from the hotel.
That was Dorsey.
No, that was Gettleman. Oh, no, it was Dorsey.
Dorsey.
All right, never mind. Jeez.
That was
forget about it.
One that doesn't have a job right now.
Yeah, forget about it. Never mind.
You want my hot take? Is he thought he wasn't on camera, and he literally doesn't know how to work the computer. So he's got somebody standing outside the door. He's got to have to come in, and since he's at that high risk age, he has to put the
Hey,
mask on.
Brandon Bean said he's smarter than he lets on. He's a smart guy. He's fooling everyone.
Him and Jerry Jones are actually together. They're just sharing a computer because they're not sure how to work it.
Yeah.
All right, now that the Miami Dolphins are on the clock, this has been rumored. The tank for Tua has been quoted for how long? Well over a year now. Is Tua the pick
It's
here?
Herbert, dog. It's Herbert. I'm telling you.
I bet it's Herbert too over Tua. I bet it's Herbert too.
I'm going total anarchy. Jordan Love at 5.
Oh,
I would love to see it. I'm right there with you, Roy. I'm right there with you.
Let's speak it into existence.
We're gonna be
Jack.
sipping our tea in a few years, just like me and Cody will be after JT becomes the best running back in this draft class. But
really quick before this pick comes in, we got a question on YouTube really quick going back. Rob asked, do you think the selection of Chase Young forced the Giants' hand to make sure they get the top tackle on their board?
Ooh.
That's a great question.
That is. I like that question. I think he's probably onto something there in terms of, I mean, you have to counter the counter, and if that's what they wanted to do is go get somebody to go to get after these young quarterbacks in this division. I mean, with what, Dak Prescott's the oldest quarterback here, and minus Alex Smith, who probably, may or may not be starting. I think they said they're going to have an open competition in the Redskins. But, yeah, I mean, you have to get somebody to go after the quarterback, and then so the counter to that is to protect the quarterback.
And with that, the Dolphins pick is in.
For me, like I said before, it just sets all the other pieces in place. Now that they had to combat him somehow, Alexander said neither one of their bookends are, on par with league average. So you have Sweat and Young that can flip sides even. Yeah, good luck. Andrew Thomas is a good building block.
Yeah, the one thing for me is that Andrew Thomas is a better run defender than he's a pass defender, and he struggles a little bit against speed rushers. So if we are really paying attention, focusing on, defending against a fast pass rusher, Andrew Thomas might not be the perfect guy, but like we said, he's still a rock solid tackle. Will be there for 10, 15 years.
Oh man, I can't wait to see this Miami.
Here we go. I think I got it.
It's Herbert.
The tank did happen for their man.
Yeah, let's go 4 for 4, baby. Oh no, I'm not 4 for 4. 3 for 4.
I was hoping for Tua. For Herbert.
Tua is awesome. Steven Ross gets his man, who he's wanted since last freaking March. Go ahead, boys.
Where there's smoke, there's fire, gentlemen. I mean, you got to call it. They've been trying to. This has been the most worst kept secret forever. They had to throw smoke. They had to go interview Herbert just to make sure that nobody was going to jump him. They had to go look at other guys. They had to go talk about trading back. They had to go talk about trading up for Joe Burrow. This was pure smoke. This was a pure screen the entire time. And I think this is a great fit because Brian Flores has been in love with this dude the entire time. And if Joe Burrow can stay healthy, he is going to be a beast. If. Tua.
Joe Burrow's going to stay healthy.
Sorry.
Tua better hope that Chris Greer and them get some tackles for him outside of the first round here. Either that or go out and get Trent Williams. If they back us up with a tackle pick, he's going to need it because right now you have Julian Davenport and Jesse Davis as your bookends. Not very much there, but I do like the fit with the Chan Gailey offense. That spread system. Tua's going to be able to go down there and sling the ball around to Allen Hurns, Devontae Parker, Preston Williams when he gets back from his injury. They have some building blocks there, but they need to keep surrounding him. If this is the guy they want, he's not going to, raise the competition that much of the lackluster pieces around him.
Do you guys think that he sits for an entire year?
They
say he's healthy,
for his
but
own goodness.
Yeah, I don't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. You're good.
But he said literally in I want to say interview I heard about a month or two ago, he wants to go to a team that will allow him to sit and get healthy this year. So, and with the whole, surrounding with the pandemic, if there's going to be training camp and everything, I mean, who knows? We could see him by, week 8, but I don't think it's going to be a rush to put him on the field.
And I think Chris Greer and Brian Flores are really comfortable with Fitzpatrick. You seen it last year with, Josh Rosen being on the roster. And don't be surprised by tomorrow if Rosen's on another team, a la Patriots, or maybe somebody else take a chance, because I don't see you having him as your third quarterback on the depth chart when you take Tua. I just don't see that happening. I think they'll be happy with Ryan Fitzpatrick, and his accuracy is what makes him. I know we all know it. He doesn't have the strongest arm. He can make the throws. He has enough scrambling ability, but with the injury questions, I don't think we're going to see him scramble a lot at the next level.
He's going to have to behind that offensive line currently. So, I mean, I think I mocked Tua, and then I mocked Josh Jones going there with them. I doubt that Mekhi Becton slides that far, regardless of the failed drug test. But what you do see from him on film is precision accuracy. You see, athletic ability. You see, him be able to thread the needle. He's got a good arm. I wouldn't say it's an elite arm. I think it's a solid arm that can get the ball 30, 40, 50 yards downfield at any given time. It's nothing, like a Josh Love or a Jordan Love or a Josh Allen where he has a cannon for an arm. But his precision in terms of being able to drop it in the breadbasket, it's probably the best in this class in terms of the touch throws. He makes more touch throws. He makes throws on the run that I don't think really any other quarterback can. Obviously, Burrow can do a lot of that, but you see more arm strength than you've seen touch throws from Burrow. And that is why our player comp for him is none other than Teddy Bridgewater, who also has had what you would call, possible career-ending injury, and come back and be one of the most accurate quarterbacks in the league. I think that the upside is a little bit higher, but if you were to look for a safe comparison between, where would be the middle spot, I think it is definitely Teddy Bridgewater. And this is somebody who went undefeated last year for the Saints, so it's not like that is a knock by any means.
And if we're talking about upside and his ceiling, we alluded to this on the top 5 QB video that we did, but Drew Brees, I think we agree, is a ceiling for Tua, the way he's able to, be so accurate in the pocket, and he kind of looks like Brees standing in the pocket delivering. He's more mobile than Brees is, and he can make more throws on the run. But his accuracy and what he does with an offense is what it reminds me of what Brees is. So I think if we're talking absolute ceiling, that's where it would be, obviously barring injuries.
Yeah, his ability to shuffle through reads is very, similar to the way Brees can do it. I also throw out there Mark Brunell, who was a really good quarterback for a long time. So that would maybe be another comp that could go there, because Brunell was really slept on for a while, but Brees, I think, is really the upside because of that it factor he has, as we all know that it's been talked about in that coaching staff, the way he came on in the championship game to replace Hurts. No situation has been too big for him, and we've seen that with Drew Brees throughout his career.
Now, is this a good situation for Tua?
If there's just the offensive line in this draft, it is.
That's what I was about to go to. If you guys look at my mock draft earlier, I had him drafting Mekhi Becton and Isaiah Wilson. Now, if there was one flaw in that, is with Wilson, he needs some more refinement as a right tackle. If you're going to block somebody's blind side, I think he's perfect to be a blocking right tackle. So let's just say somebody like Wills or Tristan Wirfs start taking a tumble who have experience on the right side of the line. Do you trade up and go get those guys because it's Tua and you need to protect him?
Yeah,
I mean, at all costs. Now, if you're getting Tua, you're getting him with his injury.
And Rob asked that question too in our questions. I just pulled up our YouTube to check on our questions. He asked that. He goes, "Do the Dolphins package picks to move up for the other top 3 offensive linemen, even if it's Becton in my mock draft scenario?"
I think you might see them go up if Will stays on the board till Arizona's pick at 8. I think that's going to be the pick for them. I see them trading up. I had them in my mock going from 5 to 3 to take Wills, just because I thought they would go for the pick of the allotment of tackles. But that makes a lot of sense what you guys are saying. Having the blind side being the right tackle now, you get a guy like Wills that could step in day one and be a really dynamic presence there.
He did his whole career in college, right?
Exactly. He was right tackle only at Alabama. Why switch it up when he was so dominant there to begin with? that's an ideal fit for them right now. And I don't see, if you'd have to trade up from what is it, 18 to
10. Brown's been a trade back candidate.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
they're
that's
also somebody who could use another tackle too. So I mean, why would you give that up? Especially against somebody within not your division but within your conference.
Ezra Cleveland.
Oh, I got the pick, boys, and I get it. I am now 5 for 6 on the mock draft.
Justin Herbert.
Yes, that's where we're going.
There we go.
Oh, it's too easy. It's too easy. I'm right there with you, brother. I'm 5 for 6. 5 for 6. Looking good.
My mock is in shambles. I tried to predict all those Miami and Atlanta trades in the top 5 just for fun. Just for fun.
I'm with you, Alexander. I'm off the board. I hope Bills right now gets picked by the Dolphins.
I had my head spinning last night when I looked at your mock. I was like, am I crazy? Am I wrong? Am I missing somebody? Like, who am I missing? So I'm like, I'm doing my mock.
It was 2 a.m. and we had to have some fun.
I was going to say, that's what happens when you do your final mock at like 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Man. I literally did it. I don't think I went to bed till 4 o'clock yesterday, and that was simply because I was too excited for one, and then we had a storm from. Oh, it was a crazy storm. There was no going to sleep last night, so I mean I stayed up and just kept checking and trying to move pieces around in the mock draft, but this was a lock. And I do think in terms of year one weapons, I think Herbert definitely has the best opportunity. I mean, he's got Mike Williams. He's got, some pieces on that offensive line that Rivers never had. I mean, Trey Turner, like, that's a stud right there. I mean, if they can go grab him another piece of that offensive line, what are they missing on that team? They're really not missing a whole heck of a lot. They've got safeties. They've got at least one solid corner. They could maybe use another one. I mean, they've got pieces in the secondary. They could use maybe a linebacker, but I think it really comes down to interior D line, and I would say another piece on that offensive line. I think in this back end of the second round, we're definitely going to see guys go quick. But what are the reasons as we go to the highlight reel that they took a Justin Herbert, who a majority of us are kind of low on?
To me, I think. Go ahead. No, go ahead, Cody.
Yeah, if I could just jump in really quick. The reason why is just everything that the physical traits. He's got the size. He's 6'6". He's got the big arm. He can squeeze in the tight throws, wherever you want to do it. But, there are questions, right, with is he a leader? There's some decision-making that's very questionable. But at the end of the day, he's got the physical traits to succeed at the position. I'm with you guys. I don't know if he's going to get the job done, but, I don't know what it was, but how he conducted himself throughout the Senior Bowl week made me believe that I think he has what it takes to succeed, but there is such a low floor with him if he doesn't hit even part of his ceiling. You guys can take over.
For me, Herbert's a wild card. Like, I think he's the biggest bust factor out of these 4 quarterbacks, and that's even including Jordan Love and the supposed, interception struggles that he had. But Herbert, to me, he's a Josh Allen clone. He has that big arm. He'll throw it down the field, but I really question his ability to improve his accuracy and touch at this level. Like, he'd go through spurts where he'd be in rhythm. He could fit it in tight windows, but then other times he would be just simply throwing it as hard as possible rather than floating over, that zone coverage over the linebackers' heads and in front of the safety. And I don't know if he can do that at the next level, but you knew that Anthony Lynn really looked back on that situation in Buffalo after he left and seen how Josh Allen fit in. And he's been really talking behind the scenes about wanting to include the RPO game. And that's why they were so high on Tyrod Taylor. You see the athleticism and that profile on the downfield passing game. Herbert will be able to do that for you. He'll give you that downfield passing ability, even though his accuracy might not be the best. And he'll have that athleticism to equate into that RPO game with an Austin Eckler. And the big targets that he has outside, the huge catching radius, will be able to make up for maybe a little bit of the, inconsistencies in the accuracy.
The most worrisome thing for me about Herbert is under pressure, he's just not good. He gets way too skittish under pressure. His accuracy on the run is super inconsistent, and he has the legs to escape it, but just being able to throw under pressure or throw while the pocket's collapsing is not good. And that's going to be adjustment for, I guess, any college quarterback at the next level, but very much so for him. And so the Chargers are definitely, I think it's going to be a lock in the second round for them to go offensive line to just beef that up and protect him.
I struggle to find plays to find, pro level throws. In that Oregon offense, I seen wide open wide receiver after wide open wide receiver after wide receiver screen and bubble screen. And, it's the Pac-12 we're talking about too. It's not like he was doing this against, the SEC guys. It just, there was nothing that stood out to me that said ultra impressive outside of the cannon for an arm that he has. And that's why he alluded it to it before. Our player comp to him, which pains me, is Josh Allen. Simply because of the athleticism. I think he's a lot leaner than Josh Allen is.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I got the next pick already.
Let's get it.
If you're gonna keep throwing them to us, we're gonna be like 2 picks ahead of ESPN.
No, let's do it.
Come
Let's do it.
All right.
Come to our channel if you want the picks on time.
All right, Carolina Panthers select Derek Brown.
No way.
Yeah.
Big man off the board.
Makes sense. I mean, yeah.
I can't.
If only they had a
believe
really
Isaiah
good
Simmons
defensive
falling.
ends.
I guess I just want to be right in terms of my mock, but I did not see how they did not take.
I've heard,
to replace.
and from what I've listened to and read, like there was this connection that like it's like you would think Isaiah Simmons, like I've been preaching on, but yeah, apparently Rules loves guys like this, like Derek Brown. But you guys can take over.
Brown's definitely the safer pick.
He's
Simmons is.
He's a stud. He's an absolute stud.
His off the field presence in that locker room, if you're rebuilding it, what your vision wants to be, that's going to be in line with Roll's, toughness, building things from step one into his final vision. This guy's a stud. And outside, they have a building block and edge in Brian Burns last year. They have Kawan Short. Outside of that, you don't have much in the front seven. Gerald McCoy left. I mean, there isn't a lot of talent on that front seven right now outside of Brian Burns and Short, at least in the defensive line package. And now you lost Luke Kuechly. You're getting a very gregarious attitude, to add to that, maybe pick up the mantle a little bit in Luke Kuechly. This guy is a huge presence in any off the field activities. He's going to maybe be able to pick up that kind of slack there, and really a building block and a foundational piece to defense of what Matt Rule's going to want.
I think on a roster like this, a defensive lineman like Derek Brown makes a little bit more of an impact than Isaiah Simmons does. Just because Isaiah Simmons requires a little bit more creativity, and he requires a little bit more talent around him to fully maximize his gifts, I think. And I think Isaiah Simmons is the type of player that you stick him on like a good defense, he makes them great. But the Panthers don't have very many pieces on that defense at all. So I think this is definitely a safer pick. And like Roy said, really building out like what Rule has in mind for the team.
Where do you play Isaiah Simmons in base?
In the base defense as a linebacker. I'll be putting him at a linebacker. Inside linebacker.
Inside, outside. But that's the thing is, it's even in the mismatch situations, he's not a mismatch. If he has to be lined up on a tight end, he's not. But before we get into that, let's kind of go about the guy that we have on screen, and Derek Brown. When you see what he can do in terms of, interior pressure, he went from the 1, the 3, the 5. Like, he can play basically across the line with his abilities. Super stout. His bull rush is insane. His hand fighting is insane. I remember when I was grading LSU's Damian Lewis, he basically held his own against everybody in the, everybody I watched. And I watched as many possible plays as I could. And then out of nowhere, this guy comes in and dominates him, from start to finish.
Yeah, Derek Brown is a stud. The only reason, for me, the question was about Kinlaw and Brown is I think Brown's more an interior only. I don't think he can push much past the 3 technique. But Matt Rule comes from all the systems in college. He played more of a 3-4 base. So a nose tackle like this, it has the versatility to be a sub-package rusher and push the pocket from a 3 technique. A la back in the day with the Ravens, how Lodi Nada did the same thing. They could really influence the interior against the guards on the passing downs, but then on running downs, they were strictly a 0 nose right over the center and basically threw them back in the cornerback for a decade or more. That's really what you're going to see out of Brown is he's going to be that nose tackle on the first 2 downs. He's going to move out to a 3 technique and go to work on guards on passing downs.
Currently saying stream unavailable, guys. If you can hear us, we'll be back and we're checking on technical difficulties as we speak. This should be up and running back again. It says stream still maintaining connection, but we are not live on YouTube as we speak right now. We'll see how this goes. Hopefully we can get our stream up and running and keep these people updated with the picks.
Yeah, sorry guys, I stepped away and saw that.
Over White Claw.
Yeah. I probably because of the highlights.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Is there still audio? Or?
We are sorry, guys. Our live viewership is dropping like flies right now. Oh, it was stream suspended due to policy violation.
Be what our best bet would be. We could do our player comp, but maybe not.
Let me see if it kicks back on.
Rob said we may not be allowed to restart for like 2 hours. That would be yikes.
Oh, man. See what I can do. See if I can come up with a new
Cody, keep us updated on the picks.
All right, yeah, I'll just go back to the picks then.
Oh,
yeah, we'll probably have to just on the same link.
Yeah, we're back.
Awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, we're back.
Yep, we're back. All right, guys. So apparently YouTube does not like us playing highlights. So we apologize. You're just going to have to look at our ugly mugs, our player comp, and maybe we'll even go to actually our big board, which we've been underutilizing this point anyways. So let's go to there now, as we might as well. We have Arizona currently on the clock. There's been talks about them trading back. Do you guys see anybody moving up, and do you see anybody on our big board still as we speak that
picks
could be taken? All right.
I'm just saying it picks in, so don't talk about trade. Just talk about players at this point.
Guess there is no pick. But
I think it's going to be offensive tackle because you can't run the offense you want with Murray until that line is complete.
I'm saying Isaiah Simmons.
I was just about to say I could totally see Isaiah Simmons if you're trying to just build up that defense.
Have a dynamic piece on both sides of the offense and defense. Yeah, sign me up for that, Arizona.
Yeah, but I could also see them going somebody like Tristan Wirfs with how, how athletic he is. He might fit the mold, even though they might have to move him in interior. I mean, having an athletic guard and an athletic tackle to go along.
Let's stop the talk. I got it, boys.
All right, let's hear it.
They got my man, the guy I love in this whole class, Isaiah Simmons. I love it.
There you go.
I love it.
I like that the tackles are falling. That's for sure.
Yeah, you Buccaneers fan.
Super happy.
Oh, still no trade, gentlemen. I think you guys are definitely going to be losing this bet. What does Isaiah Simmons do to this defense, Roy?
It is a facelift in and on its own. You have now playmakers at all 3 levels. You have Patrick Peterson in the back, the secondary. You have Chandler Jones as a pass rusher. You signed Jordan Phillips that can push the pocket inside. Very underrated free agent there. Now you have Isaiah Simmons that can basically play the Tyrann Mathieu. And they haven't had that kind of dynamic presence. Maybe a Budda Baker somewhat has been doing a little bit of that in nickel and free safety. But Isaiah Simmons, you're going to put him at linebacker in the first 2 downs, maybe with Jordan Hicks and Devondre Campbell. But then on 3rd downs, you're just going to let him, whatever the matchup dictates each and every week, that's going to be what his duties are. His coverage ability, his speed, the influence on that. this is just a really fun pick, and I just love it that we now have a dynamic athlete at linebacker and safety for Arizona, and a dynamic athlete on the other side of the ball with Kyler Murray.
And if I can just speed off that really quick before you guys take over, obviously he was my top linebacker on my board. If anybody goes back to our top 5 videos, please do watch all those videos. But that's the one player I think you got, Jack and probably Roy, who did most of the videos with, that I got very excited to talk about. But I'm with you, Roy. Like, let's not talk about the play. You talk about what he brings as a player, but let's talk about what Arizona is doing. Arizona took Kyler Murray last year, and they're running an air raid offense. That's completely anti-NFL. Guess what's right now? Like, you can look at some teams, but most anti-NFL players, which Simmons got his knack against him this week, is where do you fit him? Where do you play him? Should you pigeonhole him? Guess what? He's a versatile piece. Use him as a weapon, and I love what they're doing right now in Arizona. You guys can take over.
I think his greatest weapon is the quarterback spy aspect of things, and I think a little bit of the selection came into play to make sure that they don't have to face him with Kyler Murray, because I mean now you have completely have this blanket of any kind of running threat at that aspect, just because that's what he does really well. Especially they're just showing his highlights right now, and he's just killing it in that aspect.
Well,
that's one thing I did bring up is his quarterback spying ability. That's something you want.
Especially when you face Russell Wilson twice a year too.
Absolutely.
In that conference. This is an ideal fit for the Arizona Cardinals, and they're going to be even as fun as they were on offense. Now we got Nuck Hopkins and Kyler Murray, and now we have Isaiah Simmons on that defense.
They'll beat the Bills every time they play him.
Rob hears us talk about the Cardinals pissed right now.
Another thing that they have to face twice a year is the Niners' dominant zone run defense. He's somebody who can slip the zone, slip through the zone scheme and the gaps, and be able to get after a running back in a hurry. And he's not afraid to throw it to lower the shoulder. And that's what he's going to have to do against, the Raheem Mosters and the athletic guys that they have back there with the Tevin Coleman's, if he's still on the team by that time. He's a perfect fit in not only just that team being eccentric and being somewhat exotic in their approach, but he's a perfect fit for the NFC West.
All right, so we got Jacksonville on the clock, and their pick is in right now. Do you think there's any merit that you could see them taking a wide receiver here to add to DJ Chark and maybe give Minshew another opportunity to have a weapon here, maybe a CeeDee Lamb type? Or do you see them targeting a tackle? Because they got a really good quality right tackle in the second round last year in Jawan Taylor. Cam Robinson's in his last year of his rookie deal, so has some injury questions. Where are we looking here for the Jacksonville Jaguars?
I could see Javon Kinlaw or C.J. Henderson. I think that's it. They've lost so many pieces on that defense. I don't see them transitioning into trying to be an offensive-minded team. They already have a decent tackle as it sits right now, or the 2 decent tackles. I would say that they're going defense. You have to. You lost way too many pieces. I mean, they haven't got rid of Unique Ndakwe, but he ain't ever playing another down for the Jags.
No trade, and I got the pick for us.
Let's go.
I'm going to go alignment.
They go look to replace Jalen Ramsey with a Florida cornerback, C.J. Henderson.
Sure, but that's why the Jaguars are the Jaguars. Like, I mean, how much does that really move the needle?
Yeah, but I'd say it keeps them not from having a gaping, glaring hole in their secondary. He's definitely the second best cornerback in the draft, and he's somebody I think that Atlanta has been targeting. I just don't think Atlanta was willing to pay the price to move up into the top 10.
Yeah, I think this is more of a replacement for Boye than it is Ramsey, because I don't see the aggressiveness as a tackler as Ramsey. Ramsey's a different style player, although the mirroring ability is there to be able to stay in the hip pocket of receivers. He's probably, he's pretty close to Okudah with being able to have man coverage and not get much help, which we know that system really calls for. You got to be left on an island, one-on-one. I can see that, but the tackling issues, he needs to ratchet that up a little more to be in the Jaguars type system, because they ask their cornerbacks to make a lot of, open field tackles and be a secure tackle, one-on-one.
So we comped him to C.J. Henderson to Deion Jones, actually. Or not Deion Jones, I'm sorry, Byron Jones. I'm on one tonight again. Byron Jones, who now plays for Miami, he is more. I would say he's better as a. He's a better all-around cover corner, but I say that they're similar in approach in terms of how good they can be. But I do believe that C.J. Henderson plays better man coverage overall, coming out at the very least. But I would say that Byron Jones could be the ceiling. What do you guys think?
I mean, I agree. I mean, if I could speak on it really quick, he was the guy I did a scouting report on. I did our top 5 cornerbacks. Personally, he is my cornerback 3. But when you look at our Blitzalytics scoring grade, he's only 0.02 lower than what I put at Christian Fulton. He's a pure athletic corner that can mirror anybody. You love how he can just be a pure coverage corner. And I think with Jacksonville, it makes sense and he could thrive there, but it's still a little too rich for me, but I get the pick for them.
Yeah, I love the fit for him. Byron Jones, I think more as athletic profile because they're both really, really fast guys. They jumped out of the gym on their long jump. It was just the tackling ability for Byron Jones is definitely way better than Henderson at this point, but he can get there. It's just that sticky man coverage. That's what you really get when you're looking at Henderson. He's a man cover guy. You're not going to have to worry about giving him help over the top. He's always going to be close at the catch point. And I could see where Jacksonville, he fits that system. He is a taller guy. He is 6'1". You know, he fits that scale and what they're looking for. I just don't see him as a Ramsey fit. It's more of a Boye. He's a really solid guy all across the board and can really shut down some people, which they needed. Because right now their starting corners are Rashawn Melvin, DJ Hayden, Perry Nickerson, and maybe Trey Herndon, who is a college free agent in 18.
Now, what are we going to go? Oh, we already just covered player comps, so now we need to really talk. There's no trades. We're at pick number 20 right. I mean, sorry, 20. Number 10. And there is Becton, Wirfs, and Wills on the board.
Woo! Yeah. Oh, if you would have told me this at this point, I would have been. There's no way I would have believed it. That's for sure.
So much for that run on tackles, like everyone was talking about.
Yeah,
it's going to be in the teens here. It's going to be in the teens.
That might have been a combination between Joe Douglas and Jason Light saying, "Hey, let's pump up to the media that the tackles are going to go high."
Yeah, but would they want to do the opposite? Wouldn't they want to talk a bunch of trash on them?
Yeah, they would want. Yeah,
they would want to drive them down, not try and bring them up. But I mean, I get it. There's a lot of guys still left on this big board of ours, and so we can pan on over to that real quick. I mean, you're talking about Jedrick Wills, you're talking about Jerry Jeudy, Javon Kinlaw, CeeDee Lamb, Mekhi Becton, Tristan Wirfs, Henry Ruggs, Caleb Von Chason, Xavier McKinney, Jordan Love is still on the board. Do you guys see maybe the Raiders taking on a swing on him in the next few picks?
Bring it on. I want to see Jordan Love go to a good situation.
I would love to, but I would also like to finally see what Derek Carr could do with a well-rounded offense. An offensive line, a run game, and maybe a few extra weapons. Because even when they got, AB, he didn't get to play with them. Even when they got Tyrell Williams, he was hurt all season. And so he's been thrown to scrubs for God knows how long. The only piece he ever had was Amari Cooper. And when he had Amari Cooper was double covered the entire time because there was no other weapons on the entire offense to even talk about. I mean, maybe minus Marshawn Lynch for a little bit, but I don't even think they got to play together.
Sounds like the tackles are sliding.
I'm okay with that. I would be thrilled if
Jack would love his pick of all three.
I'm baffled right now because if the tackles are sliding, who are the Browns picking? I'm just trying to figure that out in my head right now.
I would expect it to be one of these tackles. Could it be?
Can't imagine not.
Could they go Caleb Von, or could they go, an edge guy? Could they go?
It could very well be a tackle after signing Conklin at
right
tackle.
Never mind. Browns take Tristan Wirfs.
Yes. So you're saying there's a chance, baby? Let's go. Oh, man, that is a Browns thing to do. Not that I'm against Tristan Wirfs, but I know me and Roy can touch base on this one. he is a better suited as an interior than he is exterior. But I mean, all he has to do is correct the simple flaws of being able to shift from the outside to the in. As soon as teams were able to expose him, you've seen it game after game at the end, towards the end of the season. He cannot handle the counter move. He is as fast and as agile and as athletic as he is. It does not show up in his blocking ability from a passing standpoint. And then when he gets to the second level, he's too athletic for his own good. And obviously, he leans his shoulders are over his knees. He's trying to take guys' heads off, and he whiffs on blocks countlessly. We had this as a big argument in our war room meeting about, somebody called me out on my scouting report on him, stating that that he was a better second level blocker, and I didn't see it. I thought it was extremely subpar in the second level, and I thought he was good when it came to being able to handle the edge, but he was very susceptible to counter moves, and he's very susceptible because he kind of has. It's not that he has the shortest of arms; it's that he plays stubby.
Yeah, I am really puzzled by this pick. You guys know my stance here on Wirfs. I don't like him. No, we got the wrong pick here, boys.
Did I get wrong information?
We got wrong information. It is Jedrick Wills.
There we go. That makes more sense.
Wills.
That makes more sense.
Cody, you're doing
Go ahead.
this to me. You're just trying to get me.
Hey, the guy. Hey, I'm just telling the guy that's been right all night got that one wrong. And as you guys already know, I am working from a less than quality laptop right now, and I had to do a quick restart because my mouse disappears sometimes on the screen.
Now let's talk about who should have went to the Cleveland Browns. Jedrick Wills. He has been a right tackle only at Alabama, but this guy has every box that you want: athleticism, foot quickness, the absolute ability to just manhandle and bury people as a run defender. Good luck again trying to defend Nick Chubb now with a left tackle and then Jack Conklin on the right side. The Cleveland Browns just established both of their tackles, keeping Baker Mayfield upright, and that running offense just got scarier with this pick. He's a longtime starter at Alabama, great hand placement, hand fighter. His tenacity is there. I love this guy through and through.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm really upset.
It's all right.
We get him wrong every now and then. To piggyback on what Roy said, this guy plays with a downhill mentality in the run game. He's looking to take heads off. He's looking to maul guys. He is a true road grader, one of the few road graders in this draft class in terms of being able to grab somebody, get his hands on the inside of someone's chest, and then just drive them, whether that's off the line of scrimmage or it's straight into the ground. He is my favorite tackle in this draft class from just pure attitude. He plays with aggression, and he has the power to back it up. He is one of the strongest offensive linemen I have ever seen.
Yeah, I love the attitude that he plays with. As you have more news, Cody?
No, I just said Schefter just tweeted out it's the first time since 2015 a team in the top 10 is not picked.
Not traded.
Not traded.
Not traded. Well.
Do you guys think it has to do with the situation, or do you think it has to do with people not willing to take risks because they don't have medicals?
I think the risks are a big part that, guys, teams want their guys and they don't want to risk falling. They probably have just less intel in general because guys aren't like out and about on the road, meeting each other at all these different events, meeting each other at the pro days. Because that's where people start talking and you start getting information. Because I feel like leading up to this year's draft, there was just less information in general about what was going on.
I think the one underlying thing here too, we have Andrew Berry now at the helm in Cleveland. This is an Andrew Berry pick. What's our player comp, Jack? If you want to throw that up, our player comp for Jedrick Wills, because of his athletic profile and the way we think he can project at this next level, is Jason Peters. This guy really has Pro Bowl, All-Pro caliber traits that are there. Andrew Berry was in Philadelphia for all them years whenever Jason Peters was the stalwart and the shutdown left tackle for just about every quarterback was there before Carson Wentz, and even now in the Carson Wentz era. This guy's a stud through and through. This is Andrew Berry's pick. You can see it makes sense for Cleveland. And like I said, it's the AFC North just got a lot harder to win because Nick Chubb led the league in rushing last year. Now they have a set of bookend tackles, and it's getting scary, boys, in the AFC North. Me as a Steeler fan didn't want to see that pick.
So, question, who plays left and who plays right? Because Jedrick Wills was dominant on the right, but But Jack Conklin has been a stud at the right as well. But I mean, that had a lot to do with Taylor Lewan being an anchor on the left side for many, many years at the Tennessee Titans. If it's me, I'm moving Conklin to the left and keeping Jedrick where he's feel comfortable as a rookie.
I think you actually leave Conklin where he's at because of him being a veteran, because I don't think he has the foot quickness as what Wills has. I think the mirror ability of Wills is higher than it is with Conklin. Simply
The
because
offseason is going to be so short, though, that I don't know if Will's going to have time to properly learn the left tackle technique. I think he has the physical ability to do it, no doubt, going forward. Just for this season specifically, I feel like Jack said, it might be better to just keep him on the right and let him be comfortable.
That or who's played the position longer. You know, Conklin has it's kind of half a dozen to one. It's between a rock and a hard place. Are you going to ask the guy who's been playing that position for 5 years to swap over, or are you going to ask the young guy to transition now? You know, early and often. It could be either way, but think of now what this run game is going to do with a Kareem Hunt and a Nick Chubb there all year long, and now having guys that actually can open up run lanes. That's the best part about both of their games. They're both studs as run blockers, so this offense is only going to get better. If the offensive line gets better, Baker Mayfield gets better. If the running game gets better, the play action pass sets up these two stud wide receivers to do what they've been doing, and for OBJ to get back on track in the career where he's kind of fallen off as of late. And even though I've been on that Evans versus Odell, if you guys have been listening to our podcast for a long time, Odell Beckham's one of the best wide receivers in the damn game, and it's asinine that he hasn't been able to perform up to such. But when you have a quarterback that can't get the ball off and always under pressure. Baker's athletic, but he's not that athletic. I mean, he's not somebody who needs to be scrambling. Give him a clean pocket and let him do what he did back at Oklahoma when he had studs in front of him like, you know, Orlando Brown and the rest of those guys, Ben Powers and Drew Samara. There's a ton of guys that were on that offensive line that he had back in the day.
Yeah, just to kind of skip ahead here a little bit, Jack. The Jets are on the clock now. You have Mekhi Becton sitting there. You have Tristan Wirfs still available. But you also have all three of these pass catchers. Where do you think the Jets are going to go here? The pick is in right now. We're waiting for it to be announced. You know, are they going to go out and get a CD Lamb that could win, you know, the one-on-one situations since Robbie Anderson left? Sam Darnold needs some help. He has little to no playmakers. They signed Bashad Perryman. Crowder's a nice slot receiver. Anunwa can't stay healthy, and unless you're going to just continually ride the tires off of Le'Veon Bell, we need some playmakers here or some protection for Mr. Darnold.
I think it's going to be offensive line for sure. I think, you know, they know that Darnold last year under pressure was really rough, and they need to open up some lanes for Le'Veon Bell. He had something like under 4 yards per carry last year. I think offensive line's the way to go. And then, you know, given the fact that both Wirfs and Becton have fallen, they have their pick of those two. And wide receivers so deep that they can get one in the second round that is a first round or borderline first round talent.
Yeah, if they're in on Bell, I think you really got to go offensive tackle.
Who do you take? Do you take Becton or do you take Wirfs here?
I personally take Becton, but I think they're going to go Wirfs.
I would take Becton too, just because I think it would be the best bet, even though he's so large and they want more athleticism out front from their tackles.
I may have the pick.
Better be right, Pat.
Yeah, better be right.
According to Twitter, it is Mekhi Becton.
Yep, yeah, it is. He's right.
There we go.
So,
all right.
The Jets were willing to look past the failed drug test, which I think you're going to see a lot more people willing to take them risks. Being
it was flagged also. It wasn't even
right.
failed. It was a flagged drug test. So.
Right. So and the upside for this guy is through the roof. Like as massive as a human being like that shouldn't be able to move as nimble as he can. He's got some nimble feet. Yes, he needs a lot of technique work. And that was one of our biggest arguments in our war room is his athletic profile is there. His strength is gargantuan. When he down blocks, good luck because you're getting a ride for about 10, 15 yards. As a pass blocker, he gets by mostly on his athleticism rather than on technique, simply because he was able to at the college level. So you're going to have to see that next level transition and the improvement. But when you have this type of raw talent that's there to be mined, yeah, I'm taking a chance on that every day of the week.
and do we trust the Jets to do that? I'm not completely unbiased, but I know that the Jets may not be the 100% best system to go in for a guy who needs this much development. But what do we think about that?
Well, you again, in any other year, you do not ever draft a left tackle for year one. If you would never draft a left tackle or a right tackle, period. You know, they're developmental players. There's not any good one. There's rarely ever a good one in free agency. And if there is, you're going to pay, outlandish prices for them. It was, they went and grabbed Fant, just in case. Obviously, he's probably going to be a backup. But you never know. There's going to be a competition now this offseason. If there is an offseason, again, we do not know. But at least they grabbed another piece, and that is exactly what he said. Sam Darnold is a turnover machine when he's under pressure. When he's got a clean pocket, he makes some amazing throws. He reminds me a lot of Jameis Winston. The highs are very high and the lows are very, very low. If he can have a clean pocket, who knows what he could become. I'm surprised they didn't give him a weapon. I don't think they've given him an actual legit offensive weapon yet. I know they gave him Le'Veon Bell this last year, but I don't know, because of that offensive line, he was very underutilized. So maybe that's where they're thinking if they can get Lev Bell going, then it opens up these wide receivers. But the wide receivers, I mean, they signed Bashad Perriman this offseason. That to me is not anything that's going to take the top off. I mean, he's going to take the top off the defense, but it's not going to raise the level of this offense much more. Becton's going to be a plug-and-play guy who can do a lot in the run game, but as we said, he is a very developmental player. But still, even for his size, for his mass, he's not going to struggle against strength at the next level. So that's why our player comp is Bryant McKinney from the former offensive tackle for the Ravens. Massive. I know Roy can talk about this a little bit better than I can in terms of the player comp.
Yeah, Bryant McKinney was about the only person that came with a similar size-wise and athletic profile. And he got by early in his career on athleticism, and then later on, whenever he got to the Ravens later on in his career after the Vikings and even a shortstop, I believe, at the Dolphins. But he was always a top, 8 or 10 left tackle in the league. He was a big, sturdy guy. He was able to match up with some of the premier pass rushers, and he was just a physical freak. Like, you didn't see that type of athlete. Bryant McKinney, to me, was the only person I could find as an athletic profile match for Mekhi Becton throughout probably the last 20, 25 years.
Yeah, he's a physical freak to be able to run that. Like we said, when the scouting term that we had when we were at the combine in Indianapolis is he has no jiggle. Literally, that man is 15% body fat at 365.
Yeah,
is that what it was?
Yep, something like that.
You don't see that every day. You got to take that for the upside. If you can teach him technique, which I'm sure you don't learn much technique at Louisville from an offensive line standpoint, his potential is out of the roof. Could possibly be the best tackle in the league in 5 to 8 years.
When I first watched Becton back in November, I saw him like, wow, this guy moves pretty well. His footwork's pretty fluid. His technique needs some work. And I look at how big he is. And he said 6'7", 364 pounds, and I just couldn't believe it. I was watching that same guy move, and then just saw that he weighed that much and was that tall.
He literally makes 300-pound offense or defensive linemen look small, and he ragdolls them with ease because he's got the length. He's got a hell of a power punch. I mean, you put a speed rusher on him, and if he can get his hands on him, that's going to be the one thing, is being that tall. I've seen this with some other tackles coming out early. Unless you can really get that bend in your knee, then these guys like a Josh Uche who can get so low and come around the corner, and literally their shoulder pads are a foot off the ground, they're going to struggle when you're that tall. But the length makes up for it. They just have to learn how to utilize it. He's got a ton of physical traits you'd love to see, and freak size, freak length. I mean, over 3 foot long arms. It's insane.
Yeah, he's an absolute. You just don't see it in that type of skill set with that type of athleticism. It's just not there. We have the pick for the Las Vegas Raiders here. Roger Goodell is announcing it right at this point. We have Henry Ruggs III from Alabama, the wide receiver, going to the Las Vegas Raiders, and Derek Carr. But I'm not so sure he's going to be able to get the ball down the field to him.
Hey, if Alex Smith could get the ball to Tyreek Hill, then Derek Carr can, right? I mean, Tyreek Hill.
If Jordan Love is taken at 19.
What's that?
If Jordan Love is taken at 19, he can get the ball to him.
There you
Hey,
go.
there we go. Let's make this happen.
I like that. That's a good pairing right there.
Let's make it happen. Hey, in San Francisco, I bet is heartbroken after Henry Ruggs is selected right in front of him, because I'm sure they would love to have Mr. Ruggs, who we all know he's got that what I like to call beep beep speed, like Roadrunner. Whenever that's whenever I write down notes for players, that's the little bit of quirkiness that I have. Whenever I see a guy be able to separate by 5 yards on a cornerback deep in a route, yeah, that's beep beep speed. That's Roadrunner speed. And the thing that impresses me is his route running is undervalued. He's a pretty sure-handed tackler. Yeah, he might not have the widest catching radius, but he'll make the combat catches and take big hits, absorb them. This is going to be a fun guy. Derek Carr, I did rag on him here a little bit, being able to hit him on the deep routes. But if you can get the ball in this guy's hands early, he's going to make fireworks happen, and I can't wait to see it in Las Vegas.
Yeah, one of our guys, Connor Rogers from Stick to Football podcast, had done a few cut-up clips of him this week. And literally, he caught the ball in between defenders, and by the time he got in the end zone, there was nobody in the shot. Like, nobody in the frame. It's insane how fast he is, and that's why our player comp for him is Tyreek Hill. So I think that is a beautiful pairing, that if you were to go the Henry Ruggs comp with Tyreek Hill, then the Jordan Love comp is the poor man's Patrick Mahomes.
Let's set it up, Jack. Let's set it.
Let's set it up. I like
Let's
that.
do it. Let's tee it up.
The Raiders
come up with this yet. I don't know how we didn't.
The thing is, the Raiders don't have that many needs. Like, they could easily take Jordan Love in the first round, fill corner in the second round, and then all you need is a linebacker with a deep, like, 3rd through 5th round class. So they're, if any team's in position to take Love in the first round, it's the Raiders.
That's the perfect situation, too, because the same way Patrick Mahomes, everybody had some of the same concerns as Love. They're able to let him sit for a year and adjust, maybe let him in the last 2 games of the year, last game of the year to get a start, see his progress, and then trade Derek Carr next offseason and just completely give over the reins to Jordan Love in this offense. Yeah, sign me up, John Gruden. Let's see it happen in Las Vegas. Let's spin that roulette wheel. And I just got to point this out. I don't think none of us have said it yet. This is an Al Davis pick through and through. Come on. The fastest guy in the draft goes to the Raiders. Come on, man.
It is definitely paying homage to Al Davis, but this guy actually has the talent to go along with the speed. It's not a Jacoby Ford pick. This is a legit threat, and this is why I think he went above CeeDee Lamb and Jerry Jeudy, who I think either have better ball skills, better route running. It doesn't matter. Just get him the ball. Put the ball in his hands like Tyreek Hill. I don't think Tyreek Hill is anywhere close to even probably a top 15 route runner in the league, but all he has to do is make one cut, catch the ball, and he's gone. And so if you got to play that twice a year, might as well go get that to match it.
Exactly.
How far off are we? I need to know. I need to know what this next pick is going to be.
We have 3:30 left on the clock for San Francisco, right? At this point, the pick has not been transitioned in yet, so we are still waiting here.
There are talks about them going offense with potentially Jeudy or Lamb, but I really think it's going to be defense. I think John Lynch is smart enough to know that he can get an offensive talent later in the first round or in the second, and I really feel like Kinlaw is a perfect fit to take over for DeForest Buckner, the departed DeForest Buckner.
They're kind of like spitting images of each other. Super lengthy, super lean, strong as hell. I have a feeling, and that's another thing too, is look at how many talented wide receivers they've been able to collect in the second round. And this is the deepest wide receiver class they've had. But I'm sure they're going to trade back. If the trade hasn't happened yet, I got a feeling it'll happen at 31 then.
I'm just going to say, Jack, you ought to be happy right now because your Bucks are on the clock next, and you got, you still got a tackle there waiting for you.
I do, but I wish it wasn't worse. I'm scared about the inside move, and at the very least, I mean, we were always timid to ever even consider moving Donovan Smith to the inside, and I think he could be an all-pro guard and a good offensive tackle. It's taken him many years to be able to kind of come to, but him and and Donovan Smith on the outside, if they can correct the flaws, could be a really, we could have a, put it this way, we could have a really, really good run blocking O-line this next year.
I do think worse. Yeah, I
we
think
have a trade. Trade alert, Jack. Trade alert.
Trade alert.
Trade alert. Let's make it happen. The 49ers are trading back with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Oh, they're taking worse. They're going to get their tackle. I don't really get it. I don't really know why that was necessary. I don't know who they thought was jumping them. Who did they think was jumping them?
There was nobody going to jump them.
The Dolphins?
You never know. Maybe Atlanta was talking about jumping up here.
Let's see if they did a King's ransom.
That would have been for Kinlaw, though.
You never know.
It could have been the Dolphins. It could have been the Dolphins
Austin
for worse.
Jackson.
That might be what.
You're lucky. I'm trying to be a professional right now. I have my whiskey ready just in case it is.
Just to close up on Henry Ruggs to Las Vegas, throwing this out there. If you have dynasty leagues, go sign up for Hunter Renfrow now because his slot value just went through the roof. Go ahead, Pat.
Trade details. I don't have to pick. San Francisco getting 14 and 117, giving the 13 and their last 7th round pick.
Okay, so basically flip-flopping a couple late rounders there.
Yeah, the 117.
The Bucks have no 4th now because they traded one for Gronk and now the other one for whichever.
Oh, so they wasted 2 4th round.
Yeah, I do think they want Wirfs. I think they want Wirfs, and I think they were preventing the Dolphins from trading up in front of them to get him. Because I do think if the Dolphins could have made that deal, they would have.
Here we go. Bruce Arians is on the phone. The pick is in.
Apparently, John Gruden had the big board in the back of his camera.
So good move. Does anyone have a screenshot of that?
Oh, you mean he had our big board on the back of his camera?
That would have been so funny if he put a fake big board, though. That would be
hysterical
of me.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Jason Light's letting his son click the pick in right now.
That's awesome.
Look at BA. Such a BA. Such a good guy. It's a good guy right there, right? I've had a few beers with that man out Mobile. It's a good man.
Let's see
it. Do we know?
The pick is in. We have yet to have it announced yet, Alexander.
It's got to be worse. I mean, I wouldn't be upset if it was Kinlaw and we went and got Barks in the second, baby.
I've got it.
Okay, let's hear it, Pat.
Charles Robinson. It is Mr. Tristan Wirfs from Iowa.
Yeah. What are you going to do?
Well, you got to keep Tom Brady upright.
You got to keep him upright, and we have no cap space after this Gronkowski thing, and so at least we got one of the top 4 tackles. I've been saying it this whole time. Again, I would rather have it been one of the other 3. This one guy was the lowest on my list, but those are flaws that can be corrected with that elite athleticism. So I'm not too upset.
I do think a lot of it, if you're looking at, his weaknesses are he opens his hips too early. You're talking about him getting perpendicular to the line too quickly. He allows contact to his body too easily, which compromises his initial anchor. He can get overzealous and run blocking, lose balance. But all those things can pretty easily be fixed with, a more patient approach and a more, intelligent approach with his upper body. So I think, there'll be some work that has to be done. I do think when it's all said and done, he could still be a better inside offensive lineman than tackle, but I still think he has the potential to be a Pro Bowl tackle, and I don't think he's too far off from that with the right coaching.
I think you got a solid right tackle, Jack, and I think that's his upside at tackle. But I'm just going to say this. Mr. Arians was used to playing before with the Steelers with Alan Faneca and some of the rest of the great offensive guards he had there. As a pulling guard at right guard right now, Alex Kappa really hasn't settled himself down. That left side really has. So at worst, you have a solid tackle. If not, maybe you have a Pro Bowl, all pro caliber right guard here, maybe 3 years from now.
Yeah, I 100% agree.
Either way.
Like he alluded to, it's the hips. It really is the hips. It's him getting too perpendicular and not keeping his hips parallel. That's one of the best things that Jedrick Wills does, and that's what he needs to work on. If he can do that, he can easily fix the outside move along with the hands. Timing of the punch was the biggest thing that he struggled with. But in terms of speed rushers, he dominated against the edge, the speed guys, and I'm okay with this pick. I cannot be too upset with somebody who ran a 4.85 at his size and frame. Dude is insanely athletic. And I do like the red carpet. I got her
see that now?
flowers.
He did.
Just
like
he just won me over. I'm okay with it.
Tristan Wirf's the man I'm a fan of. Offensive tackle, maybe not so much. And he has a wrestling background. What even better would you want for an offensive guard?
Nope. And so if we're going to go to our player comp, he reminds the Blitzalytics scouting department, Tristan Wirfs, Brandon Brooks, who again, offensive guard more so than an offensive tackle, but is one of the best offensive guards in the entire NFL, and he could easily do so. So worst case scenario, maybe that Trent Williams trade still happens, and then we have arguably one of the best offensive lines in the league. You never know. You never know.
Maybe.
But the way he explodes out of his stance, especially in the run game, I wouldn't consider him a mauler. I don't think he's ultra aggressive. He's not one of those guys that's trying to dominate from start to finish. But he does create movement off the line, similar to Brandon Brooks. And then he can anchor extremely well when straight up against the bull rush.
Yeah, he's going to be somebody that the running back of Tampa Bay are going to be happy they drafted too. Ronald Jones should be smiling. He's going to open up some more rushing lanes there, even though he might, struggle a little bit in pass pro. He's going to be able to be solid. He's going to give up his amount of sacks, like you said, unless he can shut down them inside moves. It's going to be a struggle on that right side, but we'll see. We'll see, guys. To me, this is a projection pick, but you're taking that chance on that athletic profile and being able to, mine that out of him.
Brady also gets rid of the ball so quickly that I think that can cover up a lot of the issues that Wirfs might face.
That will help,
he's
but
athletic
he does
enough.
have some guys who do take time in routes with Mike Evans.
That's
so
true.
He's going to have to hold the ball a little bit longer than he did, and especially in BA's offense, even if they do blend the two system, he's still going to have to hold on to it a little bit longer than he's used to.
That's true. I'm interested about this 49ers pick. I think what makes the most sense is a Judy or a Lamb, but I really feel like John Lynch is going to go defense and just make the strength stronger.
I think he just got Javon Kinlaw and a 4th round pick. I think is exactly what just happened.
Yeah, he's such a perfect fit for Buckner, and if you want to, I think you have a better chance of repeating last year's performance if you keep that defense intact than if you give Jimmy G another receiver. Because the Buckner loss is big. I think it's overlooked how important he was in that defense and being able to open up space for the edge rushers.
Yeah, I think what it really hurts more than anything was their amount of depth, because right now they're starting, defensive tackles. You're really dependent a lot on Solomon Thomas coming along, and he hasn't shown much the first couple of years. Eric Armstead, quality guy. Nick Bosa is the pass rusher, D Ford. Outside of that, what do you have? Kentavious Street, Ronald Blair, who got injured, who was a quality player, DJ Jones. None of them guys are really high upside players. Thomas has upside. He just is very inconsistent to this point. So to me, Kinlaw all the way here to San Francisco. If not, if I'm taking a receiver, I'm going Lamb here. Lamb opposite Deebo Samuels. Yeah, that's going to be a fun offense.
Yeah, I would almost agree. Jerry Jeudy is very similar to with what Deebo already does. Crisp route runner, clean, break, good break on the ball, good release in and out of his cuts. I think that again, if we looking at the trade, they got pick 14 and 117. They moved one spot back. I have a feeling like they conned us just like they did the Chicago Bears. I don't know if there was anybody moving up. Maybe there was, but I'm sure John Lynch called his old team and was like, hey, there's some people calling. Would you?
They didn't have a
be
second, third, or
interested?
fourth.
I think we got. I'm just saying.
Yeah, before this trade, the 49ers didn't have any picks between the 1st and 5th rounds. So I still could see them trading back from 31 just to recoup some more.
I could see them trading back again right now
Or
if they
trading
really
back,
want to.
I think they're going to trade out at 31. I really think somebody's going to jump up in that range if there's a quarterback still in there, or want to grab a running back to have that 5th-year option to be able to not have to pay them upper echelon money.
If we're looking at the wide receiver board, though, if San Francisco passes, Denver's going to take a wide receiver, no doubt. And then, we have Atlanta, Dallas, Miami again. Do you guys think Miami takes that last receiver if the 49ers don't go receiver here?
Absolutely. I could see him taking Judy if he's still on the board, putting him with Tua.
Apparently it's a possibility for the Niners to trade again.
Yeah.
With how much wheeling and dealing they do every year in the draft, I would not be surprised. They just got a 4th-round pick. They drop a few spots back, they could get a 3rd-round pick. Like, if that was only one spot and they got a 4th.
If they trade back right now, I think I could totally see the Eagles jumping up and trying to grab one of these receivers because they're not going to be there when they're picking at 21.
Is that going to be Jerry Jeudy, or is that going to be CeeDee Lamb? Because then
I think it's going to be Jerry Jeudy.
Jeudy is a better fit in that offense.
I think so too. They have Alshon Jeffrey as the big kind of body control, contested catcher type of guy. Jeudy completely opens up the offense for them.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, Jeudy would be an interesting fit in Philly, especially because whenever they only leaned on Greg Ward basically at the end of the year, it could definitely use some injection of playmaking ability. Which for any of our listeners here, it seems like I think Wix is giving us some issues with some of our scouting reports. We have a Jedrick Wills report. It's just for some reason saying not found. Certain ways you click on the site, if you right click on Jedrick Wills on our scouting page and click new tab, it'll send you to the scouting report. But for some reason, what I've seen Cody's been struggling here. It's not letting him share on Twitter. So if you're listening out there, go to Blitzalytics.com, check out our scouting page. And if you're having issues uploading it, right click new tab. It should be able to come up. For some reason, it's giving him some fits right now.
Maybe we're getting overloaded because of our amazing draft coverage. That must be it.
Hopefully. I've been over here freaking out quietly to myself for the past 10 minutes, but
yeah.
It's all right. You got to stop beating yourself up over getting that pick wrong, Cody. It's okay. It's going to be okay.
I do have the pick.
Combined with the pick wrong.
I do have the pick.
Combined with the pick wrong, and then, yeah.
It's all right. We have a new insider. His name is Pat. Pat, what do you got for us?
The 49ers select Javon Kinlaw.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
We called it.
That's Blitzalytics boy right there. Blitzalytics.
Yeah, he didn't make it down to his hot boys. I told him that Quan Alexander calls the Niners them hot boys and has been doing it on Twitter. Guess he got his wish.
One of the guys with the best stories in this draft, overcoming from a lot of his background, living in a place with his brothers and sisters where they didn't even have hot water in their house at one point, to become the man he is now after the birth of his I believe it was a daughter, right, guys?
Yeah.
He was absolute physical freak. His upside is through the roof. He went to one of the best situations here, the best franchises in the NFL. Great story. Javon, if you hear me, you're the man. I can't wait to see you have success here in San Fran.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for more of a class act character to make it, and I think we might even have see if I can get it pulled up. I believe we actually have one of our interviews with him on file. Let's see if we can get that played.
Yeah, it was from the Senior Bowl. He was an outstanding interview. I mean, you can ask him about things in his life. He was able to quote scripture that helped motivate him each and every day. He has all of his ducks in a row. This guy, I mean, after the birth of his daughter, he really ratcheted his intensity up to another level. And it was fun to see this past year. And the versatility on that San Fran defensive line takes no hit with that. He's a big monster, just the same as what DeForest Buckner. Maybe not as tall, but woo boy.
They're going to make the Cardinals switch, so they picked an offensive line.
Yeah, Isaiah Simmons looks nice on defense, but Kinlaw's going to be eating Kyler Murray.
Frustrated.
I have to think.
I don't fool because I've been through so much. At early times, as a kid, I never fooled. My mama tell you, I've always been tough. I've always been tough. I never back down. It's always been who I am, kind of thing. It's not something I developed. I've always been like this. Like when somebody tell me I can't do something, I'm gonna go try to prove it wrong.
So, when you all of what you've been through, what levels increase the confidence that carry over to your performance?
Just getting strong in the weight room, honestly, that gave me a lot of confidence. Also, just seeing that I was finally strong, coming in practice, moving guys like never before, that type of thing. So coming into the game, I expect the same thing. So definitely that weight room.
Now, you mentioned about your past, but it's not a good upbringing.
Sure.
You had some challenges.
Sure.
What challenges? Give us some of those challenges that you had to face.
Well, man, we dedicated at this point, man, just knowing that, when you come from nothing, nobody ever gave me nothing. Never really asked for no handouts. But seeing a lot of things that, as a young kid, you shouldn't be seeing, like dead bodies, seeing people die, things like that. All those type of things, just made me into who I am today.
So, what can an NFL team hope when they draft you?
Move over now.
I'll take the move over one.
All right, so our player comp for Javon Kinlaw, as you guys got to see, one of our guys got to interview him. We all got to talk to him. He's an outstanding character. So it's just a little bit of our interview from the Senior Bowl. But Javon Kinlaw to us is Chris Jones. Length, strength, tenacity, the ability to use his long arms and coil with those and come out of his, whether it's a 3-point stance, a 4-point stance. He's just a game wrecker, and his upside, his ceiling is, I'm going to say it, a lot higher than Derek Brown's, and that's saying something.
Yeah, I'm on that train with you, Jack. Like I said earlier when Derek Brown was selected, I think he was more pigeonholed to that strict interior defensive line. You don't get that with Javon Kinlaw. He can play anywhere from 0 to 5, maybe even push out to a wide 9 on a couple situations and try to wreak some havoc on left tackles and right tackles. This guy's his burst, his power, his strength. He has untapped potential yet, even, to get to that. And we all seen what Chris Jones did in the Super Bowl and through the playoffs with Kansas City. Be able to get them long arms up in the passing lanes. He pushed the pocket. He was a dominant force inside. You're getting that with Kinlaw here.
The pick is in, by the way.
And it's got to be Judy.
And I already got it. And it's Jerry Judy. The guy is
Yep, like we said, it's the perfect fit.
Cody's back. He's reclaiming his title as the NFL insider for Blitzalytics.
Well, I'm sorry. Apparently, our website is blowing up where we can't, because Jets New York fans and he cannot handle getting Jedrick Wills. But let's talk about this fit. I love it. You get an efficient route runner across from Cortland Sutton. You got Noah Fant. You got Melvin Gordon and the other young kid. I like the Broncos offense if Drew Lock can take the next step.
Yeah, he brings that speed element, that separation element that the Broncos really could use. Like you said, the Broncos have that contested catch ability in Cortland Sutton. Now Judy opens up the field for Sutton to get those one-on-one matchups and to open up space for Drew Lock to not have to be too accurate. He shows so much lower body fluidity and flexibility. His ankle flexion's insane. His shoulders are so fast, and his route running is so polished. When I was watching his film initially, watched the LSU game, on the first play of the game, he made Christian Fulton fall twice on the same route. And Christian Fulton's like top 2 or 3 on most of our big boards, 7 on Roy's. It's the lowest he's at. But I mean, to make a guy like that fall twice in the same route is pretty bonkers. He's such a great receiver.
He's one of the most polished products I've seen come from the college level when you're talking about a route running ability. His ability to separate, to me, like when we did the top 5 videos, I compared his route running ability and the way to separate with Antonio Brown when he was in his prime with the Steelers. That's that high I think about him. I see him as being an ideal, replacement for the guy they just traded away last year to San Francisco in Emmanuel Sanders, that run after the catch guy, the acceleration, the quickness, be able to get, in and out of his breaks quickly. And he's a really secure pass catcher, even in combat situations. He doesn't go up for the ball as maybe as well as a CD Lamb, but he doesn't have to because he gets that much separation. So he's a great differing style to Cortland Sutton. Drew Lock, if that's their guy for the future, I'm not sold on Drew Lock, but this guy is going to help with that, maturation process.
Yeah, best route runner to come out of the draft. maybe ever, at least the last 5+ years. Super clean cut, super clean in and out of his breaks. The double move is nasty. There's nothing I do not like about Jerry Jeudy. To me, I had Jerry Jeudy inside of my top 5 in terms of overall big board, in talent. I think the fact that they got him at 15 is a complete steal, maybe the best steal of the entire draft so far. I'm interested to see what these Falcons do now. If it's going to be, are they going to reach on a corner? Is it going to be Fulton? Is it going to be, a Lewitt? Like, there's a lot of guys, is it going to be a Kayvon Chase on? What are you guys thinking now that they can't get their hands on a CJ Henderson and they can't get their hands on a Javon Kinlaw?
My guess is Chase on. I think they need an edge rusher in that front seven. I mean, they need a corner too. I just don't see them liking a corner this high. I mean, Christian Fulton's super high on my board, and I like him a lot, as most of us at Blitz do. But I feel like Chase on is just a safer pick at this point. And edge rusher is equally as much of a need for the Falcons as cornerback is.
Yeah, I think this is going to be – I think you're going to see one of the reaches in the draft just because I think they're going to go for a corner here. I think they have a screaming need at corner. Isaiah Oliver really hasn't developed what he's shown at Colorado. I think this pick's going to be A.J. Terrell and the pedigree he has coming from Clemson, the athleticism. I think he'd be a real quality fit here for a corner as that need is. But they could really go just about anywhere here. I could see Kayvon Chase on, but I'm saying it's going to be A.J. Terrell.
What if they, just piss Joe Carlino off and they draft CeeDee Lamb and put Jerry,
or maybe
put
they
Julio on
really
the block.
piss him off and they go Jordan Love.
I still believe the Falcons should take a quarterback in the mid rounds, but
yeah, no, I think it's either
right now
reaching on a corner or it's going to be Kayvon Chase on. I would put money on Chase on.
I would too, but there's so many corners from like ranked 3 through 10 that are just like identical. Like Jeff Gladney, we all love. He's an outstanding corner. Terrell's high up there. Trayvon Diggs, a lot of people like him. Fulton, a lot of people like him. So there's just so many guys to pick from. It's kind of
I feel like they could trade
like.
back. I feel like this is gonna be a spot that somebody could come up.
Yeah,
Like,
this is an ideal spot. Yeah.
Hey, what if the throwing this out there? Vikings got 2 first-round picks. They can come up from 22 to 16, get CeeDee Lamb to go with Adam Thielen.
Let's get real crazy. What about Las Vegas going up and get him?
We
got Ruggs and Lamb.
Ruggs and Lamb. Imagine leaving the
Oh
draft.
man, I just see fucking Derek Carr pissing his pants looking at the fucking field he has to toss down, dude.
all 3 receivers go to the AFC West. That would be
Could happen. Could happen.
If there was a team to do it, it'd be the Raiders.
I cannot find. They are trying to trade back because I cannot find.
They've gotta be.
They gotta be with this much clock.
This has to be an Eagles move up situation. There's no way the Eagles are leaving this draft without CeeDee Lamb.
Cedarian Smith.
CeeDee Lamb's sitting there.
Or Cedarian Lamb.
Cedarian Lamb, yeah. I just can't imagine them. He's ripe for the taking. They're only 5 picks away.
It says the Falcons' pick is in.
Wow, I'm surprised that.
I am too.
A trade didn't happen.
Because I could I'm saying AJ Terrell.
I'm saying Chase on.
I'm saying Chase on. Even though they have the biggest hole. The biggest hole right now is definitely, I think, out of any of these teams that are drafting tonight, the biggest hole on the entire board is Atlanta's secondary at this point after losing Trufant.
Corner is just stupid deep that they could get like an Igbenogany later that a bunch of us love, or a Jalen Johnson a little bit later, but who knows.
If I was them, I would have moved back. I would have moved back this round to get one, and then moved up to go get another edge rusher.
Agreed. You can get a Gross Matos or a Epinesa later in the first round. I mean, Epinesa might fall out of the first round from what we've been hearing.
Could. I still mocked him last night in the first round. I think I had him going to Minnesota.
Whoa.
Wow, Roy. You called it, bud.
Did I really?
AJ Terrell?
Yeah.
Wow, well done, Roy.
I just telling you guys, they value pedigree and that type. His athleticism isn't that far off of CJ Henderson. He's played a lot of high impact snaps at Clemson. Yeah, he got smoked against LSU in that game, But if you go back throughout his career, he played a high amount of snaps against a lot of quality talent. He has man coverage ability, which we know that they like in Atlanta. They let those guys out in the island. I just seen that as an ideal fit for their scheme. And he might not be the guy that a lot of people are on right now, but I just thought that pedigree is what set him apart maybe from some of the rest of the guys.
Yeah, I think we're all in agreement that trading back could have been the way to go and try and get someone like him. At the same time, if they do value Terrell that much higher than these other corners, I get why you want to stay and take him. Terrell is still a top 5 corner on most, if not all, of our boards. So it's not like the pick is terrible. And I do think, Terrell has a very promising future. Just think in terms of value, it's a little rich for me.
Yeah, I would say our player comp for him, I got on the screen right now, is AJ Bouye. I think a solid number 2 corner, can be a number 1, but is good as a better complementary guy. Again, we've seen him get burned by both Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, big time, but he held his own against basically everybody else that he faced. I loved watching his film. There's not much to hate on him other than that LSU game. I think he's going to be a solid starter. And they got to go get, look at the wide receivers that they have to face in the NFC between Thomas and Godwin and Evans. And now, you've got these pass catching tight ends. There is a lot to have to worry about in the NFC South. So I think this is a good pick. Again, it's just the Falcons don't ever trade down. They only trade up. They don't know how to trade down. It's just not in their blood. So what are you going to do?
Yeah, I will say about the LSU game, Terrell, he did get bullied a few times by Jamar Chase. 1, Jamar Chase was the best wide receiver in college football this year. And 2, he was in position to make a lot of those plays. There was a couple of just unfortunate timing things, but for a lot of the game, he made some pretty solid plays and for the most part stayed pretty tight to Chase.
Yeah,
I agree, Alexander. Sorry, right? I agree with Alexander. Like, look at the first half of the game. He did great. He just let up some big plays and big moments. But I'm going back. He's one of my top 5 cornerbacks for our top 5 prospect video series we did. Love the comp with AJ Bouye. I think he's just like AJ Bouye, right? He's got the physical traits to be a cornerback 1, at least at minimum. You got a guy that can be a solid cornerback across from a cornerback 1. But I think he's worth the gamble in round 1 just because of what he can offer with his length, his speed. You're talking about a division now that has Michael Thomas, Mike Evans, Godwin. They're going to be putting up points. So the selection makes sense to me. And if he can be the guy I believe he can be, I think he can be a great corner at the next level.
Yeah, I think so too. He has Pro Bowl caliber upside. I'm not saying all pro, but at least Pro Bowl caliber. And, he can jam people at the line of scrimmage. He's not afraid of getting physical either, which some of these guys, like you see Noah Igbenogany, they're a little bit, maybe a little lax right off the line of scrimmage. That's what Atlanta likes to do. They like playing that Seattle, type where they're right at the line of scrimmage. You're mirroring footwork. You're getting your hands on them, being physical throughout the duration of the route. Terrell's that. It fits their system. And the Bouye comp, I absolutely loved. I think that's his upside. He's a high-quality player. He's going to play high-quality snaps, and that's what they need right now in that secondary.
According to Rappaport, no team made more calls about moving up than the Falcons. So I guess just nothing made it work.
I think if we're talking about scheme fit, though, CJ Henderson isn't as much of a fit for the Falcons in terms of, he doesn't jam like Terrell does. He's not as physical like Terrell is. So I'm curious who they were trying to move up for.
I think they were actually hoping that Okudah fell, but I think they valued Henderson knowing that his man coverage ability was there. They were hoping that he could just tighten up the tackling.
Yeah,
that's basically because his coverage skills is what they look for. His athletic prowess fits what they go for. It's just they probably figured that Dan Quinn and that coaching staff could motivate them, to tighten up the tackling technique and his tenacity in that aspect.
So with Dallas coming up now, what do you think is going to happen?
Jalen Hurts.
Please speak that into existence for me.
I've been trying
that's
for
what
almost
I need.
a year now.
That's what I need.
Let it happen.
Nobody's there to take the phone off of Jerry.
That's exactly
it's Jalen Hurts all day.
I'm going to say this one's K'Lavon Chaisson.
I think so too.
The only way I say it's not is Xavier McKinney, just because they need some secondary help.
It's going to be one of those two things. Safety's a huge need. It's been a need for a few years for them, kind of. but it's also more easily covered up than edge rusher is. So,
although I
They don't
will
have a
give you
corner
this,
now.
though, I will give you this. How nice would it be for CD Lamb to be playing opposite Amari Cooper?
it's a luxury. I mean,
It is a luxury, but if you want to try to get maybe a little bit less from Dak Prescott, you get him another weapon.
I will say I prefer CeeDee Lamb to be on the Cowboys than the Eagles, so I hope he goes within these next couple picks. But yeah, no, I think Dallas. I think Caleb on Chase makes too much sense for them. And then and like you said, Xavier McKinney, just to lock up the back end, bring a really talented. You have him listed as a defensive weapon on your final prospect rankings.
Yeah, because he played all over the place, almost like a Simmons, not the same athletic profile, but he was used in a variety of ways.
Yeah.
And I mean, they went out and signed Clinton Dix, so they got another guy there from Alabama. So it shows they value that type of experience. Xavier Woods has been a nice player, but he's more of a nickel, maybe more of a man cover kind of guy than anything. So McKinney would be a solid pick to use in a variety of ways. But I'm with you guys. They need pass rush. You can't depend on Randy Gregory, who they're hoping to get back from suspension. Alden Smith, who they signed out of retirement, who's cleaned his act up. I'm interested here. I wouldn't be surprised if they trade out either, being that they're still on the clock here with less than 2 minutes left.
Teams just don't seem like they want to trade. I mean, I thought we would see.
I thought they'd be
trades.
aggressive, but I think they're being pussies. I'm like, my Zoom might not work, and Belichick might hear what I'm calling about.
Yeah, I thought people wanted to go up and just get their guys.
All I want to happen right now is Las Vegas take Jordan Love here. So that's all I'm hoping for in the next 3 picks.
We're going to be the only
good point
site to ever call that.
Somebody who's been along with us since the beginning, Nick, in our YouTube comments goes, it's such a deep draft that nobody wants to trade up. And it's such a true point, Nick. And then Rob goes seeing rumors about Jordan Love. I don't know what rumors he's seeing. He might be
that I don't want to see, but it would be funny.
I don't want to see it because I don't like the Cowboys. I don't want to see my boy Love going to the Cowboys.
Yeah, we did talk about this the other day. We talked about this on the Blitz Breakdown about the potential of him going. They don't like if they're not in love with Dak because of the limited upside. I could definitely see them trying to upgrade and not wanting to pay. Especially they've paid everybody else but Dak Prescott. What are the chances that he gets replaced this year or is given open competition? Like Dak, I don't think is the quarterback that can win you a Super Bowl like a Patrick Mahomes can. Can he do what it takes to win a Super Bowl if he has a star-studded cast around him? Yeah, but that's going to require
The pick is in.
I will say,
I've got the pick.
Let's hear it.
All right.
Now we got competition going on now, Pat. Now you're pissing me off.
Wide receiver.
Holy shit. Holy
CeeDee
shit.
Lamb. Wow.
No way.
Jeez.
Wow.
We wait to hear it between day 1 and day 2. Dak Prescott signs an extension.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I bet.
Dang.
I'll say it again.
Is that why Vegas had him with high? Is that why Vegas had him with high Super Bowl odds? Now they got him, Michael Gallup, and Amari Cooper and
Zeke,
Elliott, and they got
obviously.
that young kid from Memphis. And
Hey, you have Mike McCarthy. He loves running 3 wide receiver sets from back in his days in Green Bay.
Yeah,
but he only runs 3 routes with them.
But it's to his detriment because he doesn't run the ball. So maybe we're seeing a repeat in the process here. But CeeDee Lamb to the Cowboys pick.
Hey, I'm gonna say this: CeeDee Lamb is gonna open up some run lanes
for playmaker from Oklahoma.
CeeDee Lamb is gonna open up some run lanes for Zeke this year because he is not a good blocker, but he definitely tries. He definitely tries. Like it's not form by any means, but he's like he'll put on like he's gonna shake somebody and then just go and take their head off with a block. Like his blocking highlight reel is pretty impressive. And he's not I'm not saying he's a good blocker. I'm saying like if on any run play you've seen to his side, it was not impressive, but he's a sneaky blocker. I liked it.
Yeah, CeeDee Lamb, big physical guy, run after the catch ability. One of the funnest guys to watch on tape for his body control and be able to catch away from his frame. Was a dynamic playmaker for Kyler Murray last year, then for Hurts this year. Maybe we see him go back in the second round and get Jalen Hurts to, maybe be the long-term asset for Dallas here. Jerry goes back to Hey, Bob Stoops is out of a job. Maybe they're gonna, bring him into the fold somehow to be a consultant. We can have Oklahoma boys down in Texas here. So, but CD Lamb, I love this fit opposite Amari Cooper. Even though I can't stand the Cowboys, it's just it's dynamic presence for Prescott. He should be happy with this selection.
Yeah, I think Amari Cooper could teach him a little something about route running as well. So where he's weak. That's the strength of Amari Cooper, and so I think they'll be able to play off of each other. I think it is a great, like we always talk about, you want to build yourself a basketball team from the wide receiver standpoint, and what CeeDee Lamb does, either in terms of going and getting the ball or with the ball in his hands, is outstanding. And that's why I think there's a lot of people that comped him to DeAndre Hopkins, which I see it in terms of the body control. I don't necessarily see it in terms of the length and the frame and the strength that DeAndre Hopkins has. So that's why we comped him to Odell Beckham Jr. Because he can catch the ball, he can make 2 or 3 guys miss and then take it to the house, and then he can make some insane one-handed catches, sideline catches. He's just a ball hawk. I mean, he's a ball hawk for an offense side of the ball, and he can go get it on those 50-50s.
Hey Jack, I'll be right back. I got to step out a second.
Go for it, gentlemen.
Like someone pointed out, this is the worst possible outcome for the Eagles.
It is. I think that's
Justin Jefferson's still there. Justin Jefferson's still there. I wouldn't say worst possible.
Yeah,
not the worst possible, but a rough one. They definitely wanted him.
They were hoping he'd fall, and I'm sure that the Cowboys looked at it saying, I would rather play Justin Jefferson than CeeDee Lamb.
That's very true. They have no corners right now, so
they really don't. They're just well, they got Chidobe Awuzie.
Fine. They've got one.
I liked him coming out.
Pretty good corner. One pretty good corner. That's good enough. So if we're talking about, we got Miami on the clock right now. I feel like it's got to be offensive tackle. But I mean, if they want another weapon, it could be Justin Jefferson for them for Tua to throw to.
It could, but they have a decent wide. I mean,
it's not bad. The wide receiver core is
Parker
not bad.
Stays healthy. He's a stud wide receiver.
Yeah.
Wide receivers don't make teams. We all know this. I mean, they accentuate the offense. They don't make a team. Just because you have the best wide receiver in the game, look at some of the best wide receivers in the game. You got to talk about DeAndre Hopkins. You talk about Mike Evans. You talk about OBJ. How many playoff wins do those guys got? Like, not many.
If any,
you're right.
minus
DeAndre Hopkins. So it's one of those things that they help an offense, but they don't help the team overall.
I'm the biggest wide receiver hater there is in terms of value, so I'm totally with you that offensive tackle or almost any other position is more valuable than wide receiver.
But, I mean, in terms of taking an offensive tackle at this point, you're reaching on Jones.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, people are way higher on Jones and Austin Jackson than we are. I mean, they have tools that can be molded. It just they're not ready right. They're not ready right now to protect Tua. And with this shortened offseason, I think that's a risk. I think at 26, you have a better shot. I mean, I think you could still get one of them at 26 or wherever they're picking.
I think so. If we're talking about our 3-round mock, which I wish we would have been able to get into content, guys, but we just were way too busy. Blitzalytics did a 3-round mock with a multitude of trades, and somehow the owner of the Miami Dolphins, Mr. Roy Countryman, was able to come away with Grant Delpit and CeeDee Lamb, moving up from Grant Delpit at 18. They did lose Rashad Jones in the secondary, and the back end of that secondary. They have 2 stud corners already. This team is really trying to build themselves just like the New England Patriots defense in terms of, shut down the pass game, and everything else will fall from there. So I could see a safety here. I could probably see Xavier McKinney maybe over Grant Delpit. Who knows? I do like McKinney over Delpit a little bit. But they both have their equal strengths. They're 2 completely different players. But if we want to go to the big board real quick and cut to that, I mean, we're talking we've got. It's getting kind of thin in that position. You've got, Kristen Fulton. They don't need. They've got Grant. You got Grant Delpit. You've got AJ Epinesa. You got Patrick Queen. You've got, these running backs. Do you guys think a running back could go off this early? I don't think there's no chance. You've got the safeties. I think the safeties are the best players on the board right now in terms of Xavier McKinney, Grant Delpit, Jeremy Chin, who I think it's, again, a little too high for me to take him. But I would not.
still there, too.
What's that?
Chaseon's still there too. Don't forget.
Oh,
I
Caleb
mean,
on Chaseon.
They do need an edge rusher.
They need an edge rusher bad.
They do have. You're right, and they also have Christian Wilkinson, who had a hell of a rookie year on the inside. So
Yeah,
that would
Devon
be a good
Gottschall
pair.
along that line too. He's pretty solid. So if you combine, if you're trying to build up a strength, that could be it. If you take Chaseon right here, but I still.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I mean offensive tackle has to be addressed this round. I agree that it's too high for any of the offensive tackles on the board right now.
No way.
But
I think I got the pick, but this was the dude that screwed me over on.
let's hold. Let's wait to make sure to confirm.
Call it.
Let's wait till Pat gets it right.
Oh, and if Pat's gonna cut his name out here, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. And it's right. I trust this guy. I just triple source. Dolphins select the guy that Jack hates. Austin Jackson. I called the pick right. I called pick 18. I knew he was gonna go top 20.
They go projection here at left tackle.
Yeah,
That's a bad idea with this offseason, I think.
That is just bad though, because any pro-level defensive end he played against, he did not look good. It looked downright bad.
Is he on the top
I get
32
the concerns. He probably shouldn't start this year, but man, he's got those athletic traits to succeed at the left tackle position.
Yeah, he just needs a lot of work. I mean, and I think if you're drafting Tua now, you need a guy who can slide in right away.
I don't think Tua plays this year still. Like, I can kind of get it.
I think the fans are going to be clamoring for him to.
They're taking two guys that have to sit for a year? That makes no sense.
I think fans are going to be clamoring for Tua to play. They needed some kind of spark.
Give me Wilson over Austin Jackson. I mean, in terms of developmental traits, at least this guy bodies and wins ugly. I love guys that win ugly, because at least if they're already winning ugly, then they can make it look, they can clean it up. This guy loses ugly, and it's bad.
I have both Wilson and Jones over Austin Jackson. Like, again, Austin Jackson has the traits, but his footwork is uncoordinated, kind of heavy. Also, kick slide is inefficient. Plays with lots of forward lean and has balance issues. He's just such a project in terms of Jack's dancing in his chair.
Baby. That's
and like even mentally, he's kind of slow to process, and he just needs a lot of work all around. Like, in terms of his strength, just so we are not completely bashing him, he has flexibility, he has lower body strength and anchor. He can win sometimes just based off of the strength. His hands are active, but there's just so many areas of his technique and the processing that needs work.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys hit the nail on the head. I don't want to repeat a lot of that stuff, but you're taking this guy on projection. He's an athlete first at this point. He has a basketball background. He does have nimble feet. He has the requisite length, but he needs a lot of technical refinement to be able to shut down strong and heavy-handed defenders. Can really ragdoll him, as we've seen with Epinesa. He needs a lot of, improvement on balance. His footwork is there, but as a run blocker, he's meh. He needs a lot of work. So this is definitely a projection pick, but guys, the sad part about it is he might have the highest upside right now and might be a day one starter, because who are they going to start? Julian Davenport at left tackle? You're not starting Jesse Davis. That's basically their only tackles on the roster right now. So their cupboard was quite raw, bare at this point. Maybe they go back and double dip again here with the later first round pick.
And keep in mind, he doesn't necessarily have to be projected.
What's up?
What's that?
All I was saying is, like, you got to keep in mind, like, yes, he needs a lot of development, but he doesn't necessarily have to develop into your typical top 5 left tackle, because he's not going to block to his blind side unless they think they're betting on his athletic traits to transfer over to the right side.
Well, I think that's probably that's where he's probably better off. But I mean, again, as a blindside blocker, then you want to throw in that offense. The right is to the left, and the left is to the right. So I'm sure they probably throw him in at left tackle. The physical traits are there, but the play, I mean, from an athletic standpoint, but the play strength is not. And so at least when I watch, like, he kind of reminds me similar frame, similar athleticism to a Colton Miller. And they both played, USC, UCLA. But for me, when we talked about this, me and Roy were arguing and watching film together, trying to, like, figure this out. And, like, I wanted to be wrong as much as I wanted to be right. I just want to figure out what everybody else is seeing that I'm not. USC had awful offensive line coaching. Like, it was downright terrible.
I mean, he got absolutely bodied by Bradley and AJ Epinesa. Like in two
Yeah.
games, like I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt after watching the Epinesa film, but then I just demolished him.
No, and if you're watching whatever stream you're on, NFL Network or ESPN, they're not showing the AJ Epinesa film, and they damn sure are not showing the Bradley and film because it was bad. And so, where does AJ Epinesa rank in terms of edge rushers and defensive ends, and where does Bradley and rank their day one when they get in the NFL? It ain't gonna be that high. I know. Trust me, I'm a big old Bradley and fan, and I love me some Bradley and We'll show you guys his interview as well. Now that we can't show, we got dinged by YouTube for showing highlights. We'll show some player interviews instead. But still, I'm baffled at this. I don't see it. I'm sorry, and I've been a whole lot more right than I've been wrong, and you guys know this. Know this. When it comes to offensive tackles, only. I'm only saying offensive tackles.
It's the upside.
I would have rather seen them take Ezra Cleveland with that pick. In my personal opinion, I think Ezra Cleveland would have been a perfect fit, or even a Lucas Niang, because I think Niang would have been a number, like a day one right tackle. He could at least stepped in there and played, and that would have been to his blind side at least protected, because he was quite competent as a pass protector when he was fully healthy. And the pick is in for the Las Vegas Raiders.
One thing quickly.
This can't be true. This can't be fucking true.
Jordan Love?
Sorry. I didn't mean to swear. This is true.
You've been doing it the whole
Yes,
time.
I am. I am swearing. I am swearing. It's Damon Arnett.
Damon Arnett.
What?
No, it's not. It can't be.
It is Damon Arnett.
No.
I told you guys he was getting talked up.
That's a bad pick.
I liked him, but I mean, I think I ranked him like 94 on my big board, and I was like iffy on taking him in like the 70s or 80s in our mock draft.
Yeah, he's my number 11 corner on my positional rankings.
Like, I like his physics. I mean, there's traits there, but again, these last two picks are just awful. Like, I love
this. Is the thing. This is the time of the draft.
Y'all know how I feel about John
those
Gruden.
traits.
I liked how he went. I liked how.
Oh,
Wait, this
Mike
game-
Mayock, what you doing, baby?
Yeah.
Taking big program, big pedigree. That's what he likes.
First Clelin Ferrell, now this.
Yep, got to have one questionable.
Guys, you're so nice to me. You guys are so good to us in Blitzalytics. You literally called franchises to get us credentialed last year. We can't keep faking like we agree with all this crap. Like, we really can't.
What the? I'm sorry. I know I'm trying to calm down with my swearing, but what the F? This guy is not even in my top 10 for cornerbacks.
Me neither.
I'm just saying, but I ends up taking Jordan Love. I think I can take the draft. I'm not going to be happy about it because it's looking like we're getting Love maybe fault of the New England Patriots right now.
Colts,
I'm gonna be
baby.
sick to my stomach.
The one solace we can take is that I don't know if you guys saw on Twitter a few weeks ago, it came out what Bill Belichick likes in quarterbacks. It was like his evaluation from like 10, 15 years ago. And Love is just the polar opposite of everything he described in what he wants from a quarterback. Like Jake Fromm fits what he wants from a quarterback, not Jordan Love. So I'm going to hope that Belichick is not going to change his entire quarterback preference for Love.
Well, look at who he took last year.
That's fine, but I'm saying like maybe he wants to take a shot and get in the 21st century at quarterback with all this.
Yeah,
I'm hoping
I would be tired of getting beat by Patrick Mahomes too.
I'm hoping that that New England passes and maybe we see Love go to Sean Payton's offense.
Oh yeah, that's an outstanding fit.
There's too many teams in the bottom half of this draft that at least they think they're in win now mode. Like the Saints are always gonna get there, but they're not gonna actually get there. Like they'll get screwed over year after year.
Guess what Las Vegas is in? Permanent developmental mode.
Cody's pissed.
I'm pissed. Like, that's a terrible pick. What are we talking about? How are we not freaking out? You're talking about a quarterback that should go on third round at the earliest. All he does is tackle.
I mean, with Gladney on the board, Fulton on the board, Trayvon Diggs.
That's
Gladney
Jeff
should have been the pick.
That's who I picked.
I agree.
moved back in our mock draft and took Jeff Gladney at what was it? 26 or something like that in the mock draft.
Even Cameron Dantzler would have been a better pick here. I'm
I mean,
sorry.
Diggs is a better pick. Fulton's a better pick.
Jalen Johnson.
If you want a developmental guy, Igbenogany is the way to go. He's got way more.
That's what I'm
traits than Arnett
saying.
does,
I can name like 10 plus cornerbacks I'd rather bet on in the first round than Damon Arnett. I get him. He's a solid player. No knock against him. Congratulations, you're a first round pick, but should have went maybe at the end of day 2. You can convince me.
I think it pays off going to Ohio State, boys, being a defensive back.
It seems like it.
Let's just say that much, because I mean he plays inside and outside. He does have decent size. He only has 30-inch arms though. That's what concerns me. 30-inch arms for an outside corner. I'm not so sure. He can reroute guys at the line of scrimmage, and he's a run defender. In coverage, I don't know. We
got breaking news considering Las Vegas. NFL draft in 2022 will be held in Las Vegas. So we got Cleveland. Yeah, we got Cleveland next year, and we got Las Vegas next.
We don't need to go to Cleveland. Let's just go back. Just tell Cleveland they can wait. There's nothing special about that city. No
you go to that city.
Looks like Jaguars made their pick.
Oh wow! Hey, I predicted this 2 months ago, not in this new mock draft, but it makes sense with a certain player arguing on Twitter with a young owner.
Yeah, so we got Caleb on Chase on for the Jaguars.
Yes, we're gonna play a little Jeopardy going on here.
I know Philadelphia is super happy that Justin Jefferson fell to him. We can get to that in a second, but if we want to talk about Chase on as an edge rusher, his speed and explosion is fantastic. He's extremely quick off the line, tons of flexibility, super fast hands, and his lateral agility is almost perfect for an edge rusher of that size. He's 6'3", 254, great size. He was using coverage too. He was able to drop in the flat or shallow middle zone. He was fast in pursuit. He's a fantastic edge rusher, and I think this is a pretty great value for him that the Jaguars just got.
Yeah, him bookending Josh Allen is outstanding. It shows the ability to stand up or put their hand in the dirt. I actually love Chason's bend ability around the edge, and he's wiry strong. He might not be the biggest, bulkiest guy, but he has some heaviness in his hands. When I see him, he can rock some tackles off the edge back into their stance. And I'm just really interested in seeing his upside. This aggressive front with Jacksonville is really going to play to his strengths. And we're on the clock now, waiting to see Yannick Ngakoue getting traded.
And if I can come off that too, Jason's a top 15 player for me. I love his athletic ability. I love that the stunts that he can pull. He can fill up gaps quickly, get to the quarterback. I think he has the capability to drop back in coverage, not all the time, but when you need him to.
He did it often at LSU.
He did it quite a bit. I think wasn't it like 20% almost?
Yeah, it was a lot. He dropped into coverage.
Yeah. He's a freak athlete. If Chase Young isn't in this draft, Chason's #1 edge rusher easily.
Yeah, he's in that conversation.
The funny thing about this is I'm moving to the player comp. Our player comp for K'Lavon Chaisson happens to be Yannick Ngakoue.
There you go.
I mean, same frame, same build, same first step, same length. There is not much difference. Obviously, if you look at Yannick Ngakoue right now compared to where he was at a rookie, he's got that grown man build. And I think K'Lavon Chaisson is the same thing. He's just got to add some weight to his frame. But he's got the long arm. He's got the first step. There is not much you do not like.
Yeah, his upside's even there too. And like I said, playing off of last year's first-round pick, Josh Allen, that's rebuilding on the fly for Jacksonville. So right now they're making some quality picks.
That defense is rounding into shape really well.
You just replaced Boye with Henderson, and now you got Chase on replacing Ngakoue. Wow.
Really did think they were going to go lineman though. But
they don't offensive lineman. They don't necessarily need it. They're okay.
I mean, I do like these picks. I mean, if you're gonna go defense, these are the good ones to make.
Yeah, the thing for me is I like Gardner Minshew's good, but he's not a franchise quarterback, I don't think. And I think rebuilding the defense right now is a lot easier, especially given what the class is. I think rebuilding the defense for the Jaguars is a lot easier than rebuilding the offense. You got to focus on one side of the ball right now. So I do like what the Jaguars are doing, fixing up the secondary and now the defensive line.
Yeah, and I think the one thing you got to look here with the Jaguars is Doug Marone's on the hot seat. So he needs to be winning games.
Yeah.
And don't, overlook the addition of Jay Gruden at offensive coordinator. He helped get the best years out of Andy Dalton. And I think that might be the upside of Gardner Minshew is Andy Dalton. He can get you to the playoffs, maybe win you a game here or there. But he's going to bring out the best in Minshew's game. They're similar builds, and Marone needs to win games now. And like you said, Alex, rebuilding that defense is what this is all about. Getting them back to sturdy defense, playing, time control offense, and be able to, strike down the field when they can.
That defense took them to the AFC Championship for 2 years, so I mean, it's worked.
Right. And the cupboard's not bare. They still have Miles Jack. They still have, Taven Bryant, who's an up-and-coming defensive tackle. He's underachieved as of now. But Josh Allen, you got Chason Henderson. If we see him trade Fournette, maybe they go get one of these running backs here. They got DJ Chark, who's really came on. They got a decent offensive line. They came through with their second-round pick last year in Jawan Taylor. They got one of the better centers in Brandon Linder. And Robinson, when he's been healthy, has been a really good run blocker. So if they play time control, let their defense win games, it's there. It's a possibility to get back on, into winning football quickly.
You can see the Jaguars triple dipping on defense with their second round pick. If one of these linebackers falls, if for some reason Queen or Murray makes it out of the first round, if Delpit or McKinney make it out of the first round, I can see them just adding another piece of the secondary. But, they can really rebuild that defense to something good and young and locked in for the next 4 or 5 years.
Yeah. Now we have Philadelphia on the clock here. Do we think linebacker maybe?
It's got to be Justin Jefferson. It's got to be Justin Jefferson.
It's either Justin Jefferson or you guys already know what I've been talking about, how I think Patrick Queen is such a great fit for them.
I think
go ahead, Roy.
I think with the depth in the receiver, they might be able to wait. If Lamb and Ruggs would have maybe dropped a little bit or Jerry Jeudy, I could have seen them taking him. But Justin Jefferson, I like him a lot. I don't know if I'd like him a lot better than maybe somebody else here.
Well, the thing for me is what I've been saying about Justin Jefferson. He's the number 4 wide receiver on my board, but I think he's an absolute stud number 2. I don't know if he can be a number 1 in the NFL. So that's the argument to make against taking him. And I think someone like a Denzel Mims has a higher upside. If you can get him in the second round, it's probably not going to last that far. But there are other guys in this class that are more, I think, have a little bit more upside than Justin Jefferson does as a number 1 receiver. And, there is so much talent on defense right now that they could.
But you know what you're getting with Justin Jefferson.
Right. That's why I think it's going to be the pick.
Well-rounded wide receivers, bar none. Surefire hands, good route runner, good after the catch, good at everything.
They're also in a position to win now. So
Jack of all trades, master of none. He can step in day one, like you're saying. He does not need to develop. He is a great. He's a very, very good. I don't know if I could say great, but I think Justin Jefferson is always going to be a number 2, like you said. But he's going to be a solid number 2.
Pick is in, boys. What about a safety even here? They had Malcolm Jenkins leaves.
McKinney?
Someone just said wanted Jefferson, but I'll take it. So it looks like it wasn't Jefferson. Does anyone have the pick?
It is not in yet.
Darn it, no.
It is not in yet, boys. Not that I'm
seeing. Damon Arnett.
No, don't worry. I'm not
going to be salty of that until next draft.
You're like
Rob was hitting up.
Your team.
Hey, no, I know. I don't understand it. Still.
Philadelphia is probably glad Las Vegas took Arnett.
Rob sent me messages about it on Twitter because they all heard my tirade. Apparently, Tom Pelissero was in his article that he could go first round, but our boys Matt Miller and Mello from their radio show, Mike Dubs, said Chiefs Kingdom gotta love this Arnett pick. He ran a 4.56 in the 40. Who is he gonna keep up with?
Yeah. He's 24 as well.
All right, that's even better. 24-year-old
Jalen Reagor at 21.
Whoa!
I heard they loved him. I mean,
I'm a huge fan of Reagor's too. I mean, but he's way riskier than Jefferson is. His hands, the Eagles have had problems with drops, and the biggest knock on Reagor are his hands.
It might be that he drops the obvious ones, but I love the dog in him whenever it's up in the air because he wins a lot of jump balls that he shouldn't be coming down with. Now, that might not translate to the NFL game, but he was quite impressive with his explosion upfield, too. His speed is there. He can win after the catch. he's got some dog in him, and I could see how Philadelphia would like that.
Yeah, I like Rieger a lot, and I think he can definitely open up that offense. I think playing across Alshon Jeffrey, that's a great fit.
Yeah, he's not the biggest, but he's got an underrated vertical ability to go up and get the ball.
Yeah, I mean they're trying to replace Deshaun Jackson, which they got last year, and that didn't pan out because of injuries. I would have really liked to see them take Justin Jefferson compared to Jalen Reagor. Again, I think that is one of those picks that it's a wide receiver who's going to have a few years to develop before he can contribute.
Yeah, I think you need the sure thing because the Eagles are in position to win now. They have an extremely complete team outside of wide receiver and secondary. As much as I love Rieger, I think Jefferson's just a little bit safer for what they're trying to do.
See, I think he's an ideal fit, guys, because he could come in. Who else do they have? Deshaun Jackson didn't stay healthy last year. He was their only other speed threat. They took Arcega-Whiteside last year. That's going to be Jeffrey's long-term replacement. Greg Ward, he's a slot only. This guy, I think he's going to come in. He's going to have a distinct package. He's going to be that 9-route guy and maybe be on some wide receiver screens. He's going to lift the top off of this defense. And I think Carson Wentz, you're going to see him connect with him more probably than what you think. I think Jefferson is the better all around, but for what maybe they're looking to infuse here with pure speed, I think that's why they didn't trade up, because they wanted Henry Ruggs. I think that was the guy they really wanted. And when he went off the board with Vegas early, they just sat pat and, took the best, second best option with speed wise. Now we're getting on the clock, and I'm getting that Minnesota's probably glad that they didn't take Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, that's definitely makes a lot of sense. To stretch the field deep, he has that 4.4 speed, great route running ability across from Adam Thielen, who can work the shorter game a little bit more. I think it's a perfect fit.
You just love it when guys spell different names wrong. So you think, that's how you spell it. But, over here at Blitzalytics, we spell it the correct way, and I should have just known that. Some guys spell his name Jaylen, and I was like, why is our link not working? And then I found out our boy Pat, who did the scouting report on it, spelled it the right way.
Attaboy, Pat.
Attaboy, Pat.
Spelled it the wrong way? What?
No, you did right.
Oh, sorry. The file. All right.
Pat of all trades over here. ESPN or NFL Insider, future scout. I say scout and training, but he's done a hell of a job this year.
Yeah, yes, graphic designer too.
Graphic designer. I mean, he does it all. I mean, he's pumping out graphics as we speak. It's been quite impressive. I'm not gonna lie. And he's even got it for me. What a guy.
And if you guys want to check out Pat's development, go to our Twitter page right now. Give us a follow if you haven't followed. Pat's scouting report on Jalen Reagor just got posted, and outside Jedrick Wills, you'll get every report posted tonight. And that's no stab at anybody else in Blitzalytics. I think my theory is maybe when it was posted, the junior, if you put a dot, maybe that somehow messed with the link. But that's the only thing we got to check on. Other than that, we got plenty of scouting reports for people to go to our website and check out.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out. But Pat did do the Jalen Reagor, and he comped him to Mr. Jimmy or Mr. Steve Smith. God damn it! I can't do these. I can't read them. I can't read them. They're too tiny.
Everybody's making mistakes. Hey, that's the part of this. Part of Blitz is we grow.
I always just butcher. I always mix first names up. Every podcast I do this, just first names. I'm just bad with names. It's just like my weak point. But I could see it. I think Steve Smith is already small. I think Reagor is still small, but then again, he doesn't built into his grown man body yet, like most of these guys coming in at 21, 20, 22 years old. So he could get stronger. I don't think he's as physical in terms of with the ball in his hands. I think he's almost as talented, but I wouldn't say he's as physical. Steve Smith was a dog. I don't know if I could give Jalen Reagor that dog title just yet.
The ability I've seen with him to be able to go up in sky, though, that's what I'm talking about that I liked. I loved seeing that ability for a guy being 5'11" to sky up and pick it off of guys that are 6'2". He came down with a lot of catches like that he shouldn't have, and it was quite impressive.
Picks in for Minnesota.
Got to be Justin Jefferson.
I would assume, but man, there were so many people that mocked Jalen Johnson to them. I couldn't.
There are also a lot of
Yeah.
corners available, so if they like one,
Yeah.
they pull the trigger on that too.
Could this be Trayvon Diggs? Would they take the other Diggs brother?
Oh my
That
God,
would make
no.
it very awkward.
Awkward. I would say AJ Terrell.
He's also.
He's
I mean,
gone.
not AJ Terrell. I'm sorry.
and he
Christian Fulton.
continues the
No,
tradition.
yeah, Christian Fulton.
Yeah,
Fulton
I understand.
or damn, I'm sorry.
I don't think it's going to be Gladney.
That's what I meant to say. instead
See,
of AJ Terrell.
I think Fulton would be a great pick for them. I know people mock Gladney to him, but my player comp for Gladney was Mike Hughes, and they already got Mike Hughes. You don't really need like a little 5'10", 5'11", like inside the boundary corners on both sides.
Yeah, but Gladney plays so much bigger than his size.
Yeah, he
He's
does.
way more physical than Mike Hughes.
Gladney's the defensive version of Jalen Rager.
See, that's
I
I
can
like
see
that.
I like that.
All right, we got moves. We got
Whoa.
moves.
Yep.
Vikings pick is in. Patriots are trading the next
It's
pick to
Jordan.
the Chargers.
Oh, to the
Oh.
Chargers.
Oh,
Of course they are.
Oh no!
Could
What's
this
happening?
be
One
Ezra
draft.
Cleveland? Could this be Josh Jones?
I
Could this
think
be a
it's got to
tackle?
be one of those two.
We
Did
can-
Minnesota make their pick?
I'm trying to figure out who the pick is.
Oh wait, it says the Patriots are on the clock. That's gotta be
Rob just
incorrect.
to talk about our last pick. Rob just tagged me in a tweet from Brad Kelly. Brought fun fact about Jalen Rager. His senior year in high school in 2017, he jumped a 26 foot, or is that inch? Oh yeah,
26 foot
long
jump.
Long jump.
That's ridiculous.
It-
Ridiculous.
Next furthest jump by any high schooler in the United
I-
States was 25, and it.
I
That's
I got the
inches.
pick.
Yeah,
I got
Justin
the pick.
Jefferson.
Yep, Justin Jefferson.
That's a great pick for them.
great
oh my
pick.
god, what did the Patriots get for this?
Oh, all right. Well, Patriots got some good news. Starting center David Andrews, who missed last year with blood
Yep.
clots, announced he can return to football this year.
That is
Nice.
so fantastic.
I'd like to see that.
always a good thing.
Patriots picks 37 and 71 for 23. That is a Patriots trade.
Yep, they get the fifth pick in the second round, and what was
Yep.
the other one, Pat?
71. So
So
second
the
to
third
last.
rounder pick.
Or
Chargers
last
must
pick.
really like an offensive lineman right here.
Yes, sir.
I don't. I don't know who they're trying to move up for. That's better than someone they could have gotten in the second round.
Got the Sanu pick back, I guess.
But while that goes down, we can either debate that or talk about, do we like Justin Jefferson in Minnesota?
I
I
love the
do.
fit with Justin Jefferson there. After losing Stephon Diggs, you needed some size, a great pass route run, ability to win in lots of different ways. And you're not going to pigeonhole Adam Thielen to the slot because Jefferson can also play in the slot, play outside. Thielen plays outside, inside. It fits that offensive profile. He's a wide catching radius. Kirk Cousins is going to find him early and often. And I think he's going to be that guy that's going to have, Michael Thomas type production in year one when he was a rookie. Not saying he'll go to that level, but he'll be one of the best performers in his transition from the college ranks to the NFL.
I think the Chargers are trading up for Jacob Eason, QB battle with Justin Herbert.
Jordan Love.
Jordan Love, yeah.
Poor Love.
Big
So
fan.
we threw up our player comp for Justin Jefferson. I think this is a perfect one. Marvin Jones, again, a great, solid number 2 wide receiver, somebody who can have big games when need be and when called upon, but isn't some explosive, out of the body type of wide receiver who's going to play extremely, way above his talent level. He's going to have some big games here and there, but he's just a solid move the sticks kind of guy.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta like what he brings, because he's a high floor guy like Roy was talking about, and he can work inside the slot, and he's got that speed where he can do very well in a dome like in Minneapolis. So I think he's a perfect fit to work with Adam Thielen and to actually fit inside the type of game that Kirk Cousins likes to play.
Who do we got
Do
left
we
on
have-
the big board, Jack? Can you throw that up then?
Yeah, let's do that real quick. In terms of our top 32 guys, We're looking at Grant Delpit. We're looking at Kristen Fulton. We're looking at Jordan Love, Xavier McKinney, AJ Epinesa, Patrick Queen, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Jonathan Taylor, J.K. Dobbins, Marlon Davidson, one of our favorites, Yadier Gross-Matos, Jeremy Chin, and Antoine Whitfield Jr.
So who do we think
Stacked
might?
list.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Who do we think Los Angeles here might be trading up for?
I would say Josh Jones.
Josh Jones.
gotta be.
Yeah.
I think
Josh
they got him.
Jones?
They're trying to move up and go make sure they got a tackle to secure their guy.
I just can't see why you love Josh Jones that much to move up to that many spots for him.
Hey, if Miami traded or picked Austin Jackson this high, I guess it can go that way too.
I guess so.
Yeah, second and a third's not cheap.
No, that's some high praise there. I guess you're really
I
liking
mean,
Josh Jones.
hey, and I'm just throwing this out there too. I mean, they don't have necessarily like, Denzel Perryman, big fan. I think we've interacted with him through Blitz, but he's injury prone. So I wouldn't be surprised if a linebacker comes off the board.
Yeah, maybe a Patrick Queen here.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah, I just saw that. That's a possibility.
What about
But I
even
agree.
safety opposite Derwin James? Maybe
your
a Grant
boy, Jeremy
Delpit,
Chin.
Jeremy Chin. Oh
I mean,
man, that
any of those guys paired with Delta would be filthy. Imagine McKinney and
Keep in
Derwin
mind, they
James
still
throwing
have
these
a guy that I was very high on, but he got hurt and missed his rookie year, and it's Nasir Adderley.
that's true. That's true. Second
That's
round pick. McKinney would give more versatility though for a linebacker.
Now, also something we do have to keep in mind is, I want to say, I saw it earlier. I want to say it's obviously Hunter Henry's on the franchise tag, but it's like him. Keenan Allen, I think, is on the last year of his deal. So if we're talking about planning ahead, this could be a wide receiver if you want to go crazy. So there is some possibilities here.
I think I'm gonna go with your tea leave there, Cody. I think it's gonna be Patrick Queen. That's who I think it's
I like
gonna
that
be.
a lot.
I think that would give some attitude to the back end of this defense. It let Derwin James maybe stop playing so many snaps at linebacker, free him up a little more to play more safety, and then drop down on certain situations at linebacker.
Matt Miller says damn. So
And
About
we
this
got
Chargers pick.
We got the trade alert up here by Jack too. In his wonderful graphic.
So if we have, I think New Orleans 100% is going linebacker at this point.
Ooh, what if they got my
Behind
boy?
whichever
What if
linebacker is
Chargers got
left.
what if Chargers got me in Jack's boy to compliment Eckler? They just go get fucking.
Oh, Jonathan Taylor. That's rich
No,
for
no.
Jonathan Taylor.
You don't move
Oh,
up for
rich for you.
running back in this draft
Rich
class.
for you. Rich
Like,
for you.
get that Wisconsin
Rich
vibes out
for
of
me,
there,
and that's
Cody.
my favorite running back.
I
but even
have the
wouldn't
pick.
No.
Well, it is linebacker Kenneth Murray.
Oh, you were close, Cody. That was a good call.
Good call.
Interesting.
pick
That
off on
could
that
have
one.
been the Patriots pick there too.
There's a pick off on that one.
They must like him.
They
That
must like him
guy-
a lot because that's a lot. Because those are two spots right there, 37 and 71, where you can get starters. But Kenneth Murray is the best linebacker in the draft, in my opinion.
His presence as a leader too on that defense is going to speak to a lot. He's an alpha mentality at a middle linebacker. He's going to be the face of that defense, calling out plays. That's going to be amazing to see him on delayed blitzes with Bosa and Ingram off the edge.
Dude,
Good
that
luck.
defense.
Good luck with that. And then you throw in Derwin James as your chess piece on the back end. Yeah, that defense just got a little more nasty.
Yeah, that hitting power, the hitting power on that secondary is big. I mean, Murray's just a thumper. He has the speed to go sideline to sideline. Derwin James is exactly the same thing, just a little more speedy. So, they're going to lay some people out.
And they're going to complement each other too, because Murray might not be the best man coverage guy. Well, you're not going to ask him to do that very much.
Right.
You're going to tell him to go downhill and attack the line. Derwin James is going to be the guy doing the coverage in man situations.
They're gonna be trying to race each other to get to the tackle. That's how electric that defense is going to be, and that's why we comped him to Christian Kirksey. So, I mean, again, decent in coverage. It's not like he is terrible. Typically,
But he doesn't have to be. That's the thing.
Have to be. Yeah, there's not very many linebackers. I would say that's the only difference is Kirksey is a little bit better in coverage. But they are both stud tacklers. They're both elite athletes. They can go sideline to sideline. So I think it's a perfect comp, and it's something that he can still. We're talking about a rookie here. Every rookie's going to have flaws of their game. They're going to be strengths in areas and weaknesses in others. Kenneth Murray could definitely learn to be that.
Yeah, and all I wanted to, sorry for trying to butt in, just like you saying that, it makes sense. Like, and that's something I added in the report, like his coverage ability we talked about in our top 5 video. But you talk about the team he's going to. I mean, they're loaded in the secondary, so like he doesn't necessarily have to worry too much about his coverage ability and just be that guy that can fly all over and tackle guys like Kelsey, Damian Williams from the Chiefs. So. I mean, obviously, Justin Herbert hits the ceiling. I mean, I still think they could bring him, but yeah.
I mean, they're a dark horse if Justin Herbert, becomes what they think he's going to become, I guess.
And for me, this makes me so happy because I think Baltimore wanted Murray so bad. And for a Steeler fan, I don't have to see that kind of a thumper bring back shades of Ray Lewis coming attacking my Steelers at the line of scrimmage. So thank you. Thank you, Los Angeles Chargers. For me, I'm really intrigued by this next pick, guys. I know we're talking about linebacker, but Drew Brees, I think he only got 1 more year left, and I'm not buying the Taysom Hill franchise quarterback talk.
Nobody is, but they are.
Yeah,
Jordan Love, Alvin Kamara, Jordan Love, Michael Thomas. Yeah, sign me up. Let's do it.
I love Jordan Love, but I feel like the Saints are still trying to compete right now. And I see Patrick Queen as the pick right now.
I think that's been the biggest downfall for Jordan Love. His stock is plummeted because so many teams are in win now mode, and they do not want a quarterback that's going to have to sit for a year.
I just want to point out the Patriots have more than enough ammunition to trade back into the first, by the way.
Which, pay attention to pick 31 with the 49ers.
Yeah, they got 7 picks from rounds 2 to 4. So.
And they've done business before. I wouldn't see them not making a call again.
His old friend out in San Francisco there that he shipped Jimmy G to.
It's going to be.
I think we traded all for Jimmy G back. Anyways.
Oh man. This is intense, guys. We haven't seen as many trades as what we thought, but I think we're gonna see a little fired up session here in the last 12 picks here, or 8 picks. Excuse
me. A little sad news that just came across is Dak Prescott, his brother, unfortunately passed away. Rob just let me know.
Oh,
yep.
And I just saw it confirmed.
Prayers to his family.
Rest in peace.
Yeah. Prayers to his family.
Agreed. Oh, that's rough. Still a lot of guys on the board though. In terms of New Orleans, they could kind of go anywhere. I had them mocked. I had Kenneth Murray going there. I had Patrick Queen. I had Kenneth Murray going to the Patriots with the pick earlier. So I was right on the spot, wrong on the team on that one. Where do you guys think they're going?
Yeah, I love Patrick Queen here. That's who I had in my final mock today. I mean, you look at that linebacker room, it's not that great. They need an upgrade. Kiko Alonso is a shell of himself. So
tore his knee up too.
Yeah, and then you want to talk about the Jack. I'm sure you want to hear this, but you want the Buccaneers are knocking on the door. So you can't, like, as much as Jordan Love could make some sense here, you got to just go all in with Brees, especially if this could be his last year with that NBC deal he had.
Yeah, the one thing you could say about it. So go ahead, Jack.
I was gonna say, not to mention, where look at the vicinity where those two teams play. New Orleans, I'm sure, had their scouts seen plenty of Patrick Queen this year.
Yeah, the one thing, the one reason you could say to not take a linebacker is because there are guys you can get in the second and third rounds that fill that hole, like a Jordan Brooks or a Malik Harrison or a Akeem Davis-Gaither. They're not Patrick Queens. They're not the type of, necessarily the type of combination of thumping and speed that Queen has. But I mean, I'm a big fan of Jordan Brooks, and I think he fills that hole with great value in the second or third round.
That's where I'm going with it. I think you go get your guy here that you get for 5 years then in Jordan Love, and you go back in the second round, you get your linebacker. Malik Harrison, like you said, Jordan Brooks is the ideal fit.
Yeah.
But even, if you don't get one in the second round, maybe third. Maybe you grab a guy like a Troy Dye, a Marcus Bailey, who's had injury questions, but when he's healthy, he's been dynamic. even a Logan Wilson maybe, just because the athleticism he has and the coverage ability from Wyoming, who's really undervalued in this draft.
Yeah, there are a lot of defensive playmakers like that. There's Justin Cernat from Wake Forest, Davis Gaither from Appalachian State, kind of like the smaller, quicker guys in the defense. You want to have that kind of hybrid defender that teams are having now more often. So you definitely have options, and I do like the idea of going Jordan Love here and hopefully locking up your future. Alternatively, if you go Patrick Queen here, our guy Anthony Gordon's going to be there in the 3rd or 4th round. If you want to bet your future on that,
I'd be willing to bet my future.
Number 5 on the big board.
I mean, what pairing would you rather
pick is
have?
in.
Queen.
I'd rather have Jordan Love and Jordan Brooks than Queen and Anthony Gordon.
Agreed.
We have the pick.
Let's hear it.
The Saints are selecting center Cesar Ruiz.
What?
Wow.
Wait, did I nail that?
Yeah.
Hold on, I might have nailed that in my last when I.
Oh no! Like, why would they take him? What's his name worked out last year?
Yeah.
Eric McCoy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that pick at all.
Are they putting them? They're gonna move one of them to guard.
They can't. They have Andres Pete. They just resigned Larry Warford.
Yeah. As a Bucs fan, I'm completely okay with that pick because
that's a weird pick too.
You can't use them all.
Cesar Ruiz is the best center in this class, but I mean, there's guys later like Matt Hennessy or Nick Harris, or if you want a guard, Robert Hunt, Cushenberry, who I don't love, but he's still going to be there later.
But I mean,
this doesn't make much sense at all.
McCoy played well.
He played really well. He's
very well. Yeah.
He outperformed Garrett Bradbury, who was drafted before him last year. Yeah, I don't get that pick whatsoever.
I mean, if you're gonna take that when you already have those guys, you might as well have taken Love.
Yeah.
Vikings are back on.
Oh man,
still can't believe it.
Yeah, I'm kind of.
Yeah, Cesar Ruiz is.
He's a good player.
Has he been confirmed? Has it been confirmed?
It's Dov Kleinman.
Well,
he's been. I've been.
Yeah.
Here all night.
Do we have a player comp for him? I'm not seeing one.
Yeah, I think there's one in there. I don't know if it's finished though, because.
Yeah, it's there.
It's Rodney Hudson. So I mean, he has
shock. We're like, what the?
Yeah, I'm completely blown away by that. Just from.
I mean, he was now. Not to talk anything bad on him. He's a great player. He's an athletic center, but like they have them. Yeah, they already have the center. He could have. It's not like he didn't. It's not. This is not a Damon Arnett pick. Like he had 1st round buzz, which is rightfully so. But man, you have. Yeah,
this is like the least. This is like the smallest need on the team. Like, take a wide receiver even over Cesar Ruiz because you need a second guy. I mean, you have Emmanuel Sanders, but even so, I mean, I'd still rather have a wide receiver.
Patrick
over Cesar Ruiz
is going to have such a more impact than Ruiz is in comparison to like what's the upgrade for Ruiz to McCoy in comparison to Kiko Alonso to Patrick Queen. It makes zero sense. Like I love Ruiz. He's the only interior offensive lineman that deserves a round 1 grade. Yeah, unless you're going to talk about Wirfs getting moved interior.
Yeah, this one, unless there's some other underlying things we're not being read into yet, maybe an early retirement or something with a Warford or something along that line. Because McCoy, when he came from Texas A&M, he has the ability to shuffle over to guard. So I do not, because Ruiz has been nothing but a center the whole time when he was at Michigan. Like you said, you don't want to knock the guy because it's not his fault, but I vastly don't understand this because Andres Pete, if I'm not mistaken, re-signed for 3 or 4 years. Like, yeah,
it was a decent sized deal.
He did, and he's had trouble staying healthy, but with lower leg injuries. But Pete re-signed for a 5-year, $57.5 million deal. So he's in the upper echelon of guards here. I really don't. I'm at a loss for words, guys. And this
if we want to talk about what makes Ruiz good, because he is on the team, I mean, his lateral movement skills are great to pick up blockers. He's a great zone blocking center. He's quick off the line, displays lots of flexibility, strong punch in hands, intelligent, patient. He's a great offensive lineman, and like Jack said, he's definitely worthy of a 1st round pick, but just not for a team that this is not a need for. I mean, it's a depth piece, but you don't do that when you're competing this year on Drew Brees' last deal with a couple holes on your team.
If you're gonna take a depth piece, why not take Jordan Love?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if you why not take a quarterback at 5 years?
Eric McCoy's in his second year, right?
Yeah, second year.
So
yeah, he's only a rookie last year.
It's not like he's waiting for a big contract anytime soon.
Our player comp, like you had said, though, I just posted it. Rodney Hudson, stud. I mean, this guy is going to be a stud. He's got, from a center standpoint, he's got Pro Bowl potential, stout anchor ability in the pass blocking game. Creates, he creates space, off the line of scrimmage and movement. He's a beast. It's just, we're just kind of dumbfounded right now. It's hard to even give him his dues. But I mean, he is a mauler in the run game. And like he talked about in his own scheme, he's very agile. He can get into the second space very quick. He's one of those guys who's not, he's not too big to play. You almost like those guys who are a little bit undersized at the center position. I didn't say that he's undersized, but he's just shorter, he's a little lean. He's not some big hoss, and he's got that movability to get into the second space and then dominate linebackers. I mean, I watched him pancake linebackers, play in and play out in the run game. Outstanding center. Best center in the draft, best interior offensive lineman in the draft, bar none. But it just doesn't make any sense. This one is the second biggest head scratcher of the draft.
Yeah. Spending a first rounder on a guy that's not going to play when your team is in perfect position to contend and has a hole that would have been filled with that pick. It's baffling.
I would have just traded back and see if he fell.
That too, if you really care that much for getting Ruiz.
Just doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of movement, though.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You're not getting a lot of traction in people wanting to trade picks here. Yeah, I don't understand that pick whatsoever. Like I said, maybe we'll find out something else throughout the rest of the duration of the draft. Maybe there's an early retirement or something.
We do have the Vikings back on the clock.
The Vikings could take Trevon Diggs. Brother Stefan.
We already made that joke.
Nope, they traded out.
Really?
Not really?
Yep.
49ers are on the clock.
Oh, wow.
Yep. San Francisco 49ers are on the clock.
With what picks? What did they give? They have no picks to give.
They must really like somebody.
That 4th round pick, the Bucs sent him for a damn.
Yes.
That's the only thing they've got to maneuver with.
This has got to be wide receiver, no? I mean, is there really a guy they care that much about? They don't need a linebacker. It's got to be Mims or Ayuk.
Love.
Crazy.
Jordan Love.
I'm here for the chaos.
49ers are building a dynasty if Jordan Love is picked.
Yeah, I mean, let's be real though. They could use a safety like McKinney. You could talk about maybe a corner like Fulton or Gladney because Richard Sherman's on the last year of his deal.
Jalen Johnson.
They have needs for sure. They have needs on the defense for sure. I just don't know what they would need to trade up for because no safety's been taken and there's still a ton of good quarters on the board.
Maybe that's what they're going for is Delpit.
Let me throw this out there. He's a developmental guy with round 1 buzz. Maybe the whole smoke screen about kicking McGlinchey to the keeping him on the right side is a big smoke screen. They are fine with kicking McGlinchey in a year or two, and they drafted Isaiah Wilson.
We have the trade details.
Yeah, I don't know if they would have to trade up for him. And also, again, they're another team that's in position to win now. And I get you want to sustain the success, but you're going to have holes at cornerback and safety next year that are going to be more significant than on the offensive line, I think.
31, 117, and 176. Vikings got some picks.
What do the Niners have left? They can't have anything.
Yeah, they can't. They said you say 117 was included because wasn't that the pick they just got?
The pick is in.
Yeah.
With the 25th pick, the 49ers selected Brandon. I don't know how to say his last name.
Ayuk.
All right, that's what I figured.
Wow.
That's their
interesting.
Yep, they're going for run after the catch ability, similar to Deebo Samuels. They want to get the ball out quickly and let them do their work. He's a thick guy. He can catch the ball. He has really long arms that are freaky for his size. He does have the ability to break tackles. Quick-footed guy, can create separation. Real intriguing guy that, throughout the process, it's been some buzz for the first round. Brandon Ayuk here. It's just interesting fit for San Fran. San Fran has Depot and Ayuk. They want to get the ball up quickly.
I like it because, like you said, his long arms and the big catch radius can kind of negate any accuracy issues that Jimmy G has. His hands are really strong, and he also does have that yards after catch ability, so he's not sacrificing that speed offense that San Francisco is more vertical threat, but doesn't have the same kind of explosiveness that Ayuk can bring. So I actually really like the fit. I think I mocked Ayuk to the 49ers in the most recent mock draft that I did at pick 31, not trading up for him. But I think it's a great fit of all the wide receivers that are left.
I'm surprised that they would move up for a wide receiver in this draft class. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, that is an interesting pick. Like maybe they were worried about Green Bay selecting him before them, and that's why they jumped up ahead, or maybe even a Baltimore grabbing him. But yeah, I wouldn't be trading up for receivers in this class because of how much of the depth is. But apparently, maybe they see this as the replacement for Emmanuel Sanders, that yards after the catch kind of guy that really thrived once he got to San Francisco last year. Because some of their other picks they selected, like the Dante Pettises and some of the other guys that are on there, Jalen Hurd, they haven't really came through after being a high round selection. So maybe they're really banking on this guy coming in and giving year one impression. There's been talk about trading Marquise Goodwin. They need another pass catcher.
Do you guys think that they were trying to jump somebody?
I think Green Bay. They were trying to get above Green Bay.
I could see that. I feel like he probably wasn't going to be there, so take in whatever they had in terms of knowledge of what other teams were liking. I mean, maybe Baltimore, maybe Miami looked at him like that. You never know, but I figured the raw traits are there. The length, he's so lengthy for his size or his height. I mean, his arms go down to his knees.
Yeah.
I like Ayuk. He's my wide receiver 6. I just, like you guys said, I understand jumping ahead of maybe the Packers. You can make an argument for the Ravens.
Miami too, if they felt like they wanted a wide receiver.
True.
I don't know.
But I just feel like they would be a better fit for some bigger body guy like T. Higgins.
Yeah, T. Higgins would have been there in the second.
Yeah,
and they want to sacrifice that explosive run after the catch so that they predicate their offense on.
It's true.
True, very true. But I mean, you could have even got Van Jefferson in the second, third. Somebody like that. So it's a route runner that you want that kind of ability to separate. A Duvernay, a Prochet, KJ Hill type, maybe second, third round, more likely third round. I don't know. They're swinging for upside here. There is definite untapped potential in Ayuk, but that's going to be a fun fit with the run after the catch ability. That ball is going to be coming out of Garoppolo's hand very quick next year.
Yeah, that's how it should be.
Yeah, and that's what you want from a quarterback like that. Just let him get them the ball. Don't make him win the game. Let the wide receivers do it. I mean, we all know, We talked about it several times. He's not the greatest quarterback. He's not going to be able to carry a team, every game. He did it a few games this year, and he's got the talent to do so, but he's not the greatest quarterback of all time, and he never will be. But he's got enough talents to do what it needs to, as long as he's got the weapons, and he's got a star-studded cast. But I don't know.
So we got Miami back on the clock now, boys. After Austin Jackson and Tua, what are we looking for here? Xavier McKinney still on the board.
I don't know. Is there another developmental player that they need to go grab for 3 years from now?
The pick is in. And it's running back DeAndre Swift.
Oh!
He did it.
Oh, wow. That did happen. Wow.
DeAndre Swift.
Oh, boy.
So, about DeAndre Swift.
He's a jitterbug.
He is. But those jitterbugs just don't necessarily translate. I've been saying it. They do not translate like they do from college to pro. His highlight reel is not going to be the same. There's bigger, stronger, faster linebackers, better tacklers. He's not going to be able to do it. He will definitely be a better college player than he will in the pros. That being said, he does give them an elite weapon in the pass game. He can run between the tackles. He can lower his shoulder. I'm sure he's very similar. I mean, he's more elusive than Alvin Kamara, but in terms of pass catching ability and running between the tackles for kind of a slender frame running back, he can still do it just like that.
Yeah, like you said, he's very slippery. I'm not so sure it's going to be as many broken tackles as what he had at Georgia, because you got to also remember he had 3 NFL caliber offensive linemen open in the holes for him: Isaiah Wilson, Thomas, and even Solomon Kinley there at guard. So I'm not so sure this pick is going to pan out. But if you look at it in the context, they signed the thumper and Jordan Howard to maybe be the early down back, and maybe he'll have a role as the pass catcher on third downs immediately. Okay, I can see their plan going into it, but I'm not a fan of this pick. I think I would rather have seen Clyde Edwards-Helaire, but I can see where they're projecting his role to be in year 1.
Yeah, I'm with basically everything you guys said on him. He's my RB2. I love his upside. I understand him going in the first. He's another guy I would have waited till the second. But what kind of like you talk about, Roy, like he had guys opening things up for him in the SEC. And I just see I don't know, man. My personal opinion on running backs, I love running backs, but if you're the Dolphins, you don't spend a first-round pick on the running backs. You spend it on the offensive line. Unless you're a first surefire team that can go to the Super Bowl, I think it's a waste of time.
I think they would have been better off with Lucas Niang at that pick right there. You would have got, the upside projection of Jackson at left tackle. You got a day 1 starter at right tackle in Yang. You come back in the second-round pick then and take your pick from whoever might be left.
Wait. NFL update. It says Miami's trading out. They didn't take Swift.
Oh,
no.
Pat, come on.
Oh, we've been sniped twice tonight. Oh, no.
Packers trading up for Denzel Mims or Jordan Love. The Packers do like finding their quarterback while they have one on the roster.
30 and 136.
Favre and Rodgers.
Okay. As long as it means Aaron Rodgers is off of the Green Bay Packers, I'm fine with Jordan Love. I'm sorry. I'm a noted Aaron Rodgers hater, but Jordan Love's my guy, and Green Bay's a history of winning. So let's make that happen, Green Bay. Next year you can have Rodgers, and then the following year it's the Jordan Love show.
Yeah.
See, I like this move from Miami. Just keep gaining picks. They could still get DeAndre Swift.
Yeah. Now we're even, Pat. How does it feel now?
It's rough.
I was gonna say, and you even posted the scouting report, Cody.
I was on top of it. I didn't smooth the last hour. I'm over here the whole time talking, posting.
Yep. Hey, I'm telling you, I love this. I love this fit. And I gotta say, I think I called this a couple podcasts ago in one of the Blitz breakdown, where I said about maybe the Packers trade up for Jordan Love.
You did.
Now, what's interesting is, hey, don't feel bad, Pat, because they could still select DeAndre Swift at 30.
Yeah.
It's far too late. I failed.
I think it's Jordan Love.
You have failed us, Pat.
So too.
20 push-ups, Pat. And your bathroom privileges have been revoked.
If this pick is Jordan Love, we can just pencil Packers in for one more Super Bowl over the next 15 years.
Okay, I'll be happy if Jordan Love is the guy that's quarterbacking instead of Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Let me just repeat that. I really hope Aaron Rodgers isn't the quarterback of the Packers in 3 years.
So Green Bay, who we have after that? We got Seattle there. I'm sure Seattle's trading back.
Jordan Love. I'm saying Seattle trades for Ngakoue here. Jordan
I want
Love.
to pick tonight, so let's say it's not Jordan Love. Let's say it's
Love.
T. Higgins.
Boo.
Oh, I like that pick. Oh, NFL update. Packers taking Utah State QB Jordan Love.
Yes, I called it. Jordan Love. Let's do this.
Let's go.
I think I've got 9 picks on my
I've given up looking at
Oh,
my
Mr. Rogers, how the turntables have turned.
I think I had that in my mock at first when I changed it. I should have kept it.
Well played.
Great.
That's an absolute home run fit for Mr. Jordan Love to go to Green Bay. You're gonna get to see him for a year, a year from now, being in that offense. Yeah.
Oh man, I wish I was a fly on the wall in Aaron Rodgers' house right now.
I love seeing Matt LaFleur have the gall to do it. Him and Gunnicus.
I love it. I mean, it's
I do
great.
too.
They've done it for the past 2 decades. They replaced Favre
I know he
with
can't even
Rodgers.
he can't even say nothing.
Nope.
He can't
Yeah.
even be
Like,
mad.
How has this
I
happened?
want
This
Favre's
never
reaction.
happened before. I want to see Favre just get out like a hand clap on Twitter right now. That's all
Oh,
I want.
I know, right? I'm sure there's got to be one.
Yep.
There's got to be a clip of him clapping. So we'll move to the player comp because I could not get the trade alert up in time. Maybe too quick for me because we were misguided over here.
So before you
misguided.
do that, though, do you know that Brett Favre was 35 when they selected Aaron Rodgers? And how old is Aaron Rodgers right now?
35.
35.
Boom, shakalaka.
And our
Rodgers,
pro
24
comp
pick.
for Jordan Love is poor man's. They doesn't say it. Poor man's Patrick Mahomes. He has the intangibles. He's got the ability. He's got the arm strength. He has the deep ball accuracy. And I would not worry one bit about the interceptions. He had no talent around him, no offensive line in front of him. He was single-handedly forced to try and win games. So a lot of those interceptions came late on deep balls, and a lot of those were tip passes off of his wide receivers. I think there was a total of like 8 of those interceptions could have been taken and not put the blame on him. If you've seen that one play where he runs he basically jumps out of out of bounds, keeps his feet before touching, and throws a 60-yard dime to his receiver in the end zone like on a full stride. He has insane deep ball accuracy. So that is why we comped him to Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, right now, before I get into my scouting report, you should have just seen Matt LaFleur's face as he's looking at his phone, because I'm sure he's looking at like 20 tweets from Aaron Rodgers as just scolding right now, but he's just grinning and laughing. So, but Jordan Love, this is my favorite quarterback in this draft class. I've said it the whole time and throughout the process. You can't teach some of the traits he has. Yes, he has flaws, but you could see the growth he had over this past year. Yes, early this year, he forced a lot of balls in the tight coverage. He tried to put things and trust his receivers to make plays, and they simply just didn't have the talent for them to do that. It didn't pay off. Later on in the season, and especially in the bowl game, you've seen it, he really was more conservative, but he would still take those chances down the field. He had less opportunities to put the ball and less opportunities to be turned over. I've seen him throw the ball away on a number of times. The ability to throw off platform, manipulate his arm movement, just like Patrick Mahomes, the upside is there. This is a Patrick Mahomes move, guys. You had an established starter. You turn over the keys in the next year. Let's do it, baby. Let's see Green Bay with Jordan Love.
I love it. I mean, I know we just said that the Saints as a contending team took a luxury pick. The Packers might have done the same as a depth piece, but this is also your future for 20 years. It's not a center that doesn't change a franchise. So I just want to put that out there in case we sound a little bit hypocritical. But I mean, we're very high on Love. A quarterback obviously makes far more of an impact than a center does. The Green Bay Packers' biggest need is wide receiver, and that can easily be filled later in this draft. So I mean, I think it's a perfect fit for the replacement for Aaron Rodgers to keep up Green Bay's sustained success.
Aaron Rodgers.
You got something, Pat?
I was just gonna say that Aaron Rodgers said on Pat McAfee's show tonight that we haven't picked a skill player in the first 15 years, so that would be kind of cool.
Aaron Rodgers also. Aaron Rodgers had this comment too in March on the possibility of the Packers drafting a quarterback. No matter who you bring in, they're not going to be able to beat me out anytime soon. Well, they might not have to beat you out. You might just not be re-signed. So.
Well, that's the thing. Money talks at the end of the day. That's why this don't make any sense to me. As much as I love Jordan Love, you guys heard me all tonight hoping he would follow the Colts. And this is not me being salty. This is me pulling up Aaron Rodgers' contract numbers. He's not getting cut or traded anytime soon. You're talking about $51 million in dead money. Let's look at 2021. He's got $31.5 million in dead money, and it'll only save $4.7 million in cap savings. You can start talking in 2022. You get about $17.2 million in dead money, but it still would save you about $22.6 million in cap space. Then the real money comes in 2023, where his dead money is only $2.8 million, but it's still he would save you cap savings of 25.5. So, I mean, you're talking about a 2-year development, which I can get behind. I think Love needs at least 1 year minimum to 2 years.
I also think the Packers are always going to be good enough to not be in position for a top quarterback. I think this was the right time to take a guy that has massive upside and to learn from someone like Aaron Rodgers, who he plays a little bit like, in terms of that off-platform ability, that scramble ability, and all that, the strong arm and all that. I really just don't think the Packers roster is quite as good as the Bucs or the 49ers or other NFC teams, and I just don't see them competing in the NFC. And so I think this was the right move you're mortgaging this year for your future potentially.
I think it's well worth it though at the place you're selecting him. That 5 years of control really says something. Like you said, Cody, you outlined it perfectly. If you're really thinking it's a 2-year until you're really comfortable letting him take over, that's fine. Even after 2 years, you have him still for 3 more before you got to pay him off of his rookie contract. And it's not like he's a top 10 pick where that 5th round option is really outrageous. You got him at pick.
Are making the pick.
They actually made the pick. They're not trading back.
The pick is in, or we have the pick.
Yeah, first time in 15 years or something like that.
I will say this: why wouldn't Aaron Rodgers be the Patriots quarterback in like a couple years? You never know.
The pick is
this guy's been reliable. Can't believe this is before my boy Queen. Seahawks take Jordan Brooks.
Wow.
I mean, they're always the type to take one of those weird like later round picks in the first round. But I'm a big fan of Jordan Brooks. I actually watched him a lot today.
One of my favorites.
Playing my notes on. Yeah, I mean, he's awesome. He's super disciplined. He's a wrap-up tackler. His knee bend and ankle flexion helps him stay square, and he's able to. He has great lateral movements because of that flexibility and ability to stay square. Closing acceleration is great, and then discipline and quick to process the run. In terms of technique, he could use a little bit more of his upper body. His turn ability and coverage is a little bit lacking, but I mean, he's a real middle linebacker. He's 6 feet tall, 240 pounds, and he can really plug and play in the middle of that defense.
To me, he's the perfect replacement for Michael Kendricks. He's a little bit more of a sure tackler. His instincts always get him there quickly. This guy screams. He's consistency throughout 4 years. He's had 75 plus tackles. Yeah. He's super aggressive. He's very quick in his diagnostic skills. He's able to process quickly, and it really enhances his closing quickness by the amount of instincts he has.
Yeah, play instincts and being able to read a play, read and react. It's insane. Stack and shed blockers very well. He's just stout, strong tackler. I mean, you rarely seen him. Sometimes he was over aggressive, and that literally it was never from him being. The only time he missed a tackle, it was on him. It wasn't him. It wasn't because somebody broke the tackle. It's because he over pursued, and that's just from him being ultra aggressive. He was one of my favorites coming out. I'm just so surprised that he went above Patrick Queen. I thought he was going to be a day 2 guy, and was going to be the biggest steal in day 2. But
I think the consistency really speaks there. I think that's what, being the 1-year production of Patrick Queen, even though he might have a higher upside, I think the floor is a lot higher for Jordan Brooks.
Wow.
Yeah, he was. When we did our prospect videos, I did our linebackers. I've done our linebackers the last 3 years. He was my LB5. He just has such a high ceiling as a linebacker. You're handing off Patrick Queen to the Ravens if they select him. But man,
I think this is Patrick Queen or go home for the.
I get it though. Like, he's consistent. If you want a team that wants to win now, and you just want a linebacker that's going to come in and tackle a guy, and you want to know what you're going to get, I can get behind the pick. I thought he was more of a round 2 type of linebacker.
The player I love for the Baltimore Ravens, Marlon Davidson.
Oh man, that versatility!
If you add him to that defensive front, I mean, he can play. He can play multiple. He can wear multiple masks. He can play across the line.
You imagine that 4-man front with Eric Wolf, Brandon Williams, Calais Campbell, and Marlon Davidson.
Right.
That's filthy.
That's 4 300-pounders, and then you have Davidson that can bend like an outside linebacker. Yeah, that's scary. And then you
That's-
have Judon, who can stand up or put his hand in the dirt too. It could be your fifth. guy
Literally,
along the line.
you could have each one of those guys rotate and you could literally roll the dice and randomly put them across the line, and they'd still be amazing.
That's a 5-2-4 front right there.
It is. It is. That's old school. That's old.
Yeah, they're
school.
going back to the 70s.
That's
Yeah, we're
old
going.
school. Yeah,
Hey,
but
they do
you
it on
say
offense.
That, but they're all those guys are that big, but that athletic.
No, I know. I still think Patrick Queen's the pick here. Just Patrick Queen behind that defensive line is going to be ridiculous. Like his ability to just get everywhere on the field behind that stout defensive line is going to be nuts.
Last night in my mock draft, I was trying to figure out a way to get Patrick Queen to fall, but I just didn't think it was going to happen. I didn't think there was any way he'd fall to the Ravens.
Yeah, I had Jordan Brooks though going to the Packers in my mock draft at 30, so I thought he was a first round player. So, but it's this is.
Listen, I don't understand how cap works necessarily too well. I got a good understanding. I'm throwing hypotheticals out here. What if Gruden start putting packages of picks and Derek Carr for Aaron Rodgers, and be like, if you want to develop a guy, here's Carr. I'll take Rodgers in the back end of his career.
Wow,
that's interesting. I mean, Rodgers on that Raiders team is instant contention.
I guess it wouldn't be Northern California anymore.
Just throwing that out there.
I like this rumor I just read here on Twitter. It says, let the 2021 season Aaron Rodgers to the 49ers rumors start early.
There's another one. That's what I'm saying. Like, you got to talk about it, right? Like,
that's a Super Bowl team. Rodgers on the 49ers.
Well, Aaron Rodgers demand a trade is what Mello just posted.
He's that type of guy
that
would.
Salty, but I think
he's that type of guy.
He is that kind of guy. Like, Brett Favre took it on the chin, and he was super. I mean,
Aaron Rodgers can't. He's just too cocky. He won't stand for that.
Too sensitive.
If it will be, like, the locker room is going to be so awkward because they're going to have Rodgers on this side, and he's going to make him like put him over with like the D lineman so that he don't even have to see him.
Rodgers' arm talent's kind of faded a little bit. Like,
come on, Jordan Love. I love that fit, guys. That's
too.
probably my favorite pick.
What's the pick, Pat?
The pick is a huge surprise with Patrick Queen to the Ravens.
Yeah, of course.
Yes. So if we want to talk about Queen, he has fantastic range and acceleration. His foot speed, change of direction, all that is great. He can cover. He can get sideline to sideline in instant. His read and reactability is very good. He's a huge hitter in space. Got that nice combination of speed and power. He plays with urgency and intensity, which you love to see from a linebacker as well. He's only played, I think, one season, so he has plenty of room to grow. He's got a long ways to reach his potential. He has so many athletic gifts, and he flashed in just one season. His tackling angles and form must improve. That's his biggest weakness. If any team can coach that out of him, it's the Ravens. And again, he's only played for one season. The technique will come pretty easily, and I think this is a fantastic pick and great value for the Ravens.
He's controlled chaos. He's a violent hitter, and he gets to the play in a hurry. Sometimes he over pursues, which is, you'll take that for the amount of plays he runs down with his athleticism and lateral agility. But to me, what I was really impressed with was his coverage skills, and I think he's the best coverage linebacker out of now the three linebackers selected in the first round. He'll be the best, pass defender in zone or even in man against tight ends out of the three. But yeah, his sky's the limit. He's only, I believe, 20, maybe 21, barely just turned that. 1 year starting at LSU, and Baltimore's known for their linebacking core, and this guy's going to be day one starter, asked to play a lot of snaps, and he's going to have a lot of tackles. We might see it up to the par of a Devin Bush and a Devin White from last year, the production in year one.
Yeah, so
nice,
our player comp
one
for
nice
him.
Trivia nugget. One nice trivia nugget for you guys. Patrick Queen's the first LSU player that the Ravens have ever drafted in 24 years.
Wow.
So
yeah, because they finally moved on, I guess, from the Alabama Ozzie Newsome connection and hatred to LSU.
So our player comp for him is Shaq Thompson. I love the player comp. I mean, super rangy linebacker, has a ton of upside from athleticism standpoint. I think it's a great player comp, and this guy can only get better. Was able to play, underneath coverage pretty well. Was able to trail with guys when asked to. Was rarely asked to. You've seen him rush the passer, you've seen him his blitz, and the way he's able to cover ground and make up ground in a quickness. It only took him a few steps to get to the quarterback when he was blitzing, in between the tackles.
Yeah, I mean, you guys know how much I like him. He was in my LB2 when we did our linebacker series. What a win for them! And like Roy touched upon, he's going to the Ravens. They have success with developing linebackers like himself. I could see him reaching that ceiling I see in him. And on top of that, another thing that Roy mentioned is his coverage ability. Not only sideline to sideline, but he can cover guys. And when you're talking about the Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs with guys like Kelsey, he has that athletic ability to match up with players like him. So, I mean, this is such a major win for another stacked team that has like a good front in front of him that will allow him to go sideline to sideline.
Yeah, Calais Campbell and Brandon Williams and Derek Wolf in front of him. Yeah, you're going to get it. That's a lot of tackles for loss waiting to happen right there with that acceleration and closing quickness. Yeah, good luck trying to defend that.
So you got Tennessee on the clock right now. This is an interesting pick because we've got both AJ Epinesa and Yetur Gross-Matos available. They might trade. We've got a bunch of corners available. Those are the two biggest needs for the Titans.
I think they need cornerback.
Specific fits?
My mock draft, just go ahead and feed off what he just asked. I had Jeff Gladney. I think they need another cornerback in the room, and his feistiness just seems like a Vrabel type of corner.
To me, I have one guy, and I think it's one of me and Jack's guys, Marlon Davidson. You have a guy on your head coach that knows how to utilize unique pieces in Mike Vrabel because he himself was one. Marlon Davidson in that front after they trade away Jarrell Casey can play maybe some interior and then stand up or be on the outside edge as a pass rusher opposite Harold Landry. And then you have Jeffrey Simmons. That's to me, that unique talent I could see there, but I could also see them dropping out from this pick as well. Dropping out to the early second to maybe target a right tackle like Isaiah Wilson.
I had Trevon Diggs. I could see Gladney, the fact that he's still on the board. But Marlon Davidson being there, because I mocked him the pick before, and that would be perfect for Jarrell Casey replacement.
Yeah, I mean, not only just replacing Casey, but the great thing about Davidson, I agree too. We talked about this when we did Roy's top 5 video that I think I mentioned when I talked about the Titans. Like, not only can line up next to Justin Simmons in the inside, but he's got the versatility where slide him out on a third down and have him and Harold Landry crash on the edges. Like, that's beautiful to me.
Oh, yeah. The versatility he brings, especially in a Mike Vrabel defense. Vrabel's got to be salivating. But, I mean, also they could use some more pieces in the secondary to help stop, a KC.
I feel like they end up trading out if we don't see the picks in anytime soon, though. 'Cause I don't know if you guys saw the Titans video. Like, what's his name? Who's the GM there? John Robinson. He had his daughter had to post this video where like they went up to him, said something, and then he was just like, she went back. He's like, "Oh, I'm looking at other teams' picks, see if I want to trade." And then the report came out they might be want to trade back, but I don't know who they would want to trade because who's up next? The Dolphins. So maybe somebody tries to jump up in front of the Dolphins for a Swift, since we got swindled.
Oh right, I thought the Dolphins. I forgot the Packers traded up for them. I wasn't mentioning Swift already on the Dolphins. I don't know. It's so not worth it to take a running back in the first round. I think it's just a bad idea for any team. I can't name a team that would be worth it for. Maybe the Kansas City Chiefs, but
the Chiefs, that's the only thing because I think the whole, like I said earlier, if you got a team built to win now, whatever, spend a rookie contract on a running back, but
yeah, the 5th-year option pays off when you got that extra year before you have to let him go. And not pay him because I guarantee that. But then look at where they got Kareem Hunt. They got him in the mid rounds. Why take a pick on that? But then I would have figured Cesar Ruiz would still be on the board, and that would have been a lock for them.
Yeah.
Without that, who knows where they go? But they really.
If Trayvon Diggs is still there, I think that's the pick for the Chiefs. I think it's a great fit for their second.
Or Christian Fulton too.
Or
my
Fulton.
boy,
I
that's
Fulton's still there.
CB2.
I think Diggs would be a better fit for KC because they like the length and man. I think that would be maybe a little bit better than Fulton. There's like I told you guys, there's some about Fulton I just don't. I'm not a fan of.
I mean, there's some he's got a
Obviously.
very variety of opinion on him as a player.
I think a lot of it too, it has to deal with his drop is his off the field thing with the suspension and earlier in his career. Like, yeah, he put it behind him, but that was a big time. Like, he got caught in a lie about, trying to cheat a drug test, and that's a little different than just getting popped or getting flagged for a drug test. You actually got caught and kicked off the team for 2 seasons. Like, yeah, he took it in stride, did his work off the field and in the classroom. So hopefully he put it behind him, but I think that might be something that's resonating with talent evaluators.
That's definitely possible.
I've heard confidence brought up a lot when people talk about him. So who knows how he came across in
there's
interviews.
just so much. Do you want to pull up the big board to go over how much talent's on the board still right now?
Oh, we're gonna have a great time covering tomorrow night. Like, 'cause there's guys that are gonna go off the board tomorrow night, and I think everybody in here right now will probably go on a tirade about not tirade how much they hate him, but how much they love him.
Oh yeah, I mean we still have a ton of first round talent still on the board. We have all of the safeties: Xavier McKinney. We've got Fulton on the board. We've got Grant Delpit, AJ Epinesa. We've got
Antoine Winfield
all the
Jr.
running backs. We've got Davidson. We've got Gross Matos. We've got Winfield, Jeremy Chin. I mean, there's plenty of guys. Let me see if I can pull up.
Bond.
Yep. Bond.
You got Zach Bond, Claypole. You got Ben Barch. You got T. Higgins, Blacklock, Matabike, Josh Jones, Denzel Mims. Guys, Laviska Chenault, if he's healthy, he's one of the most dynamic playmakers. O'Shea, you got Ezra Cleveland. It had some hype going in the first round. Jalen Johnson, Noah Igbenogany, cornerback from Auburn.
Got quite the delay right now, man. Miami with another trade, possibly.
Trade back again. They're gonna have every pick in the draft.
So we just put up our 33 through 63. You're talking Bradley and I. You're talking Claypool, Kyle Duggar, Ben Barch is another one. We've got. Let's see, Jones still on the board. T. Higgins still on the board. There's so much talent. Josh Uche, Ashton Davis, Ezra
Michael
Cleveland,
Pittman.
Cam Akers. Akers I'd figure to be, a 3rd round pick, especially with the way it's going. But it's crazy to see some of these late round, these guys that we had in the 50s, 60s go. Jalen Johnson's another one that we could see go early tomorrow.
Titans here, I think, is Marlon Davidson. That's who I'm rolling with here.
I think I got the name. I'm just trying to wait on one more confirmation.
Say it. Man, this East Coast time is killing me, gentlemen.
Getting tired over there?
A little bit.
You're on, aren't you, Central?
Yeah, I'm getting tired too.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys got
It's
an
almost
hour on
midnight.
Me. What is this? Who lost a bet and has to wear that at Vrabel's house? Did you guys see that?
Oh, here's rap sheet.
No.
It's been a much connected name, Isaiah Wilson.
Huh. I thought their
Seen that
backup
multiple
tackle
times.
played very well last year.
Which they might be banking on because he needs some refinement yet. But if you're going to have Derrick Henry run the ball, why not get a huge mauling right tackle to replace Jack Conklin out opposite Taylor Lewan, who's also a big mauling tackle? You're not going to be asking him to pass protect that often. He got some upside if he gets some more technical refinement. He's got the length. He's almost a similar athletic profile to Becton. He just doesn't have that as much athletic foot quickness as what Becton has. But speed-wise and stuff, he's not that far off. Big upside, just needs a lot of technical refinement.
Yeah, he is a big boy, and I talked about it earlier. He wins ugly, but he wins consistently. I think the only person I seen he allow a pressure, a sack on, again, I didn't watch every play, but I think I watched 4+ games on him, and it was Caleb Von Chason was the only one. And I think he beat him with an inside move, and he beat him with a spin move, and one of those was definitely the quarterback's fault. We won't talk about him yet. Hopefully, we won't have to talk about him at all. But yeah, so Isaiah Wilson is sturdy, stout, decent knee bend, hell of an athlete for his size. He's very lean for 350.
I see what you mean about the who lost the bet. Looks like a Blue Man Group suit with somebody behind Vrabel.
Yeah, that was a weird one. But yeah, Vrabel's that.
Yeah, I don't know. I love Isaiah Wilson. He's my number 6 tackle, I think. But I don't know. I feel like building up the defense and shoring up that secondary should have been a little bit more of a priority for Tennessee. And like there was so much cornerback talent on the board. It's not like you'd be reaching for anyone. If anything, you're getting a cornerback at good value. I get the idea of preparing someone for Derrick Henry to run behind. I don't know. I think in general, though, the Titans should have leaned on their strength of the
luxury pick,
yeah.
not a position of need, not a dire position of need. I understand why they went there because they lost Jack Conklin, but their backup I keep forgetting the name. Dennis Kelly. He slid in for both Jack Conklin when he was hurt throughout his time there, and then he slid in when Taylor Warren was serving his suspension. Stud. I mean, he's a stud. You don't need to go grab another guy just yet. I get it. I would have liked to seen them go grab an interior offensive line or interior defensive lineman or a cornerback.
I agree everything that you said. I think I see this with the who's the guy that the Jets paid way too much for this deal? George Fant. I think we're starting to see the NFL like realize like you need to protect your guys, and it's not a guarantee your tackles are going to last 16 games. And I think some GMs are investing into swing tackles and investing into a guy behind the scenes. So it's a little too rich for me for Isaiah Wilson. I see the traits. He can definitely be a right tackle. I do agree. Like, I feel like if you're going to be signing Tannehill to that type of money, let's go win now. And I don't know if Wilson's a necessary win now.
Right. I think Dennis Kelly affords them the luxury to maybe give him a year, maybe utilize him as maybe an inline tight end on a certain packages to where you could use that type of nastiness as strict running plays. But I think Kelly affords them the situation to be patient with him and not have to ask him to step in week 1 at right tackle. And maybe, a year from now, we're talking about Kelly going back to the bench to be in the swing tackle. Because Taylor Warren has had issues with suspensions and injuries over his career.
Yeah, they must expect that they think that they're still right there with all the talent they still have. And maybe I just feel like there's game wreckers. Marlon Davidson's a game wrecker. Gladney, Fulton, both of those guys are they're not plug and play immediate impacts, but within that half a season, those guys are going to be able to make plays on the defensive side of the ball.
I would even have made an argument for Bradley Anae there. Opposite Harold Landry, Landry's more of a bendy, quicker guy, and Anae could have been that powerhouse opposite bookended outside linebacker. You're gonna have to make up the difference of Jarrell Casey, which you basically gave away to Denver. And I love Jeffrey Simmons, but he can't be the only guy on that defensive line picking up that mantle for him.
All right.
Carlino shared a nice Ravens linebacker tidbit. They're the history of first-round linebackers. Ray Lewis in 96, Peter Boulware in 1997, Terrell Suggs in 2003, C.J. Mosley in 2014, and now Patrick Queen.
Wow.
Some history.
Yeah, all of them started 5+ years, made 4+ Pro Bowls, recorded 400+ tackles. That's saying something. I mean, that's
terrifying.
We mocked him how many times for how long, just saying that was the perfect fit. I just didn't think it was actually going to happen.
It was him or Kenneth Murray. I thought Kenneth Murray was more likely to fall, but I mean, they got crazy good talent at that pick.
Might just declare for the NFL draft next year to see if the Seahawks take me in the first round.
Let's do it. You're very versatile. You wear many hats. You're a master of lot, jack of none.
I'll
Yeah,
take that as a
Trent-
compliment.
Trent Williams hasn't been dealt today.
Well, there's a lot of theories out there right now because a guy like him, you could trade picks for him, but there's a lot of uncertainty in the world, and especially a lot of uncertainty around college football next year. So the argument could be made you could trade a 2021 pick next year with, who knows if there's even guys that we can have properly evaluate in that draft. So that's why I'm not surprised, actually, that some of these guys have not been dealt yet.
The other thing, too, I thought was interesting, I forget where I heard it from, but the supplemental draft this year after the NFL draft for training camp, I think it was Daniel Jeremiah was saying that we might see a record number of players declare for the supplemental draft, being that there is so much uncertainty with the college football season. And you might see teams might be more than willing to take players in the supplemental draft and give up their next season's draft in that round, a pick there for a guy maybe that they can get to fill a need that they haven't got in this type of draft setting.
We may have it. No, we don't.
I mean, some team is going to give up a high first rounder for Jamar Chase if someone like that.
In.
Ooh.
All right. Again, I am not good with names. The Dolphins select Noah.
Igbenogany.
Somebody take it.
Iggy. Wow.
He was actually one of my favorite corners on tape to watch. His mirroring ability, both of his parents were Olympic track athletes, and he also was a decorated track athlete himself. Great size, physicality later in the route, but to me, he was very, very skittish at the line of scrimmage to get jams. That was one thing that kind of concerned me. He's so physical down the field and throughout the duration of the route. It's just off the line. He didn't want to engage with receivers. He has the size and physicality. It's just he would rather sit back and mirror their footwork off the line of scrimmage and carry them down the field and be physical there than right at the line. But he has explosive athleticism. He has big upside. But I don't know if I understand the pick unless there's some Xavier Howard long-term issues with his off-the-field stuff here with Miami.
That's where I'm at. I don't get this at all.
That must be where they're going with it, that they're not convinced that he's going to be able to play out that big contract he signed. Because I don't see Igbenogany as being a guy that you play a lot in the slot either. He's more of an outside guy.
I don't think either.
They still have Eric Rowe. They still have Eric Rowe, who played pretty well last year. Like they are multiple corners deep.
They also just ditched DeAndre Swift because apparently they were pretty high.
I think it was smart to do that, but corner was like the last need on that team.
The very
they could take Xavier McKinney makes more sense if you're going to talk about secondary.
Yeah,
moves.
Unless they plan on moving one of these guys to the safety position.
Well, Eric Rowe had already moved last year to a strong safety after Minka left. He transitioned more to a pure safety position. So, but I love Igbenogany. Don't let me let that hamper what I think about him. There's something else, Brett. This one kind of has a little bit of a questioning effect, like the New Orleans pick. Whenever you have other guys on the board, like a Lucas Niang, you could have took to keep Tua or Fitzpatrick healthy.
Jones, yeah.
And again, I just don't think Igbenogany's as good as Jeff Gladney. I think Jeff Gladney's just an all-around better prospect. If you're gonna go for like a pick of a strength, go with the best player available. I really don't think Iggy's that.
I would have guaranteed he would have gone, and Gladney would have been a first-round pick. Like I said it last night at like 3 a.m.
Gladney too would have filled a need as a slot corner.
Yeah.
He could have played slot corner for him with Jones and Howard.
Yeah, I don't like this pick at all. I can't believe Xavier McKinney's still available, honestly. I really thought he was going to be the only safety taker.
I mean, you can say they hit on Tua, but then you look at Austin Jackson and Noah Iggy, you're just like,
projection and projection.
Yeah.
Both parents were Olympic sprinters.
Yep.
That's pretty awesome. But
he also had a decorated high school and he was on Auburn's track team as well. So, and like I said, he as a pass defender in coverage, he's quite impressive. He's physical later in the route. It's just he didn't like to jam, and he played a lot of man coverage in press zone. He just didn't get a lot of jams. He's more of a projection type pick, and maybe they're, like I said, maybe projecting not Xavier. I think Xavier Howard would be the one that they think to maybe get out of the contract because he's had some off the field issues that maybe they're not as sure of.
I'll tell you what, man. Mike Mayock and Chris Greer betting their careers in this draft.
Ian
I think they're
Rappaport.
pretty set for the next 4 or 5.
Oh, I saw this.
We do have the Vikings on the clock right now. We have 2 more picks to go to end the first round of the draft. Where are they going? They already grabbed a wide receiver.
Corner. This is where I think you're going to see Gladney or Fulton go off. Maybe a Jalen Johnson. It's going to be a corner here. I think it has to be.
Corner or Josh Jones. They have offensive line needs.
Maybe Ezra Cleveland. Cam Dantzler, maybe. I don't see them taking Diggs after the whole issue with Stephon. I don't see them doing that.
Ian Rappaport reporting that the Packers' Aaron Rodgers.
That was a fake account. That was a fake account. That's a fake account.
Oh god.
Look for that check mark, man.
No, it's in Slack.
Who's the one?
Doesn't
It's
have
in
check
Slack.
marks.
Who's sharing it?
Oh, I'm not even in Slack. I haven't been in Slack all night.
You gotta look at
Oh god damn it, Joe.
You gotta look at the account.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, I almost brought it up as well.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers ain't going nowhere. He's just gonna be really not nice to the whole situation. I got the pick here. Minnesota is selecting Jeff Gladney.
Thank you.
There we go. Love it.
First round pick. The film is too good. Looks small, plays big. Dude is a mauler. Like, he reminds me of Yair Alexander. As soon as the ball's in the air, he's willing to fight for it. He's gonna punch. He's gonna pull. He's gonna bite them. He's gonna do whatever the hell he's got to do to get that ball out of their hands. I love Jeff Gladney.
Like I said before, I think he's the Jalen Reagor of cornerbacks. They got that dog in him when it's at the catch point. He had a 37.5-inch vertical, a 4.48 40, so he has some explosive athleticism. He's very easy transitional skills. He recognizes plays quickly. He can read route concepts, which is really impressive for a corner coming from TCU. He was used in zone and man. He can play slot. He can play outside. And I think that's really what Minnesota needs. They lost Mackenzie Alexander and Trey Waynes and then cut Xavier Rhodes. So they're down 3 corners on that depth chart. Home run pick for Minnesota here. 2 home run picks with Gladney and Justin Jefferson in the first round.
I agree. I remember watching him and noticing that he even kept his eyes, even in man coverage, he kept his eyes on the quarterback. And I seen a few times where he peeled off in man coverage to go make a pick on somebody else's responsibility. One of my favorite, probably my third favorite. You know, after really watching the film, he's probably my third favorite cornerback in this year's draft class.
So if we're talking about winners and losers of this first round, as we're waiting for the Chiefs pick, I think the Vikings are definitely one with Justin Jefferson and Jeff Gladney. Filled 2 massive needs. Going through the top of the draft, I think Tristan Wirfs for the Bucs, that's a win that you just got one of those top 4 offensive linemen, because it's never a sure thing to rely on those second and third day offensive linemen. As much as we like Ben Barch, as much as we like some of the other guys, they are, for the most part, aside from Barch, developmental guys. So, and you need to win right now. So I think Wirfs can help do that more than those other guys can. The 49ers, a great draft, Kinlaw and Ayuk. They filled 2 huge needs.
I like the back-to-back picks 7 and 8. The Carolina Panthers with Derek Brown, a big building block for Matt Roll in that front of the line, playing nose tackle, and then having K'Wan Short beside him. That's gonna be really fun in that defense. And I have to talk about Isaiah Simmons with the Cardinals. Putting that on the defense, absolutely breathtaking. It's gonna be awesome to watch. And some of the other ones, Jordan Love, that's one of my favorite picks out of the whole first round. Mostly just because it ticks off Aaron Rodgers and he's one of my favorite players. I always kind of had some low-key love for Green Bay because of their history, because I'm an enthusiast of NFL history. And to see him go to Green Bay to be their long-term fit, I really, really like.
I always loved Green Bay when Brett Favre was there, and then had a disdain for Aaron Rodgers. So I like that. I think the Jaguars, though, I think they made both solid picks, getting C.J. Henderson and Kayvon Chase on, two guys that plug and play. They're gonna not they may not live up to who they're replacing, but you're also not gonna have to pay that. So think about the difference between the contract difference, the money that they're saving, and the money they're going to be able to use to spend on free agents. I think that was very smart moves. I don't necessarily think that everyone else believes, the Jaguars are completely in rebuild. I think they're in retooling and using that money wisely instead of spending it on guys that don't want to be there to begin with.
So remember good times when people thought the whole internet was going to crash and GMs were going to be able to pick?
There's still one pick. It could still all go wrong.
Oh, Andy Reid and his freaking.
It deletes all the results. It deletes all the results from the first round. We got to restart tomorrow.
Oh well, I'm sure Mike Mayock might be debating that right now.
Yeah, the Raiders.
Yeah, let's go through the worst picks in the first round, guys. Who's some of the ones?
Definitely the worst. No,
Arnett's the one of the worst.
Right
Cesar Ruiz, terrible pick, I think.
Yeah, Cesar Ruiz is probably one of my favorite.
Jordan Brooks isn't a horrible pick, but over Queen is.
Austin, y'all know I'm gonna say Austin Jackson at 18 is the worst pick in the entire friggin' first round, but I don't know. Damon Arnett. I think I
here's the thing. Like I can understand the argument. Austin Jackson is a worse player than a Cesar Ruiz, than a Jordan Brooks, but it's just like. You guys especially like Cesar Ruiz, good player, just drafted to a team that didn't have the need.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like you can explain Austin Jackson to me. You can't explain Cesar Ruiz.
I don't know. I struggle to explain Austin Jackson when you have a quarterback that's injury prone and needs to be protected year one.
You know what? I'm gonna piggyback off you, Jack.
He plays year one.
And I'm gonna piggyback off of Jack here. To me, Miami, if you're going in, unless you're really sold to it, is going to be that much better than Jordan Love. Why would you not, as you've seen how the draft played out, take your tackle at 5, then come back and get Love at 18? Because you took your tackle at 18, just flip-flop the picks. Jordan Love fell the whole way down to 26. Then you could still come back later on in the draft at what were they, 26 or 28, wherever it was, and get another, different player there. Maybe not a corner. Maybe you go get a different, maybe go get your safety there, or maybe you take Gladney instead of that. Why would you take? I don't see that much disparity in Tua and
they probably
Love.
Do though. I mean, they I'm sure they do.
Right.
That's has to be the reason why, because it seemed like Love was going to fall to the mid to late first round regardless. I think if Love was their guy, they would have done that. I just really think Tua was that much better.
I'm still gonna say I think that Miami lost day one when they had all the weapons to win.
Oh boy, I think I think we can trust our boy Matt when he texts us out, and he's got good connections with the KC organization.
DeAndre Swift.
Nope, it's your boy Roy.
Who's
Clyde,
that?
The Glide.
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah, RB1, baby. That's right.
Let's go.
What's up?
I can't believe he snuck into the first.
Let's go. Good luck trying to catch him catching passes off of Patrick Mahomes. Because that's going to be dynamic. And I tell you what, his running ability out of shotgun with Patrick Mahomes, game over. Game over.
I like that so much more than DeAndre Swift to KC.
Wow.
Game over, boys.
I can't believe he went. Wow, so the league must have been way higher on Clyde than
I'm telling you, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, I think I have him at an 8.27 or something like that in grade. He was one of the highest guys I've ever graded as a running back. His balance for that size, I don't care he's 5'7". That's fine with me. If
he's
you're
stout,
gonna do that,
he's stocky.
He's so thick. His ability, like I always say, he's Frank Gore. But Ray Rice, Maurice Jones-Drew, all the comps are out there. Jones-Drew has more top-end speed than Helaire, but I don't care. He's going to get you 15, 20-yard gains, catching ability that's like a receiver, his ability to run routes, contact balance, vision, burst through the hole, everything you want in a running back. This is your guy right here. Plus, he might even contribute on special teams as a kick returner. So there you go, Casey. You got a dynamic playmaker.
They're just adding playmakers that they didn't even need it. They don't even need running backs. They won a Super Bowl without it.
So much.
They run a Super Bowl
Okay.
without even having a run game.
That's my second favorite pick. Like that and Jordan Love now are my favorite picks of the first round. You made my night, KC.
I think part of this pick was made because a lot of corners did fall. I think they expected to see guys like Diggs or Jalen Johnson or those guys go in the first round, so they might be thinking they could fill that corner need on day 2.
Yeah,
and they could afford that Clyde pick. And I guess the league was just much higher on Clyde than the media was. Not our media, because we were higher on Clyde, but
And we're scouts, not media. We just happen to do. We wear multiple hats. But
We
like,
moonlight as media.
Yeah, and media scouts, whatever they want to call them. But yeah, we did comp him, Clyde Edwards-Helaire to Frank Gore. I think I was hoping he might have slid down to the Bucks. You know, I would have loved to have seen that, just because of the catchability out of the backfield. I think what we seen that stat that he lined up in the slot, I think almost 30% of the time for the catches that he had.
What was most impressive, Jack, when I watched his tape, he not only played in the slot, they lined him up as outside receiver. That's how confident they were in his route running ability. Like, yeah, he's only 5'7", but he lined up a good bit at outside wide receiver on a number of plays. And shotgun, that the creativity that Andy Reid just got here. You know, you talk about the production he had with Brian Westbrook. Here you go with a better quarterback. Forget about it. It's over. That right there, I'm sure Ashton Moore is probably. Yeah, here's to you, Ashton. I'm sure you're probably having a beer right now to that one.
Yeah, I'm sure he's had multiple beers, and that's probably why he claimed off here. Kidding, serious. But yeah, that's a home run pick right there at 32. If you couldn't trade back to do it, and you pulled the trigger right there, I personally love it. All right, guys, you want to roll through, give quick grades?
Sure, we're gonna go every team, or
yeah, Burrow A, home run.
Yeah.
Young A.
No other choice.
A.
Kuda A.
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 Andrew Thomas A.
B+.
That's a B minus for me.
Yeah, I'll give that. I like him, but like I feel like you still maybe could have got him, but who knows?
I mean, I think we should take into account that there just seemed to be no trading going on, so I'll give it a solid B or B+.
I'm fine with
trade
B+.
Yeah.
All right, if we're going, all right, Tua.
B+. Just simply because of injury.
Yeah, B+. Justin Herbert, B-.
Give it a C+ because I feel like you had to do that. You had to make that pick. I just don't like him.
Yeah, we've been talking about that one for a long time. All right, Derek Brown, A.
A- for me.
Simmons, A+.
A+ to me.
A+.
A+.
All right, Henderson.
A.
Henderson, A to the Jags. Jedrick Wills to the Browns, A+.
A minus.
I'm saying A+. I think that's a home run for them. Mekhi Becton to the Jets, I say A-.
Yeah.
I would say Henry Ruggs to the Raiders. I think this is the only good thing they did.
Yeah,
but
A.
I would say a solid A. Tristan Wirfs to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 13. I give it a B. B+.
Yeah.
B+.
They didn't really have another choice.
Yeah.
B+. They got what they
I give it a
needed
B because they had to trade a freaking 4th-round pick and move up one spot to go get him.
That's true.
And I don't think anybody else was going to do that. Javon Kinlaw, 14.
A+ at 14.
A+ because they got a 4th-round pick.
Yep.
And
That's
Javon
true.
Kinlaw.
A+.
What a W.
All right. Yeah, seriously, that was rude. That was rude of John Lynch to do that to his former team. Jerry Jeudy to the Broncos.
A.
AJ Terrell to the Falcons.
It's a C for me.
B-.
B-.
I'll give it a B.
B. It was didn't have too many options.
He wasn't my favorite.
Position need, top 5 corner to me, just a little too rich. So I say B+.
Yeah, they probably couldn't trade back. All right, CeeDee Lamb to the Cowboys.
A.
A B.
It's a B for me.
Just because of need.
I would say an A-. I'm gonna give it a good grade because they're not gonna have to face CeeDee Lamb now, but they still have a gaping, glaring.
Yeah, B+ on the player, but I still feel like they're weak.
You know what this is? This is payback for the Dallas Goedert thing.
Yeah.
That's exactly what that is.
Yep.
Austin Jackson.
D.
F.
Yeah, because I see the development. I'm with Roy. I think it's a B. It's because of a position need. And
A B or a D?
A D. I said D because I think you could have got him at like the second round. But
I don't think so.
I think his projection is it's what? Okay, I'll meet you in the middle. I'll go C.
I'm gonna rub your guys' nose in it this season. I cannot wait. David Arnett F. Or Damian Arnett. Sorry.
That's tough. Can I go any lower?
Yeah.
Infinity sign.
Caleb Vaughn Chase on at 20. For
That's an A+. That's outstanding value, I think.
Player.
I would say an A+ at 20 for them. Jalen Reagor, I give B-.
B-,
Yeah,
yeah.
B-.
All right, Jalen Reagor to the Eagles, B-. Justin Jefferson to the Minnesota Vikings.
A.
That's an A.
A. Kenneth Murray to the Chargers.
B+.
B+ because that's a trade.
I mean, it's hard to
B
get good
because that's a trade. I think Jordan Brooks wouldn't have been there on day 2.
Yeah,
but.
That's true. Cesar Ruiz,
B.
A prospect, C pick.
A prospect, D pick for me.
Yeah, D because it's questionable
D,
why you would even.
D, I agree. All right,
Yeah.
Brandon Ayuk to the
B+.
San Francisco 49ers at
B+.
25. They did have to move up.
I'll give a B because they had to move up.
They had to move up.
Yeah.
We're getting high grades.
Favorite pick of the entire first round, Jordan
A-
Love to
A+ to the Affinity. A times pi.
I like him. I give it a B. To be honest.
Yeah, I wouldn't go so high as to say an A just because he is
honest.
still a lot. He still requires a fair amount of projection.
Well, not only that, they can win now with Rodgers.
Yeah, too.
Yeah. Jordan Brooks to the Seahawks at 27.
B+. B-.
B-.
B- because I think they reached for him a little bit.
Yeah.
Patrick Queen to the Ravens. Solid
A+.
A. Solid A. Isaiah Wilson
C.
to C because they could have substituted. They could have just dealt with it. Noah Igmanai.
That's a
C-.
E.
Yeah.
D.
E.
D. Gladney at 31 to the Minnesota Vikings.
A.
That's an A.
I would say an A as well. Clyde Edwards-Helaire at 31.
A+++.
It's a B for me just because I still don't think running backs are ever worth taking in the first round.
You just got him for 5 years, and he might be the next.
I know.
He might be the next Christian McCaffrey here.
I was gonna say
Or the
he
next
won't be
Frank
Christian
Gore
McCaffrey.
playing for 20 years.
He'll be the closest thing to Christian McCaffrey.
Production-wise, with Mahomes throwing him the ball, yeah,
Does he go for 1,000 yards receiving next year?
possibly could. I'd be willing to stage that within 3 years. He'll do it.
Oh, for sure. I could see that. I could see him going for 8-8 this year.
Yep, because he's going to be a day one starter. He's way better than Damian Williams is right now.
All right, gentlemen. That wraps up day 1, round 1. I hope you guys are all happy with your picks. Oh yeah. Well, you didn't. Your team didn't get the pick. Sorry about that, Rose.
No,
Sorry about
that's
that, Rose.
okay.
You got
Neither
Minka.
did
You got
Cody's.
Cody's.
Yeah,
Hey.
neither did Cody's.
Neither did mine.
Yeah, but his
I'll be
team
back tomorrow.
picked. His team got DeForest Buckner at 13.
Yeah, and we got Minka, so we got 2 all pros.
Yeah,
Attaboy.
we got, exactly. I got Buckner. He's got Minka, and we got players that should have been selected tonight just falling into my lap.
You got 2
tomorrow.
picks.
Yeah.
Hey, I ain't complaining after what after I saw Damon Arnett. Ooh, Christian Fulton at 34 sounds very great to me.
There you go.
Yeah, day 2 is going to be interesting. This is where we're really going to see which teams I think
And
separate
what? We'll
themselves
be
with
back.
good
What?
draft.
Just for advertising for tomorrow. We'll be back. What time does the second round start?
Second round starts at
7
7 p.m. Eastern, so we should be on around 6 p.m. Eastern, give or take. Obviously, due to technical
6:30 to
difficulties you guys
7.
seen on here.
Let's be safe.
Yep.
All right. Last thing to throw out there. Who's number 33 tomorrow? Off the top of your head right now. Bengals are on the clock.
Who's left?
I'm throwing my name out there. Denzel Mims.
Ooh.
Joe Burrow gets a weapon.
You can't put us on the spot like that.
Oh yeah, come on! I was getting ready to leave.
I just did.
I was
Last
done.
word.
I was
Last
No.
word.
Why not?
Do they need a pass rusher?
Yeah, I'm gonna say.
I'm going to say
Rather not.
Uche or Epinesa.
Gross tomatoes. I can't believe he got. That's what I'm saying. There's fucking
There's
talent
still-
on the
oh my
board.
God.
Davidson off the board, right?
Dude, I'm so
Gross
happy
Tomatoes,
that
Vanessa,
this edge top. The Giants are going to get one of these edge rushers, and I'm really
Marlon
excited about it.
Davidson.
Yeah, Davidson's so available.
Yep.
It's still
Yeah,
available.
there's a lot of talent on the
There's a
board.
lot of talent. Yeah.
There's
Oh,
your
Davis
there's
is not getting. Davis is not getting past the Giants. Dave Gettleman wants that Auburn D lineman.
I was gonna say if he gets past the Giants, that's a Patriots pick through and through.
Yeah,
For sure.
But we're getting Jake Fromm tomorrow.
Let's do it. I want
that or Aaron
Hurts
Rodgers.
the Steelers. Hurts the Steelers.
No. I will cut. No.
Hurts or Fromm?
Hurts is going to the Giants. If you're gonna say he's to the Steelers.
That's
Well,
not
at least if
be
he goes to the
realistic,
Giants.
boy.
If they go to the Giants, he's just a weapon.
All I
If
know
he goes
is
to the Steelers, but,
Esom is definitely not going to the Bucks. Thank you guys for
Oh, he
tuning in
cares.
to Blitzalytics live round 1 mock draft coverage.
I'm
I'm
eating.
tired.
I'm
I'm crashing.
Yeah, me
Blitz
too.
Out.
we all. Damn, you boys always.